Welcome to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour rounds, I think 11 and 12 here from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. I'm Brian Bielanski. Larry Lefty MacLeod out here is with us this weekend in place of my normally partner Greg Ginsberg, who's doing something in Summit Point. Lefty, good morning.
Good morning, Brian. How are you?
I am fantastic. I'm at a racetrack on a Saturday morning. The sun is out, as we can see on our screen here, and it is time to go back.
It is. It looks gorgeous there. I'm sitting here in my cold Michigan house looking. Why am I not in Oklahoma watching this thing live? Because it looks like a gorgeous morning for motorsports.
Yeah, it is fantastic. Chicken song played this morning. If anybody's ever been to Hallett, you'll know what that means. If you haven't, you should come to Hallett and find out what that means. We've got Spec Miata out here today, a huge group of Spec Miatas, and 185 cars here this weekend, Lefty.
Yeah, as always, a big group here. I think this is kind of at least a regional favorite, and I think the people outside of the region need to know about this track. It is a lot of fun. It's got great speed. It creates great racing.
Yeah, everyone who comes here falls in love with it. So if you haven't, if you have one of those, every year I always try to make one race that I just was going to go to that I've never been to before. This would be one people should put on their list.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to call this race a year ago from the race. Like I said, we had some of the best races, and I'm looking forward to that again today. And yeah, we get to start off the morning here with qualifying for Spec Miata, and that's always interesting to watch Spec Miata, always deep in the talent side of things, and always fun to watch these guys. And it's great to watch qualifying because you get to see who's buddies with who and who wants to push each other around the track.
Yeah, and because it's kind of a regional super tour, we get some folks here that we don't normally see on other super tours, and those folks are often really good here because they come here all the time. So there'll be some different names at the top of the leaderboards throughout the race weekend as well.
Yeah, there could be quite a few. We'll wait for those early times to come trickling in, but you know, it could be fun. We always have the typical names like the Dragos, of course.
Right.
He tends to be at a lot of events, but you're gonna have a few others in here that could be interesting to see how they can compete and how they're going to run with this group. It should be a lot of fun.
The Walt drivers are out here getting themselves their tires warmed up and everything. Let's let people know how the race weekend's going to go. Early this morning, we've got 7 race groups, 20-minute qualifying sessions starting now back to back all the way till lunch. And then after lunch, we go race 25-minute races here. And it is going to be a fantastic afternoon. I think, well, weather looks like it's going to be good throughout the whole day. But it is Oklahoma, Lefty, so there is a little bit of precipitation, which could make things very interesting.
Good. Let's get to that because this place race is very interesting, especially with some of these downhill corners and things in the wet. But I think we're going to be dry. Fingers are crossed that it is, but I'm sure it's Oklahoma. It's always windy.
Yes.
Out of every direction, it seems.
So a ton of elevation change here. And there's lots of very cool corners here. As speaking of elevation change, there's also some dust. If you put a wheel off there at the exit turn 1, as we see here.
Yeah, that looks a little dusty.
Yeah. All right, so we're getting through our second race lap. Not probably completely up to temperature yet on the tires, but Brett Kowalski is our early leader in the qualifying order with a 131.6. And then you've got the Stretch brothers, Matt and Logan, of course, the sons of legend Bob Stretch. They're in second, third. Matt Kopchak and Max Stallone, 4th and 5th at the moment. That could all change, of course, in the next 15 minutes or so.
I suspect we're going to see a lot of shuffling of the order here as folks come out there, like to get the tires up to temp slowly. And I think right here, there's a lot of the typical gentleman's agreement among the Spec Miatas to use that one set of tires over the weekend. So you see a lot of stickers this morning, and those will be the same tires. Most of them will run for the rest of the weekend, which I think is a good thing. It's a good, cost control thing that they're trying to do in Spec Miata. And I do love to see that. I love to see the class members working together on something like that. I think it's really good for the class. It's good for the sport.
Well, and if you have to use the tires through the entire weekend, getting yourself set up so that you get that first heat cycle done without putting too much damage into the tires is really important. So bringing up the temperature properly that first time will be very, very important when it comes to Sunday afternoon.
Absolutely. That's why you're going to see this qualifying session be a little bit kind of delayed in who lays down their flyers, because exactly that. They're all trying to warm them up just right. And somebody might take maybe 4 laps on this relatively short track to get them up to temp. Somebody else might think, I'm going to go out on these things early. Let's just see what strategies we've got here in the next 15 minutes.
Yep.
And already into the 29s there with Logan
Absolutely.
Stretch. That didn't take long.
No. 5 minutes into the session and already doing that. So, oh, and there's another one off there. That's a popular spot as they hang it out, coming out of that left-hander, going on to that little short route up to turn 2.
Yeah.
There's no like normal corners here, Lefty. Everyone's either downhill banked, uphill banked.
Yeah.
It's just, there's some really challenging, and I went out on a pace car lap last year. It's a really cool course.
Yeah, the elevation changes just are amazing. The way these things ups and downs, and like you said, the breaking down into turn 2, and then it kind of runs around and up the next hills. But I do love that turn 1 where we've seen that dust cloud coming up at the exit of it. Is you're basically connecting the 2 longest straightaways on the track into one long stretch. So really,
Right.
You do want to get a good egg there, as well as carry a lot of speed. Right now, with the cold temps, maybe everyone's not carrying the speed that they would like to. Maybe when they get out there for the race, later on, they'll be able to. But for right now, it's a little bit cold, but they're just trying to figure out how much grip is there through that fast turn 1.
Every region has their kind of quintessential club circuit. Think Roebling Road in the southeast. Think Gingerman or Blackhawk Farms up by you guys, Larry. This is the quintessential club circuit for this part of the country.
Yeah, and that's why I think a lot of the drivers love this place. They get a lot of different chances to come here, but it has that sort of small track feel. But I tell you, there's some pretty good speed. This is a very technical track for being such a small little place. It is wildly technical, and I think really is challenging to figure this out. And you can still see some more of that dirt getting kicked at the exit of 1. As they continue to go on by there. We'll see that probably all morning.
Yes, definitely. Travis Wiley in the 177 car has gone purple for this session with a 128.898. Just a little bit faster than Logan Stretch with that 129 that we talked about a little bit earlier. So time's starting to come down a little bit more.
Yeah, they're slowly getting there. I see the Stretch brothers now sitting 2nd and 6th. 29.0. For the 98 of Logan, and then of course Matt Stretch down there at 30.2 so far.
Just checking real quick while we're chatting here. So, in addition to wanting to get the tires up to temperature, it is only 49 degrees at this moment. So, it'll also take some time to get some temperature into the track. We're going to get to 64 today, but that's going to take a couple of hours to get up there. So
it'll help with the sunshine. I think beating down on most of the circuit. A couple shady spots there as it gets close to the wood lines. But as the sun gets up high in the sky, we'll get a good, nice, warm track as it goes there. A little bit of shadow running across the track there. And, but I think, once the sun comes out, really gets this place baked in, it'll be a really nice conditions, I think, for some fast laps. Travis Wiley now down to a 28.1. And then second quickest so far, Chris Haldeman, 28.2. So already seeing times dropping into the low 28s. Might even see some 27s as fast sectors continue to come up.
Still a lot of time to go. We still just getting close to about halfway in the session here. So we're going to take our first break. I'm going to do our call to grid for the next race session. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back. We'll have the rest of the qualifying. Stay with us, everybody. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars, that would be our big board cars, GT4, 1, 2, and 3, GTX, A Sedan, and Touring 1. Group 2 cars to the grid.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Motor Racing Circuit qualifying for Race Group 1, that's Spec Miatas. And Travis Wiley still going seemingly a little faster every lap, Lefty.
Yes, he is. He's down to the 27s now, and Chris Haldeman's joined him there. So it's 27.888 for Travis Wiley, Chris Haldeman 27.99. So pretty close between those two, but still Kowalski stretch, Matt Reynolds, the other stretch, Drago still sitting down there in the top 7, all into the 28s. And I think that's where that battle will be. And when we get to race time, it'll be a big train coming through, and it will help to be near the front of this train because this place is tough to pass.
Yeah, definitely tough to pass and difficult because especially if it's your first time here, there's a lot of sight lines. The corners are you come up over a hill and you have to know when to turn in because there's no real marking to do that. There used to be I believe it was a water tower that's gone now that was the turn-in point for one of these uphill things, and they took the whole water tower away, and so everybody had to find a new spot to do that. So there's a lot of that on this racetrack as well.
Yeah, so we'll it is kind of important to be probably in that front group to start this thing. Not to say that come back from 4 or 5 rows deep on the grid, but certainly will be a challenge. But right now, Travis Wiley is doing what he needs to do to be top time so far in the session with about 6 minutes to go.
Looking through the field, it looks like our top 7 or 8 cars are all within a second of each other too. So,
yeah, pretty tight group up there in that top 7 for sure, top 8 or so, and then you start getting to the 29s. We've got in the 8th spot right now is Joe Federal, Max Stallone, Miles Hewitt, Chris Schaefer. So we've got a bunch of drivers there in the 29s, just inside or just outside of the top 10.
Right. And with about 5 minutes to go, there's still a little time for them to squeeze into that top 10. But I would think at this point now, tires are up to temperature, and if you're not in that top group of cars trying to get to that first spot, it's going to be, I don't imagine those 9 through 15 cars are going to squeeze into that top 5 at this point in time.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as we're seeing a bit of a plateau as in the front of the pack. You know, those drivers seem to have kind of hit their peak. We're not seeing any green sectors from them. In fact, some of them may have already pulled in. Travis Wiley, I'm not sure he's even still circling out there right now.
Right.
And then some of the drivers kind of in that, currently 4th row on back, they might still be turning a green sector here too, green being personal best sectors, but still maybe tough to get up into the 27s or into the 28s, like that top 6 or 7.
Right, and some of that might be, as we talked about earlier, just saying I'm not going to put any more stress on these tires because I've got to get them to Sunday. So,
yep, they've gone out there. They did their 3-4 laps of warm up. They were able to lay down the flyer, comfortable with the lap that they got. Especially those that have a lot of track knowledge here, the ones that have the experience here. They don't necessarily need the other ones, which you find a lot, especially kind of the mid-pack in these races. These are the drivers. Maybe this is their first or second time to Hallett. They need a little bit more time to kind of get. I know I would need all the time I can get at a track like that. And some of the folks want to maximize the time in the session if they can.
Yeah, definitely. Make another call to grid here. Stand by. Times. There we go. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid. This would be our GT 1, 2, and 3 cars. A Sedan, Touring 1, GTX. Group 2 cars to the grid. Travis Wiley, still our fast car with a 127.888. It looks like you're right. He has turned 7 laps. We've got other cars out there over at the 10 lap mark, so he's probably pulled in for the session. A couple of other cars up there, Haldeman and Kowalski. Also, hope that's the case for them. But a lot of cars still out there circulating. So to me.
Oh, Matt Reynolds.
Yeah.
I know he's got a lot of track experience here. Former national champ in different classes. He is still out there circling in his Spec Miata, now up to 5th. He actually turned his quickest lap just a moment ago, and still moving up that grid as he just got bumped now down to the outside of row 3 there as Matt Stretch just turned in a 28.4, his best of the session, just to bump Matt Reynolds to the 6th spot. So right now those two occupy the 3rd row. Now 9 drivers into the 28s.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We had a bit of a technological moment there. Of course, whenever computers are involved, that can happen, folks. We apologize. But we are back here in middle of Group 2 qualifying. You haven't missed much. We had a little slow start there as well. Only 5 minutes into the session, Lefty, and Mark Kirby has dropped down the first fast lap of the day.
Yeah, driving that Dodge Viper. He's up on into the 19s. And yeah, a bit of a slow start for these, but when you've got cars this big, tires this big, they take a little longer to warm things up and get up to speed than maybe our Spec Miatas did. So a little more careful to warm these things up.
Well, that's true, and also because they're bigger and powerfuler and have bigger tires, they will help get some heat into this track for the session following too. So everyone will be happy about that part.
Yeah, that group's cheering these guys on to go ahead and take all the laps that they need to take.
All right, so top 5 right now: Mark Kirby, Robert Kaprowski, Brian Carrick, Mike McGinley, and Renee Molina. And then in 6th, the name we don't see very often, Lefty, Lou Gigliotti, kind of a legend in the motorsports world.
Yeah, longtime pro driver. He's got some experience, I'll put it that way.
A little bit.
A lot of experience that we'll be bringing to this group. Currently in the third spot, or the third row, sixth spot overall. Pretty good sized field of GT2s, though. You look at it, and I'm looking at, what do we got, about 10 or 12 GT2s signed up here this weekend.
Yes, definitely a good field of GT2s, a good field of A sedan cars. I see 4 or 5 A sedan cars, so that's nice to see. Also, typically in this area, a lot of GTX cars that come up from Houston, but I only see 1 or 2 this weekend. So,
yeah, looking at the Aston Martin and Michael Young in the GTX car, and Michael Staub in an Audi R8. We've got a couple there. He's from Claremore, Oklahoma. So we've got a few of those GTXs signed up here. It could be fun. A couple of T1s, one of which is some guy named Michael Pettiford, who's shared T1 races over the years. He'll be out here, currently the fastest of the T1s.
let's get ourselves back on schedule. Let me make a call to grid here for our next group. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. GT2, GT3, STU, SMX. Group 3 cars to the grid. And let's help our grid workers out, folks. Get there early so we don't have a traffic jam at the end. Last race group, it looked like back up on the 405 on a getaway for Christmas Eve. So everybody get to the grid as quickly as possible for us. That would be hugely helpful. Group 3 cars to the grid. This is a beautiful camera shot, Lefty. Going up the hill, making that right-hander. This is one of those blind. You got to decide where you're going to turn in with having a whole lot of faith.
Yeah, it looks like there's like not a lot of markers, just a whole lot of space around the tracks. There isn't like, that one unique track thing, whether it's a building or, a tower or a flagpole or something that you can visualize on. It is just kind of blind and trust all the way through there.
That's right.
There's a good shot here coming into turn 7.
So that Camaro, that silver Camaro that just went by, looked like it might have been puffing a little bit of smoke there. Let me see which car that is.
Is it the 177 or the 117? Because they're both out there. They're both A sedans. They're both Camaros.
See if I can pick up. Yeah, and he's going into the pits now too, it looks like. So definitely some sort of an issue. Hopefully that's tire smoke and not anything else. Maybe a little tire rub. That's the easiest to fix.
Yeah, look at that. That might be Schneidermeyer. Might be. It's either Philip Waters or Andy Schneidermeyer.
Right. Mike Kirby with that Viper. Still your fast car right now, 118. So here's the gap. What were you, 128s in the Spec Miatas? Now we're at 118s here. So that is the difference in a whole lot of the different race groups that we have here. This should be our fastest sedan group of the weekend.
Yeah, these cars, this is not the biggest track. This isn't exactly Road America when it comes to straightaway speeds. Look at the trap speeds. I'm not sure where our trap is this weekend, but trap speeds up around the 120 marks in this group, where if you're Road America, what are we, 170 in the GT1s? GT2s are probably 150, 160. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a slower straightaways. But if you look at that layout of the track, and you've got the 2 longest straightaways are basically like half straightaways connected with turn 1. Yeah, this is a bit more twisty, but it's got some really good corners. This place is about balancing the different types of corners and getting in and out of those uphills and downhills.
Well, and at a place like Road America, in a group like this, there's those long straightaways to make those power bypasses. Here, you just get traffic, and sometimes it might take you 3 or 4 corners to find a way to pick yourself through there without getting into anybody's way. So very different strategy, very different driving style needed to be fast at a place like this.
Yeah. Well, we know Mark Kirby's got the top time in the session, but I'm watching the lap ongoing from Michael Quattlebaum in the Corvette, also in GT2. He's the overall fastest in both first and second sector. And they were only half a second apart to begin with coming onto this lap that Quattlebaum's on. Let's see if he can finish it up and get himself a potential top time. So we've got this group now coming out of turn 2.
You predicted it.
Yeah, Quattlebaum now into the 17.8 in his Corvette now, just bumping Mark Kirby's Viper to the second spot.
If you're a warm-blooded American muscle fan, we've got Corvette, Viper, Mustang, the top 3. That is about as good as it gets. Detroit's having a moment here in this race group.
Yeah, but the GT2 is just a fascinating class. Everyone kind of knows about the big GT1s and the biggest of the big, the classic Trans Am cars. But these TA2 cars, as often gets thrown into this GT2, has really kind of had a resurgence. It's become a popular pro series, and a lot of those cars are able to convert over here into the amateur side here, club racing, and it's great to see this kind of level of participation.
Yeah, and you know, in recent years, that GT2 class has kind of become the premier GT class in the club. You know, last year we didn't have a whole lot of GT1 cars throughout the season, and it showed at the runoffs. And now we're back here this year, and still these GT2 cars, it's kind of become the place to race if you're into GT cars. So
yeah, GT1s are fascinating to watch, and I think we'll see a few of those at the runoffs this year with being at Road America. I think we'll get a couple of them. But yeah, they're, hate to say, in some respects, some of them are like museum pieces. They're so amazing and they're fast, but they're getting a little older now. But the TA2 ranks of Trans Am series have brought these GT2 class to life, and a little bit more affordable. But it's amazing to see, as well as some of the dedicated cars that are built, you know, up from in the club ranks for this, specifically for this class. You can take the next. I think that's why we've got a field here of about 13 of these GT2s this weekend. And I see a Panos in this class. Got a Chevy Monte Carlo out there in this class. A little bit of a different body, but all of them lumped here in GT2. It's pretty cool.
Definitely. Beyond halfway through the session. Let's take our break here, and then we come back. We'll get you to the green, to the checkered flag. Here we go. Paddock, attention paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid. Touring 2, 3, STU, SMX to the grid. All right, we'll be right back. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everybody. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HD Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Lefty MacLeod, Brian Bielanski here on the call. And we've got about 4 minutes left in the session. Lefty, what is the update?
Well, so far that laps now are getting faster and faster. Bottom now at a 17.4. Mark Kirby into the 17.8. So those two guys screaming around out there. And a couple more GT2s not too far behind him with Mike McGinley, Robert Kaprowitz. Luke Gigliotti isn't too far down there either. Currently 5th quickest in his GT2 Corvette. So good runs going on there. We've we've got the only GT3, I think, in the field of Chris Edens.
Right.
So we'll keep an eye on him, but I think he might be the only one running out here this weekend at T1 now. Stephen Burns is a little quicker than Michael Pettiford. And then GTX, Michael Stubb is quicker right now than, where's the other? Yeah, Michael Young, the GTX. And in the A sedan ranks, James Stevens, I think, is our quickest A sedan so far in his Camaro out of Illinois. A little quicker than Tim White, Philip Waters, and Andy Schneidermeyer.
Talked about it earlier. We've got those Corvettes, Viper, Mustang up front, but this is one of these classes I love because also in this class you've got a Porsche GT4, a Ford Taurus, an Audi R8, a Panos, a Pontiac Grand Prix, an Aston Martin Vantage. If you can't find something you like in this class, you probably are watching Formula One this morning. 2:47 left to go. Quattlebaum, Kirby, McGinley, Kaprowicz. I'm a Polish boy. I should be able to say Kaprowicz. Gigliotti, your top 5 right now.
The name should be right up your alley.
It should be. It should be.
You two related?
We'll share a pierogi in the paddock after the race is over today.
Nice. I don't know if you can get good pierogies in Oklahoma like you can up in Wisconsin.
I'll trade. I will. I'll tell you what you can get though. You can get some really good barbecue.
You can get some awesome barbecue. Yes.
That's right. That's what I'm doing tonight. That's where I will be tonight. 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go. No changes up front. Quattlebaum, Kirby, McGinley, Kaprowicz, Gigliotti, your top 5. Throw another call to grid out there. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 is SMX, STU, Touring 2 and 3. Group 3 cars to the grid. Got a lot of the usual suspects in the chat this morning. I saw, who did I see this morning? I saw Russ Lungard is in there. Someone asking, does Greg get royalties on the commercials when he's not there? No. We don't get royalties on the commercials when we are here.
That's very true.
All right. Anyway, thanks everyone for being in the chat.
As you call them, our producers.
Our associate producers, absolutely, absolutely. And at the end of the weekend, Lefty, got to keep an eye on that. We'll be naming an associate producer of the weekend, and they will get something cool sent from me. I actually think it's going to be the Hallett event T-shirt from this weekend is what's going to be thrown out there for him. So when you're a guy my size, Lefty, the event T-shirts don't fit me, so it's easy to give them away.
Great prizes.
Exactly. So still not much changing up front. Did I think? Let's see. I thought maybe McGinley popped into third, but I think that's the way it's been that for a couple of laps here.
I think it has as well, and I don't think he's out there now as we don't have a lot of traffic out there. I see our Aston Martin still turning laps. We got a camera right now.
Yeah, I can see him, and
Young.
I can hear that car turning laps too.
Yeah.
That one sounds pretty cool when it comes coming by.
Oh yeah.
Our little announce booth here. Actually, it's a big announce booth this weekend. This thing is ginormous.
Nice.
Normally they put us in a closet, but yeah, we have like a conference room sized room this weekend.
With apparently a lot of sunshine here facing the east this morning.
Yes. Yes.
A good view of eastern Oklahoma, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, it's a beautiful part of the world.
Yeah. Well, Michael Young is still lapping out there. He's second quickest in GTX, but not that far. You know, he's right there in that mix. There of a bunch of got a couple GT2s around him. It's one of those things. Is even if someone in your class is a couple seconds in front of you, there's this field that's got a pretty big spread, and there's a lot of speed in different areas right now.
All right, so the checkered flag is out. So let's go through the top 3 in each class for this particular provisional poll. James Stevens is your pole sitter in A sedan with Tim White and Sam Daniels in second and third. GT2, your top 3 is Quattlebaum, Michael Quattlebaum, Mark Kirby, and Mike McGinley. your top 3 in GT2. GT3, well, the top 3 is 1. That is Chris Eden's, our only GT3 car here this weekend. GTX, we've got 2 cars here, Michael Stab and Michael Young. That's how they're going to start. And in T1, 2 cars in that class as well, Stephen Burns and Michael Pettiford, your 2 cars in T1. Overall, your pole sitter is going to be Michael Quattlebaum. Mark Kirby will be next to him on the front row. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Group 3 qualifying is next. Stay with us, everybody.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. I'm Brian Bielanski, Lefty MacLeod here on the call today, and our next race-up group is Touring 2, 3, STU, and SMX.
Yeah, good little mix in here. This ought to be a lot of fun. And the SMX, of course, our Spec MX-5s will be out there. That's becoming a really popular class already, and a lot of youth, a lot of folks trying to get to the next level. And there's some really talented folks even here this weekend.
Definitely. Definitely. Already a spinner, cold tires. That reminds me of when I do my team racing on iRacing. Every time I go out, my teammates are going, cold tires, cold tires, cold tires. Well,
yeah, I think that's Alan Orban in the Neon. I don't know how many other Neons we've got in the field. I think he's the one. Yep. STU car.
Absolutely.
And the Neon probably needs a little more time with the front drive to get heat in the rear tires. I'm just guessing he might be reminding himself. His crew chief's the radio saying cold tires, cold tires. He's like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know now.
So does everyone else.
Exactly. That's a good reminder for everybody behind him who drove past him when he was pointing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, drivers were heads up on their outlap.
That's right. That's right. I think we've all done that at least once. Yeah. Some of us maybe more than once. Looking at the temperature right now at Hallett, we are up to a grand total of 52 degrees now. So got about 3 or 4 more ambient temperature degrees here, which is good.
Yeah, it's not such a bad thing. No, pulling back in.
And nobody will be complaining about the weather today. So, at least at this moment.
Well, first lap of qualifying looks like the first lap of a race with some side-by-sides coming out of turn 10.
I'm not quite sure that that's the most advisable thing to do, but hey.
Well, it's less than 2 miles around. It's sometimes tough to sort out how you want to go. Obviously sometimes, especially early here, this session, you're not released from grid necessarily in the order that you want to be in. So there's a lot of that sorting still going on out there.
That is sometimes the tough part with the multi-class racing and
the Supra.
Yeah,
I don't mean new one either. That's an STU Peter Federland's out there in that old classic Supra. That is awesome.
Yeah, good stuff. So in this particular group, we've got a BMW M2, a Porsche Cayman, a bunch of Mazda MX-5s. Of course, that's the Spec MX-5 class, most of them. Honda Solstice.
Pontiac Solstice?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Pontiac Solstice. Yes. Sorry.
The now defunct Pontiac.
Don't know why I said Honda. Interesting this weekend, Lefty, a lot of these SMX cars were driving in the STU or SEU class and double dipping, which they can't do this weekend, obviously, because they're now in the same class. So that was those cars were doing a little double duty to get more track time. That's not going to happen this weekend.
No, they're not going to quite get that. They have to learn this place quickly. The good thing is, again, it's only a 1.8 mile track. You're going to need a lot of times around this little bull ring, so maybe some of the bigger tracks don't get quite as many times at each corner. But Spec MX-5 drivers are going to have to do it here in their one opportunity, or find some other car to rent a ride in, I guess, is the other opportunity. But speaking of that, at multiple classes, multiple races, is Michael Pettiford. We just saw him in the last session in a T1 car. He jumped out of one into the next. He's out here now in that Solstice here in T3.
One of the things that made plain is, especially with the younger drivers here in the Spec MX-5 class, is I know Hallett is not part of iRacing, and I don't think it's in Assetto Corsa either. Oh, it is? Okay, so they would have to go to Assetto Corsa to get some time on the sim here.
And these younger Spec MX-5 drivers are definitely into doing that. They will find every possible way to see this track ahead of time. But even in the sim, corners like this, as we're looking at turn 4, I don't know how well any simulator gets elevation change. Assetto Corsa, I have not done much of, but I don't know if you could really mimic that hill and how the dynamics of the car is around there. You can get the basic layout, maybe some of the visuals, but boy, the hills and elevation change really come into play here.
Absolutely. Early on here in the session, Charlie Peter is your fast car. It's a T2 car, a BMW M2. Then you've got David Fiorelli and Justin Adaconis
Ataconas. That's what I was thinking too. Yeah.
We'll go with that. Jack Murchison is in 5th. Camden Hibbett is in 6th. Camden Gruber is in 7th. And Cam Eben is in 8th. Corbin Collins and Will Lucas. Will Lucas stopped up to say hi earlier today. Nice young man. Following his PR person's advice to come up and talk to the announcers.
It's always good. We'll take him.
Absolutely.
It's always fun to talk to drivers.
Absolutely, yeah. No question.
Especially the younger drivers who maybe are at one of their first times at a particular circuit. It's kind of good to hear their excitement or their trepidation about, whether they're liking this opportunity or what they think about the track going into it before they run. And then it's great to talk to them afterward. What did you really think after
Exactly.
you raced here?
Exactly.
Still sorting out. I'm just watching the traffic on this laps, and there's only 20 cars out there. This is sort of short track, but it's like they haven't quite sorted who wants to be leading and following quite yet.
We have 3 Camdens and a Cam here in this group.
Yeah, they're all right now in the rank order next to each other. Camden with a K, Camden with a C, and Cam without the dem.
Yeah.
Actually, we've got so they said 3, and then another Camden Jones, and it's so much popular names. Apparently, if your name is Camden, you like to run in a Mazda.
So we've already had a little contact out there this morning. Brian Heitman in the 25 SMX car had a little coming together with Camden Jones in the T3 Mazda Miata. So
it's a bit early for that, but hopefully they're back and running again.
Yeah, maybe it was one of those unexpected early braking moments.
Yeah. Well, and then, of course, we saw the spin for Alan Orban in his knee on the opening lap. Seems like he's sorted that out. He's fine now.
Yep.
I thought I had seen Patrick Lipsenik in his Subaru pulling right back in at the end of the opening lap, and I don't think he's gone back out again.
He's only completed 1 lap so far, and the rest of the cars are on lap 4, so that seems to track.
So we'll see if he's able to get back out there and all, the Yukon, Oklahoma native.
Yeah, this turn 2-3 combination here is shockingly slow going in.
Yeah. It's that elevation change. The camera shot looking back at the turn 2 really tells that story, but you can kind of see it here from right to left as it just drops away as you get down towards that apex, and then it continues to drop as you go through the second part of it, and then of course it climbs right back again as you get up here towards turn 4.
It's kind of one of those corners where you're giving away the first corner to make the other 2 as good as possible.
But you need that momentum to get up the hill to go to turn 4. So you definitely need a good exit at 2. But it's one of the best passing places on the track when it comes to race as well.
Sure.
So you find a lot of that, like, I'm just going to make the pass, give it the momentum, and hope I can hold a position through turn 4.
This track is one of those that what you do in qualifying is often not at all what you're going to do in the race.
Yeah, for sure. Charlie Peter in his M2 continues to go fast at 22.7 now. Scott Sewell is the other T2 entry. Currently 3rd overall, about 2 seconds back so far from Charlie.
Coming up on halfway here. Let's do our call to grid and take our break. Let's get that out of the way. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 4 to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, P1, and P2. Wings and things to the grid. Group 4. Let's take our break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
We are back here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Group 3 qualifying, Touring 2, Touring 3, STU, and Spec MX5. Lefty MacLeod, Brian Bielanski here on the call. We've got 7 and change left in the session. Our top 5 right now, David Fiorelli, Scott Sewell. That's an STU and a T2 car. Then you've got Michael Pettiford in a T3 car. And actually, I was scrolled up too far. Charlie Parker is our provisional pole sitter at the moment. Then it's David Fiorelli, Scott Sewell, Michael Pettiford, and Justin Atticanis, your top 5 at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like Charlie in that M2 had done a couple laps, happy with his lap, but I don't think he's circling anymore. I think he may have called it quits, going to sit on that 22.7, which is pretty spicy. That's a good lap there.
That is
in
not
T2
bad.
On the overall pole right now. But the Spec MX5s, as you'd expect, they're still slugging it out, but it's still Justin Atticanis with that top time. And right now there's a whole string of them now between his 25.6 and the next second is probably about 8 cars deep there in the Spec MX5. That's going to be an amazing bloodbath in the race. It seems to be every time they go. I remember I watched them at the runoffs. We did the demo races, 2 of them last year. And it was like they fought for every corner. In qualifying, they were fighting for every corner. It was a lot of fun to watch.
Well, and those were demo races for the runoffs, but they were actually national championship races for their series. So it was a big deal for them. You said that lap for Charlie Parker was Charlie Parker. If you like jazz, you know where I went with that one. If you said that Charlie Peter lap was spicy, that's a full 2 seconds faster than the second place car in T2. So that was a fast one.
Yeah, and you think about it, we just watched the big boards a few minutes ago. We were watching GT2s running in the 17s and 18s at 22 in T2 trim with about a quarter or a third of the horsepower of what a GT2 car would have.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Well, and Peter is from Olathe, Kansas. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly, which means this is probably his home track because Heartland Park is gone.
Be, yeah.
So.
Olathe, Kansas.
Olathe?
I'm being told.
I'm not from around here. I'll take Olathe.
A couple of STUs in the field here, and David Fiorelli and his Mustang, the quickest of them. We've also got Peter Federlin and Alan Orban in the Supra and the Neon. And Patrick Lipsenik, who had not completed a decent laps in there at 2 minutes, so hopefully he gets that repaired for the races this afternoon.
Sure.
But I can tell you, Alan in the Neon and And Peter in the Super are going to have their work cut out for him to try and keep up with the speed of Fiorelli down in the 23s.
Definitely. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars, Wings and Things, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Group 4 cars to the grid. Under 5 to go here, no changes up front. It's Peter, Fiorelli, Sewell, and Pettiford, your top 4. Then let's look at the top 5 in Spec MX5. We've got Justin Atticanis, Jack Murchison, Corbin Collins, Elio Mazza, Camden Hibbett. Let's keep going. Ethan Jacobs, Camden Gruber, Cam Evan. Let's see who else we've got here. Justin Mason and Will Lucas. So all of the Spec MX5 cars all stacked up right there. Of course, these are provisional times. We still have a little bit left in the session, and then we'll make sure nobody has any issues in impound afterwards.
And looking at a couple of the Spec MX5 drivers, you got folks like Corbin Collins from Missouri, Elio Meza from Texas. Maybe they've been here before, but then I'm looking at Justin Atticanis, who's right now the pole sitter, the top time in his Spec MX5, Ridgefield, Connecticut. I don't know that he's been out here before. Perhaps he has, but there's definitely some folks that might have had some track knowledge before arriving this weekend, and others that may have been starting on the back foot.
Interesting with this group here, we've had 10 races this year. We've had 9 different winners in Spec MX5 this year. Sorry.
I think it was Ethan Jacobs.
Ethan Jacobs is the only 2-time winner this year. So,
and he's here this weekend, currently 6th on the grid in the Spec MX5s.
That makes sense to me.
From up in some place called Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Oshkosh, Wisconsin, home of the fly-in, on the back steps of Road America.
Yeah.
Suspect he'll be at the runoffs. Actually, I don't know if Spec MX5 is runoffs eligible this year.
I believe it is this year, yeah.
So that should be a fun race at Road America with these cars. Oh my gosh. And we'll get a preview of that coming up at the end of June here with the June Sprints, the Chicago Region June Sprints.
Yeah.
We'll have all of that action live here on the Super Tour live stream as well.
I was just up at Road America last weekend. I was there for the SCCA Time Trial National Tour.
Time Trial, yeah. How was that for you?
It was a lot of fun. Beautiful weather. It was kind of cold on Saturday, but even warmer Saturday afternoon on Sunday, and that track's amazing. And there were, we have about 60 drivers at the time trial, and then we had a couple drivers come out as a track night entry. John Hunter and the gang at the time trial group put on a fantastic event, and everybody had a really great time. There was a Ferrari 458, I think is what it was. It was doing 177 down the front straight. A little quicker than my 117 in my ND Miata.
Yeah, I love it.
It was a lot of fun.
Example of one of the many programs the SCCA offers besides road racing with the time trials, also solo, autocross, road rally, rally cross. I'm sure I'm missing something. We do so much track night in America. All different opportunities for drivers of different levels and monetary commitment to get involved. Of course, you can also get involved as a worker here as well. All the information you need for that is at scca.com. Find out. If you're here at the racetrack, find people dressed in white or orange and say hi, and we love to talk about what we do. So come out and be part of what we do here.
Yes, we do. We love to talk about it. You find one of them workers in white, you ask them what they're doing, they will talk to you for hours.
That's right. That's right. And if they have an extra set of whites in the trailer, in the car, you'll be out there with them in about 10 minutes.
Yep. It's the best place to watch from.
It is. It is. Best place that doesn't have a steering wheel. Touring Tour leader Charlie Peter is your provisional pole sitter right now. His fast lap all the way 6 laps ago, 1:22.767. David Fiorelli is your second fastest car right now. He is your STU pole sitter. He is in the 190 Ford Mustang. His lap was a 1:23.830. Row 2 at the moment will be Scott Sewell in the Touring 2 Porsche Cayman. Touring 3's Michael Pettiford in a Pontiac Solstice is your 4th fastest car right now. These are the times we're running out. We're going to get a checkered flag here any moment here, so those are probably going to stand. Then a whole gaggle of Spec MX-5 cars. Justin Atakanis, Jack Murchison, Corbin Collins, Elio Meza, Camden Hibbett, Ethan Jacobs, Camden Gruber. I think that's your top 6 in Spec MX-5. Going to make another call to grid, then we're going to take our break for our, just until we get to our next group here. So stay with us, everybody. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid, Group 4 cars to the grid. Formula Atlantic Continental FE2 FX Prototype 1, Prototype 2. Group 4 cars to the grid.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Off to the right there, you can see just on the right side of the screen there is a car, and now you can see it even better. So 2 races, 2 spins on the opening lap, or 2 qualifying sessions.
I think it was Paul Crabtree, first car out. I don't know that he got to the wall, but he certainly had a big slide. I suspect it was some cold tires biting him.
Yeah.
Didn't even get to turn 1.
Yeah, I don't think he got to the wall there, but we'll see. He'll probably come in and have his crew take a quick peek at everything, and if everything is all buttoned up nicely, he'll go back out, and then he'll get back after the race, after the qualifying session is over, and he'll go sit in a corner while everybody shuns him.
Yep, he has to buy the next round.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Matt Walker is in the chat. Glenda Reich, Jeannie Hickman, Brian Trzynski, who is, I believe, been in the chat for every day of every Super Tour that we have done since the start of last year. So thank you, Brian. Chris Reagan in the chat this morning. James Lowenhoff. A great name, James. If I didn't pronounce it right, I apologize, but that's a great name. Anyway, Group 4 qualifying is going on right now, Wings and Things. These are our fast Formula cars. We usually have 2 Formula car groups every weekend. This is the faster of the 2 with our faster Formula cars, and then our Formula F, Formula 600, Formula V cars will be out a little later this morning as they get to qualifying. This is a mix of old school Formula Atlantics, new school FE2s, Lefty, and a little bit of everything in between.
Yeah, a little bit of FE2s, obviously kind of that spec built by Formula Enterprises. These things they're all essentially the same except maybe some setup tweaks. But then we've got all these things now into the FAs, a couple of Pro Formula Mazdas, and then the FX, which kind of became the catch-all of a variety of things. And then, I think we've got a P2 out there. And then I think there is a couple of FCs. Just about 2 of them I think I see out there as well. But I'd be curious on that P2 what kind of speed that Jack Donnellan can get up to as he gets that thing wound up a little bit here soon.
Yeah, the P2 cars are a lot of our older sports racer cars. Can fall into that category. We also have some newer stuff in there as well. The P1 cars are some of your new, faster prototype cars that come from some of the Pro Series. I know the Toyota World Prototype Challenge car falls into that P1 group, so lots of different possibilities there.
Yeah, some of the old DP cars and things will fall up into the P1. So the P2 tends to either be a bit of the catch-all, the old classic SCCA sports racers, or it could be some of the newer, just smaller displacement of the prototype ranks. We get a lot of the Elan DP02 cars with 1,000cc bike motors and stuff in them.
The Radicals fall in there somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the one he's got here is listed as a Carbier SR P2. I'll be curious to see. I think we've seen a couple shots of it out there on track. It's probably the only what looks like full-body car out of the track, not a classic open wheel like the rest. See what kind of lap times he lays down. I also love seeing the traditional Formula Mazdas out there with the rotaries and them spitting flames out the back. That's always one of my favorite things to watch.
Absolutely.
There's one going by right there.
Yep. Yeah, those Formula Mazdas have kind of kept that Formula Atlanta class going. We don't get very many of the old school Toyota Atlantic cars or even the Cosworth-powered Atlantics from way back in the day. A lot of that class is now made up of these old Pro Formula Mazda cars now.
Well, we got a couple of, I think we're going to see Hans Peter and I think Scott Fouch. I think they might be, I see Swift 016 and Swift 04, and that might be one of our FC cars, I think that's the 42 of Bill Johnson and his Van Diemen parked sideways across there, just at the exit of 4 or apex of 4. Yeah, one of the FAs going around him.
Yes.
Taking late. Might be Hans Peter. I'm wondering because I haven't seen him trip the timing stripe a second time yet. Yeah, those old Formula Mazdas that are now part of the FA group, they're tanks. They're bulletproof. Those things, they've been around since, the 80s, and they're still out there running strong, still maintaining them. And they've got, especially in the Southwest, there's a couple of areas where they've just kind of continued to run, and just a durable little race car.
They're still tube frame cars, I believe.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about a monocoque being destroyed. They're usually repairable.
Yeah.
And that has kept them going for a very long time.
Yep. And then just single plane wings, nothing too complicated, but they're good little race cars. And then that Mazda rotary spinning in the back of there. Just sorting things out as a couple of FE2 cars go by. We got a lap in the books, it looks like. At least Brock Evans in Formula X in one of those Formula Mazdas there, 119.0. Whitney Strickland in with a 19.2 out of FE2, and then Jared Voorhees in one of the Formula Mazdas classed in Formula Atlantic, their FA in a 19.3. So starting to see some times. Jared Voorhees just dropped in another lap of 18.4 in this Formula Mazda. So we're starting to see the pendulum swinging here and get some speed going.
I'm pretty certain that really slow red car that we're seeing there is that Hans-Peter car, as you said earlier. It is now pulled off there at turn 8. I know they're trying to limp it around to get to home here, but I think there's a cutout there that he can go through, it looks like. So at least we'll be able to keep green here for the session, and then they can go pick him up and get him out of the way later, though. That's unfortunate because those are those old school Atlantics that I always love to see. The Swift 014. I think the Peter's car is a Swift 016.
Yeah, some of them still have the Toyotas in them, but a lot of them now have been converted to the newer gen Mazdas.
Right.
And I'm not sure which motors we've gotten these here this weekend, but either way, those traditional Atlantic cars, they are fast. Speaking of fast, FE2 isn't so slow. Whitney Strickland at a 15.5. Fastest lap I think we've seen by anything so far this morning, including even our big boards weren't that fast. But you'd kind of expect that here in this type of a track without a lot of long straightaways and a lot of twisty bits to see something with wings being one of the fastest out there.
One of our workers out at Cal Club used to be an engineer for Swift back in the day, and when they shut down Swift as a car maker, he went over and he's now an engineer for SpaceX.
Oh, wow.
Cool job if you can get it.
Yeah.
12 and
they
a
always say
half.
it's not a hard job, but it's not rocket science. In his case, it is.
It is rocket science, exactly. 12 and a half minutes to go. Your top 5 right now: Whitney Strickland, Darrell Willis. Those are FE2 cars. Then we've got Paul Riveras in a Formula Atlantic car in 3rd. Formula X is Brock Evans in 4th. Then a Formula Continental car of Bill Johnson in 5th place. So you've got most of the classes represented in the top 5 there as we get to 12 minutes to go in the session. Let's take our first break here. I'll do a call to grid, and we'll get that break out of the way. Stand by. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 5 to the grid, Group 5 to the grid. EFH Production, GT Lights, B-Spec, STL, and Touring 4. Group 5 cars to the grid. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoff Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour DriverSeye Live, bringing you the production this day. Thanks to all of the crew there for doing a fantastic job today, both here and at the production hub. 8 minutes and 35 seconds left to go here in this session. Darrell Willis is your pole sitter at the moment. Paul Riveras is the outside of the front row if it were to end right now, but it's not going to end right now, Lefty. We still got 8 minutes to go.
We do, but I can tell you, the neighbors from League City, Texas, Darrell Wills and Rick Strickland, have been on a pretty good show here in their FE2 cars, as they're both down two of the top three quickest so far in this session. I suspect that they know each other. I'm just guessing that perhaps they've met each other once or twice. With Paul Riveras then in his Mazda and FA nestled between them so far. But yeah, the two in FE2 are motoring around this place right now.
I don't know if we've got a camera around turn 7. There's a debris flag out there. I'm not exactly sure what they're looking at for that moment, but something is on the track. There is that. It might be on the exit of turn 7, possibly. So, all right. Well, anyway, they'll put that flag up for a couple of laps, and hopefully we won't have to send anyone out to get it.
Darrell Wills now into the 13s, 13.6 for Darrell Wills in his FE2 car. That is screaming around this place. Hey, it's great weather for laying down some quick laps.
Yeah,
a little bit of just a briskness in the air, but the sun's been on the track since the sun came up. It's about the right conditions to lay down some lap record type of times.
So I suspect the debris at 7 may have come from car 124, Brad Yake. He had a moment there and spun and continued. They're dropping the debris flag, so it's either been cleared or it will just stay there till the end of the session. So it might not be that big. Attention the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid. That would be E production, F production, H production, GT lights, B-Spec, STL, and Touring 4. Group 5 cars to the grid.
So Bill Johnson from FC now second quickest in the overall in this session in his Van Diemen. Leewood, Kansas into 14.0, so just about half a second behind the time of the FE2 driver Darrell Wills. So Bill Johnson laying down a pretty quick time. I think just a couple of FCs in the field here this weekend. Bill right now is last of that field in the 14s.
All of the Formula Continentals are those Van Diemens.
I love watching FC. It's just guys had a chance to hang out with some of those guys at the various races, and it's one of those, just the right sweet spot for a lot of folks, where it's got the right amount of speed, but also the costs aren't out of control in it. The racing's really good. There's some pro series out there that they can run from those, and so if you're looking at younger drivers coming up, they can run them. Some of the older drivers will like them because of what they are and the costs on them, and they're fast. Look at Bill Johnson's time; he's right up there with the quickest in the session. They've definitely got some fun speed. It'd be a lot of fun to throw one of those around a track like this. Oh, we got somebody right there at the outside of one in one of our Formula Mazdas.
Yeah, I don't know which car that is. Let me see if I can hear and call.
It's moving at least. That said, should be out of the way in a moment.
Yeah, that was Garrett Vilvin in a Formula Mazda. He's out of Allen, Texas. That was that car off the outside of turn 1.
Looks like he's just making sure all the debris is clear and the tires are clean before he starts hammering away at it. There's a shot of our P2 car, Jack Donnellan, going by there. Chickasha, Oklahoma.
There you go. And that P2 car. Trying to figure out which one. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's that Kabir SRP2.
I'm being told it's Chickasha, Oklahoma.
So
I'll leave the opinions of our director up to himself, but it's Chickasha, Oklahoma.
Our producer did time here in spent some time in Oklahoma. So he's our Oklahoma expert.
Yeah, we need one of those.
That's why you made the attempt, Lefty, at Chickasha. I went for Allen, Texas. I couldn't mess up Allen, Texas.
Well, that's a good one to work on.
I love it. 3:25 left in the session. Darrell Willis, Bill Johnson, Paul Riveras, Kenny Russo, Brock Evans, your top 5 as they sit right now provisionally. That would make Darrell Willis, Bill Johnson your front row right now with just a few seconds to go. All these cars still out here putting down laps, Lefty, unlike some of the earlier classes where they did their laps and got out. These guys out here trying to go faster every time.
Yeah, I think the only one that's come in has been Whitney Strickland. He pulled in his FE2 a little bit ago. But yeah, you're seeing a lot still out there. In fact, Darrell Willis looks like he's on a bit of a flyer right now. The other ones just recently, Kenny Russo and Brock Evans, each turned their quickest lap on their 10th lap. So yeah, there's a lot of speed still happening out there.
And no question.
See if Darrell Willis can go faster than a 13.6. He's got a... Not quite, just ran a 13.9, but he just reset first sector fastest. So he's still got some pace out there on his 13th lap. Then you got those Formula Mazdas out there. So your classic old school tube frame ones. Brock Evans, the quickest of those right now, 5th overall. He's at a 14.8. Down from there, Brad Yake, Mark McGahee, right now 10th and 11th in this group, 16.9, 17.0, so real close between the two of them. And then Garrett Vilvin, we saw him spin, but looks like he's got it back underway. Just ran a 18.6, but his quickest so far in the session was a 17.6. So he's not far off the pace there of Brad and Mark in their Formula Mazdas. So I think we saw this last year here as well, a good group of those Formula Mazdas. I think it's going to be a good race between them as things get going later this afternoon.
No question. Question in the chat, where is Hallett? Hallett is in Oklahoma, about 30 minutes or so west of the western edge of Tulsa. Jennings, Oklahoma, technically speaking. Yeah, really cool slice of the country here.
Yeah.
Coming up on the final minute here of our session. Got a couple more sessions here, qualifying sessions, and we're going to take a lunch break, or our workers can come in and get some grub. And then when we come back, 7 races this afternoon. It should be a great afternoon of racing.
Yeah, Oklahoma is kind of becoming a bit of a destination now for SCCA events. Of course, we've got the Super Tour here at Hallett, and we had an SCCA Pro Solo out in Frederick, Oklahoma. Oh, we got a spinner down there in turn 2. Another one of our Formula Mazdas. That's not, again, the same driver. It's not Vilvin. Have to wait and see who that was.
It is the same 13 car.
Was it still Garrett Vilvin?
Correct. Yep.
I had a spin there. Earlier spin was at turn 1. This one at turn 2. I wonder if he's having a brake bias issue or something.
Could be.
Causing a bit of the rear lock bar. I'm just playing around with that. But yeah, I was mentioning about the Oklahoma being kind of a center of SCCA things. Hoosier Super Tour this weekend. We had an SCCA Pro Solo in Frederick, which is about 4 hours southwest of where you are, almost out in Texas. And I think there's an SCCA Solo National Tour coming up at another site in Oklahoma later this year. So quite a bit of activity among the SCCA out there in Oklahoma.
All right, checkered flag is in the air. Darrell Willis and Bill Johnson will be your provisional front row when we get to racing here. Looking at Formula Atlantic, your top 3 cars, Paul Riveras, Jarrett Voorhees, and Scott Fouch. In Formula Continental, you've got Bill Johnson, Eric Presby, and Robert Hansen. FE2, your top 3 cars there, Darrell Willis, Kenny Russo, Justin Upchurch. In Formula X, your top 3 cars are going to be Brock Evans, Garrett Vilvin, and Brad Yake. And then in P2 is our sole P2 car of Jack Donnellan. So that's how they're going to line up when we get to racing here a little later this afternoon. We're going to do a call to grid, and then we're going to take a break before we get to our next race group. Stand by. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5, E Production, 8th Production, H Production, GTL, B-Spec, STL, and T4. Group 5 cars to the grid. We'll be back in just a few minutes. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
We are back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Group 5 qualifying. EFH production, GT Lights, B-Spec, STL, and T4. This should be fun. A lot of different cars in this group.
Yeah, quite the variety in here with different classes, different speeds, and when you get into these types of cars, you also end up with different types of preparation levels between them. So we'll see what the speed looks like early in the session and see how they can make that speed here in the next 20 minutes.
And preparation levels can mean quality of preparation as well as level of preparation.
Yeah, for sure.
And you can read into that however you'd like. And some of these cars are just flat out old in some of these production cars, and sometimes they're hard to keep those cars going. But a lot of our production cars these days have become the newer Hondas, Miatas, so that's part of it. But we also often have the older Austin Healey Sprites and MGs. So,
and some of those well-maintained are very fast.
Yes, when they are well-maintained, they are very fine pieces of equipment.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're not.
Sometimes they're a fine piece of equipment up until the moment that they're not.
Exactly.
But we will keep our fingers crossed and see what kind of speed we've got out here in this group.
A new driver in this group who's not been in this group before is multiple national champion Eric Prill. He's out here racing this weekend in a Touring 4 car, a Touring 4 Mazda.
I've heard of him.
Yeah, he's a guy.
Yeah, he's done some things.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because a year ago he showed up and he was running in a Spec Ford, actually.
Yep, Spec Racer Ford.
Yeah. So this weekend, trying the D4 ranks. This will be kind of neat.
I think the owner of that car wanted Eric in the car this weekend to prove how slow the owner is, maybe?
Well, you'll know very quickly if it's the car or the driver.
That's right. When you put a quality car, putting a quality car in your race car could be a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
So.
The learning opportunity, they say.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Potentially a pretty big group. This will be the biggest session we've seen so far. I think I see 37 total signed up for this session. That's a pretty big group on a 1.8 mile track.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure this is our largest race group of the weekend here.
Yeah.
So. Yes, there are rules here in the SCCA with how many cars you can put on a racetrack. I believe the formula is 25 cars per mile. So the maximum this weekend, 45 cars. Getting real close to it here.
Yeah.
So.
See a couple of names I recognize down the order here. Of course, in that production clip, Ira.
Yep.
He'll be out there. I think he's in his El Sol. The blue one, I think, buzzing around out there.
Yeah, they were working on those cars last night. They were trying to switch around some of the electronics in the cars between the Del Sol, the AIM, which is the dashboard data system. Had very interesting how they were looking for the proper antenna to get the GPS stuff on it. And they had the whole cars torn apart for it, all for data.
Well, another driver listed in a Del Sol. Maybe it's the. Well, no, it's still Cliff's. It is driving a Mazda 2. In fact, it's Jesse Prather, right from this area of the country, and he's always trying different things in his prep shop this year, building that Mazda for H production.
Yep.
So that'll be interesting. Apparently, he's had a little bit of success already so far this year. Still working on the bugs, making that thing a title contender potentially. Good opportunity here. A couple other drivers in H Prod, of course, podium finisher for the runoff. Chris Albin will be out there in the traditional yellow Volkswagen.
You're out there looking for a good YouTube rabbit hole to go down. Jesse Prather Motorsports is a great YouTube follow. He puts out a video pretty much every week, and really quality stuff. What's interesting is he doesn't hide a whole lot, and he's one of the best tune shops in the country for production cars, and he shares a lot of his stuff, so it's a really cool channel to watch. Starting to get our first true flying laps in. Early on, Tyler Ladd is our fast car in an E-production car with a 124.4. And then behind him, Brian Heitman, another E-production car. Ben Jacobs in the E-production car. And as we talked about a little bit earlier, here's no surprise to anybody. T4 Eric Prill up to 4th place already.
Yeah.
I don't know that T4 car should be that fast, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's up there, but I'll tell you what, not far behind him so far is Mark Cephalo.
Yep.
Cephalo in one of the MX-5s. So he's just a couple tenths there, I think, behind Prill's first lap. Ethan Barker also out there this weekend. Ethan, another one of those should be NC Mazdas.
And Cephalo's a good measuring stick because he's always one of the fastest T4 cars out there. So if he and Prill are in the same ballpark, that could be a real exciting race to watch when it gets to later on this afternoon.
Yeah. That should be pretty good right now. In the order, Prill 4th, Cephalo 6th overall, with right between them William Knight in his STL Mazda. But they're all still working on building speed slowly as the session rolls on here. Just a couple minutes in, not even quite to the halfway point yet.
Also have a nice contingent of B-Spec cars here this weekend. Gonna pull those all up here. 9 starters in B-Spec. Kent Carter out of Texas. He is your B-Spec fast car at the moment. Chris Taylor Racing, who preps most of the cars from this region, and many of the cars in the B-Spec class nationwide. He is in 2nd place right now. John Phillips 3rd. Joseph Gersh is in 4th. So nice big B-Spec field this weekend.
Yeah, it should be a really good race amongst them. And again, so far in qualifying, the top 3 just a couple tenths apart. So off to that good start there in that pretty big B-Spec field. A bunch of E-production cars this weekend as well.
Yep.
Looks like about 8 of them, including some guy named Mark Webber that I hear you may have had a conversation with this week.
Yeah, Mark Webber, SCCA Hall of Famer, one of the best motorsports photographers in North America. Not shooting much anymore these days. He's been to the runoffs for a bucket full of years, 60-plus starts at the runoffs. Absolute legend. He was our podcast guest on Inside the SCCA this week, and go check that out as well. Just do a YouTube search for Inside the SCCA. It'll pop right up. Let's take a quick break here, do a call to grid here before we get to that. Just as we get to the halfway point here. Stand by for that. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Spec Racer Ford cars to the grid. Group 6, Spec Racer Ford to the grid. Your qualifying is next. We'll be right back. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
We are back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. This is our 5th qualifying session of the day. E production, F production, H production, GT lights, B-Spec, STL. The B-Spec car of Gary Phillips, the 60 car, I believe has had some sort of a mechanical issue. It's going to be pulled in at the end of the session.
Another driver to note is Jack Schultz, and his H-Prod car has not turned a lap. So perhaps either having a transponder issue or may have pulled back in his MG Midget. So before the break, you were talking about the Eric Prill jumping into the T4 this weekend. Mark Cefalo maybe being a good benchmark. Well, Mark's a really good benchmark because he's got the top T4 time right now at a 25.9. Brill's still sitting at a 27.6, so yeah, Mark's definitely got the pace so far.
Tyler Ladd, Cliff Ira, Brian Heitman, your top 3 at the moment. Those are an E production, then an F production, an E production car. Even Simons. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Ethan Barker has jumped to 2nd place in T4 also, which is going to be a pretty stout group there.
Talk about the F production group with Cliff Ira, Ken Kennard, and then the Simons. Both, Steven Simons and Perry Simons. Yeah, that the whole group's separated by about 2 seconds right now. Within production land is a pretty tight group, but those 4 are some big names. They're gonna have some pretty good races. As the car goes off at the edge of 2 there and into the tires.
Is that Cefalo?
I don't think so.
Maybe
it's
not.
Open top.
Oh yeah, okay.
What I said.
We'll see.
Car's out of the wall. I would guess
doesn't look like there was any damage.
I would guess maybe it's an F-Prod car, but we'll wait and get a number on it before we speculate. And catch a number. I have my suspicions of who it might be, but I'm going to wait until we get a confirmation.
So that was the 6-4 car.
Oh, that would be Perry Simons.
Yes.
Who just on this lap set his highest trap speed. I'm wondering if perhaps the trap speed maybe didn't quite get to the brakes as early as he was hoping for.
Exactly, yeah. The key is if you're going to go fast into the trap, remember where to hit the button, the pedal in the center.
Yeah, well, since he did contact the tires, I suspect he'll be in pit lane momentarily. Pretty soft bun into the tires, though.
Yeah, and there's that car. Looks pretty good up at the moment, anyway.
From our standpoint, yeah.
Yeah, from our distance.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll let him get in and get checked out and all that stuff.
Yeah.
There he goes.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid, Group 6 cars to the grid. Spec Racer Ford 3s to the grid for your qualifying session. 4.5 to go in the session. 2 more qualifying sessions before lunch. Then we'll take a little break and we'll come back at about 12:20 Central Time. And that will be our plan for starting our races for the afternoon. So
that B-Spec group really tightening up. The top 4 now, just 0.6 apart. In fact, it just changed. I was gonna say it was Kent Carter, but now at the top is it looks like Chris Taylor now to the top of the board here with that 33.5. But Kent Carter, Stephanie Anderson, and John Phillips all sub 35. So a pretty tight group in B-Spec.
Which is often the case. Oftentimes they put on one of the best races of the weekend. That Chris Taylor car is the mellow yellow liveried car. A couple of years back, the runoffs, they all had different specialty liveries. And he put together the whole Trickle Days of Thunder livery and kept it.
Well, drivers in that class continue to lay down their fastest laps right now. So we've got now Andrew Jansen up to 6th in that class at B-Spec. But up to 5th is Joe McLugan now in his Mazda 2. Less than a second off of the top time held right now by Chris Taylor. So again, that group is starting to tighten up, and they're all running faster, even on laps 9 that I'm seeing in the timing now.
With 3 minutes to go, we can take a look. E-Production, your top 3 is Tyler Ladd, Bill Miller, and Ben Jacobs. In F-Production, your top 3, Cliff Ira, Ken Kennard, and Steven Simons. GT Lights, Roy Lopshire and Peter Zeckert, 2 cars there in GT Lights. H-Production, Jesse Prather in the Mazda 2, Ralph Lindau and Chris Albin. STL, your top 3, Jake Anton, William Knight, and Scott Bettinger. And then T4, we've got Mark Cefalo, Ethan Barker, and Eric Prill, your top 3 in T4. This is another one of those class races with a lot of different cars. We've got the BMWs in E-Prod with the Mazda MX-5 Cup cars. Then you've got Cliff Ira with his Civic Del Sol. We've got an Acura Integra out there. Ken Kennard is your reigning F-Production national champion. I believe Cliff Ira was the national champion the year before, if I'm remembering correctly. I'll have to go back and pull up my notes. So, some really cool cars there. A Pontiac Solstice, a Toyota Tercel, a Volkswagen Golf. A little smattering of awesomeness in this class.
Yeah. S2000 running over there in STL, and obviously plenty of Mazdas. Always have lots of Mazdas.
Yes.
But then even a couple of the LBCs, little British cars out there with the MG Midget. And then, of course, the Japanese, little Japanese cars, the Datsun 510 out there of Paul Evans.
Yep,
and a Toyota
Yaris in B-Spec to round the whole thing out. So, yeah, tons of good stuff out here. Two more qualifying sessions before we get to our break, and then 7 races this afternoon. And then if you just can't get enough of this, like Lefty and me, you can come back at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll do it all over again.
I tell you, that front 3 on the overall in the session, those 3 production cars, between Ladd, Miller, and Jacobs, 8/10 between them. And if things continue, those 3 are going to start front 3 positions in class and on the grid. It could be interesting E-Production race this weekend.
Yeah, but take a look at who just threw down an STL car. William Knight just threw down his best lap of the day on the final lap, or almost the final lap here, a 125-127 to launch himself into 3rd place overall. Yeah. And that car just putting in 2 personal bests in the trap and in Sector 1. So he looks like he might even be on a flyer one more time.
He might be looking to move up even higher and get into that front row between Ladd and Miller and bump one of them down. I also saw Brian Heitman in another E-Prod car just bump up to 4th overall, with Jacobs now down to 5th.
Yeah.
So a lot of shuffling still happening. 4 out of the top 5 E-Productions are all within 8/10. And as you mentioned, now you got Knight thrown in there as well, who's on a decent lap. Can go personal best in Sector 2, but we'll see if he can lay this down. This is going to be the last lap, as I see a checker waving there at our starter stand.
Keep an eye on this final lap before I start giving you a rundown here, because it could change here. Oftentimes it doesn't, but let's see what we got going on. Not certain the third sector loop is in, because I don't see very many third sector times popping up, so
I think they're all about to come through.
Yeah, that could be it also.
Big group right there of 4 cars. See what kind of lap times they've got.
That was Ben Miller that just crossed the line. Let's give it a rundown now, and if it changes, remember that this is provisional, so don't hold me to it. Here we go. Our top 3 overall are Tyler Ladd, Ben Miller, and William Knight. Let's go by class. Your B-Spec top 3 is going to be Chris Taylor, Kent Carter, and Stephanie Anderson. Your E-Production top 3 is Tyler Ladd, Bill Miller, and Brian Heitman. In F-Production, your top 3, Cliff Ira, Ken Kennard, and Steven Simons. GT Lights, your top 2 cars, because there are only 2 cars, is Roy Lopshar and Peter Zeckert. In H Production, Jesse Prather, Ralph Lindau, and Chris Albin. Looking at STL, you've got William Knight, Jake Anton, and Scott Bettinger. And then looking at T4, your top 3 there, Mark Cephalo, Ethan Barker, and Eric Prill. We're going to do one more call to Brit, then we'll take our break before our next qualifying session. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
We are back live. This is Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. If you've never been here, you should make the trek to just outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma. We are at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Larry, Lefty MacLeod, Brian Bielanski here on the call. Of course, all the folks at DriversEye Live making the things look pretty. Appreciate all of their work. And now we have Spec Racer Ford 3, one of the quintessential SCCA race classes, Lefty.
Yes, it is, and it's definitely one of my favorites. Might be my favorite, actually. I love this. It is classic spec racing. Everybody's got the same equipment. Everybody has the same engines. Everything is exactly the same. A couple little setup tweaks, but racing is the best racing because it's all about that race craft. It's about setting up for passes and watching your position and defending correctly. And these guys race clean. If you watch these races over and over every weekend, different super tours, the racing is always just so clean. They know how to make the slip by, the right pass. They know how to do bump drafting. These guys know how to work together when they need to. It's beautiful stuff. And qualifying sessions is no different. As you can see them rolling out of the pit lane already, they're coordinating to get their buddies together because a pack of two, maybe a pack of three is faster than by yourself. And that's what they're doing right now to set themselves up.
I got picked on yesterday. We were out talking after the testing session yesterday. And I mentioned that my first driver's school was in a sports Renault, which is the first iteration of these cars, which makes me old, which is fine. I'm good with that. Now they're on I guess this would be the fourth generation of this, because it's
like 3.1.
Yeah, 3.1. But
now with the
Ford
SCCA gearboxes.
Yeah, with the SCCA gearboxes, most of these cars have those now.
Yeah, and some of them do, some of them don't. And what we found at the runoffs is about the top 10 had them. There were a couple of guys that could sneak around the top 10 still with the old age patterns. But so it wasn't necessarily a requirement. They can run side by side. They're not scored differently or anything. But it seems a lot of guys just feel like the SCCA is the easy button. It's an expensive easy button.
Right.
But once it's in, they seem to be durable. And it makes the driving just easier when it comes to gear selection.
Well, it also kind of upgrades the cars to be more transferable in technology and knowledge to other stuff going on in the racing world today.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that we're trying to attract younger drivers, sometimes their cars are a little archaic, and when you put those SCCAs, the sequential gearboxes in, it kind of upgrades it to something that might be more transferable to the next level for a driver, which is also not a bad thing at all.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. And this class often has a little bit of youth, but a lot of veterans, a lot of folks that get into it and really like that idea of spec racing and being on equal terms with your competitors, and different tracks and things. Almost like it really is truly like a series. A lot of these guys up against each other all the time, and it's become an attraction point. It's one of the 2 or 3 real typical classes when we get to the runoffs that it's a must watch. This Spec Miata, maybe Spec MX-5 is on its way to being that way. But Spec Racer Ford is definitely in that mix. It's a must watch, and here we are, must watch in qualifying.
Well, and I remember one year we had at the sprints, we had 87 Spec Racer Fords back in the day with sports Renaults, and I suspect this year at the sprints and at the runoffs, because it's at Road America and one of the most beautiful and iconic racetracks in the United States, I would not be surprised to see a Spec Racer Ford or a Spec Miata field that is going to be nearing 80 cars.
Yeah. And we had that the years at Indy. I think we've had that in the past years that Road America hosted back in 2020, the most recent time with the runoffs. We're going to see it again. It's just generally a popular class and gets more popular the bigger the stakes, the bigger the notoriety of the track. So very cool here is everyone's still getting some meat in the tires. These cars often need about 3-4 laps to kind of get into that groove. So we'll kind of see early on right now, top times at 23.7 by Peyton Long. So just going to wait and see. I don't suspect that time will be the only one we'll see in the 23s.
Sure.
And that was already proven as the 44 entry of Liam Flanagan already into the 23s with the top time so far in the session. That'll continue to happen along the way. We'll see a little dust kicked up in the background. I see back there. Waiting for the Stevens to get out there. I saw Rich Stevens out there in this group. See him show up. We've got a couple of Vogels out here as well. Got some names.
Yeah. While we're early in this session, I want to wish a happy birthday to one of the folks who's often in our chat. I don't know if he's in there now, but he's one of my old school teammates, Tristan Smith from Atlanta region, a Nissan driver. Still got a 300, and I think he's actually putting a 370Z together to go touring racing with. But anyway, happy birthday, Tristan.
All right, top time now into the 22s. Peyton Long back in that top spot, 22.5, but for a moment there, it was Nils Macias with that 23.1, but Nils on the lap here, so just still kind of getting things up to speed, waiting for all the fast laps to really get leveled out, and then we'll really have a better idea. As well as, not only are they getting things up to temp and getting familiar with the track, there's 35 cars on track right now.
Right.
Track, getting your own space or getting you and a buddy connected together to do what you want to do around this place takes a couple laps to coordinate. So we'll let those kind of things sort themselves out. Grant Vogel now up fourth quickest into the 22s. The top four, less than 2 tenths. So let's throw in the top 5 there. Flanagan, Stevens, Long, Grant Vogel, and then Malley. The top 5 are just over 2 tenths apart.
So interesting, I was going to say, while I was not talking and thankfully you jumped in, I was pulling up the Super Tour point standings right now. Interesting this weekend is that the vast majority of the top 10 in this year's Super Tour are not here this weekend. So Russ Turner, Robeson Russell, James Goffrey, Morgan Burkhardt, Todd Vanacore, Richard Baldwin, Grant Vogel is in 7th in the standings. He is here this weekend. The point I'm trying to make is that this is an opportunity for a lot of drivers who might not necessarily be top 10 cars when all of that talent is here to put on a really good showing and push themselves up in the point standings if they're trying to make that run to get to the runoff. So that is also, I think, a big play this weekend for some of these drivers to get out here and get a really good point scoring weekend, and they can launch themselves up that standings board and give them an opportunity, if they have sights on getting to Road America in October.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's a great chance to score some points and to demonstrate, to show your crew, your team, your partners and sponsors, if you have any, what kind of pace you've really got.
Right.
I think it'd be really good racing. And again, we're seeing how tight it is in the front. Liam Flanagan now with 22.1s, but Long, Rich Stevens. I believe Rich Stevens is in part of that Fast Guys in the Denny group. Actually, Rich Stevens is part of that, so he's got some fast friends. I know Rich is quick as well in that group. Grant Vogel, you talked about him. He's top 10 right now in series points. He's currently 4th on the early provisional grid. So yeah, there's definitely some talent out there that is going to bunch up, but I think the racing will be fantastic, and it's somebody who can get up into the top 5 or top 10 that maybe thinks they normally can't. They can put on a pretty good show and get themselves ready for the runoffs.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Denny Stripling and Dave Ogburn aren't here this weekend. They're all Texas-based, and I would have thought they'd have been here. So, but anyway, it'll be fun to watch and get to know some of these drivers who we don't get to call their names very often.
Well, one of them is Ron Palermo. Just went to the top spot, 60 thousandths ahead of Flanagan. Now is Palermo. So those top 2 into the 22.1s with Long, Stevens, and Vogel, just a couple of ticks back from them.
And of course, you look at where some of these drivers from: Bixby, Oklahoma, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, Conroe, Texas. So I mean, these are all local. Basically, this is probably one of their home tracks. So.
Yeah, very likely it is. Well, Rich Stevens, I mentioned him. He's right now top of the leaderboard here, 21.7. First one to crack into the 21s is Rich.
Coming up on halfway here, let's take our break here. Call to grid for the next group. We'll do that right now, and then we'll have all of the action right to the checkered flag. Attention to the paddock. Group 7 to the grid for our final qualifying session of the day. Formula 6, Formula F, Formula V, Group 7 cars to the grid. We'll take our break. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. 7.5 minutes to go in qualifying session. And we've got some cars out here doing some stuff, Lefty. We had the 99 car of Joshua Justice had a what was described as an interesting off at turn 2. He has continued. And then we saw on our screen there the 18 car, I believe. Wasn't that Gary Glanger? I believe that is the case. I think you're muted, Larry.
Hey, let's try that again. Yes, the 18. Even the system was telling me, hey, you're muted, dummy. But yes, the 18, it was somewhat involved in that. It looked like he was able to continue. Don't know if he went into the pits or continued to lap, but things got cleared pretty quickly.
Let's see, Richard and Tyler Stevens have some fans in the chat mentioning that the pole today probably be in the low 21s. Perfect conditions, and that is absolutely correct. Thank you, Racer X, for all of that. Oh, I believe that's Denny Strickland.
It is. It is the Denny of Three Fast Guys.
Why aren't you here, Racer X? We miss you. Okay, now I'm calling shade to the people. I shouldn't do that. It's supposed to be the other way around. 6:16 to go here. Top of the order is Liam Flanagan, Peyton Long, Richard Stevens, Tyler Stevens, Grant Vogel. That's your top 5 right now.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight grouping again. At this point, it's just the order. The gaps are next to nothing. 6/10 covers the top 6. So pretty close. Gary Glanger, Joseph Maley, Carl Hayward, and Chris Funk rounding out the top 10.
You know, Lefty, this is one of those classes where it's a real tight-knit kind of family. A lot of these drivers come out of prep shops where there's 10 or 15 cars all paddocked together. They hang out all weekend long. They hang out after the racing is over, share some stories, have headaches on Sunday mornings, and it's a really fun group of people that get together and do this every weekend in this class. We get a couple of classes like that. I also think about Formula V, Formula 600. Yeah. Those are those real tight-knit classes where the people have been doing it for decades in some cases.
I'd say H Production is another one of those.
Yes, absolutely.
Real push, obviously, with the H Production nationwide championship points, and that whole group there, they are a very tight bunch. Whether they're the newer cars, with the Mazdas or the Volkswagens or some of the more classic LBCs, they're a real tight bunch, and it's great to see that kind of camaraderie going on amongst competitors.
Right.
Whether it's like you said, the V's, or here in Spec Ford or some of the other classes, it's a really neat part of SCCA that you really don't get anywhere else.
And we talked about some of those drivers who are at the top of the standings not here this weekend. Russ Turner is in the chat, so they might not be here physically, but they are absolutely here watching the competition to see what happens. Hi, hello, Mr. Turner. Welcome.
Great to see Russ and Denny in here in the chat. Just can't stay away, even a weekend where they're not at the track. They got to keep their eye on, keep the curious eye open for what's going on in their class.
I'm sure it's the fantastic announce crew that's bringing them in.
Sure. I'm sure they don't have the broadcast on mute.
Exactly. Liam Flanagan is your pole sitter provisionally at the moment with a 121.3. So Mr. Stripling's guess that the low 21s was going to be the pole spot on at the moment. Now a 121.2. Tyler Stevens pops to the pole at the moment with a purple lap. Liam Flanagan down to second. Richard Stevens just turned his fastest lap as well. He is in third place. That lap a 121.4. Peyton Long at the moment would be the outside of row number 2.
Yeah, I'm guessing Tyler and Rich Stevens are working together out there, probably nose to tail, doing a little bit of bump drafting around. You watch them running similar trap speeds, similar sector times, and that's helping a little bit. You can see there Tyler, the beneficiary of it. We got a spinner right there in turn 2.
I wonder if that is that 17 car again. It spun earlier, the 18 car, Gary Glanger. Might be. Yeah, it was the Glanger car. I think we mentioned this on an earlier class with a car at maybe a brake bias issue.
Okay. Could be.
Yeah. I also wonder, and I've not raced here, but I wonder if you just get slightly offline on that downhill left-hander, that you just, if you're not right at the apex there, you get really loose. That's also a possibility, because I've seen a couple of cars do that. Russ Turner says he came for the commentary. Thank you for being kind, but I know that's not true. Stevens, Tyler Stevens is your pole sitter. Liam Flanagan. Let's go a little deeper. Grant Vogel is 5th. Hernan Palermo is 6th. Nils Maceus is 7th. Gary Glanger 8th. Tyler Fox 9th. Joseph Malley is 10th. 11 through 15, we've got Carl Hayward, Rob Peelsticker, Scott Monroe, Chris Funk, and Sal Weber. That's your top 15 as they stand right now with 2 minutes to go. Russ Turner suggests Gary must have something wrong. Yep, I think that we've all kind of come to an agreement on that situation.
Yeah, I would think so. Both of them kind of in those off-camber kind of 180 turnarounds.
Yeah. Attention the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid. Group 7 cars, Formula F, Formula 6, and Formula V to the grid. Someone put up a puff of dust there, and when everyone went through, it was kind of cool looking.
Yeah, that little kink there, I think it's at 8. A lot of folks are kicking up some dust right there. Or at the exit of 8, entry of 9, even, it looked like a little bit there.
Yeah.
For that car.
Martin House corner. The other cool part about this track is because of all the elevation change, we get some gorgeous camera angles here.
Yeah.
Big props to the DriversEye folks for giving us these pretty pictures today. Elevation changes make for pretty camera angles.
I love this shot right here on top of the tire barrier, looking back up at turn 2.
Yeah.
Gives you a real sense of what that elevation is like, under braking all the way in.
Yep. We should be seeing our checkered flag here any moment.
Not too much changing in the order in the last couple minutes. Everybody's just but a lot of folks still out there, though.
Oh, yeah, there's a car way off in the distance there. You can see him.
Back at everybody's favorite, turn 6. I'm just saying that. It's the corner. Is that him trying to resume and on the outside there of the straightaway? Yeah, it's the number 9 car of the 09? Oh, no, it's the 9 of Tyler Fox. Kansas City, the number 9.
Waiting for the flaggers to give us a confirmation on that, but that appears to be 100% correct. I think that they're calling that the 9-9 car of Joshua Justice.
Really?
But oh, and now they're saying it's the 199 car. I think we're confused on the car number.
So,
I really
so
do
much
think
for
it was.
100% sure.
Yeah, I do think it was the 9 car of Tyler Fox, though. I think we were right.
That big giant 9 on the front of that bodywork kind of looks like it, but we are not official in any way, shape, or form.
No. We're just here for the entertainment value.
Yeah.
All right, let's go over our top 10 cars here. Our provisional starting order: Tyler Stevens, Liam Flanagan, first and second. They'll be your front row provisionally. Then on row 2 should be Richard Stevens and Peyton Long. Row number 3 will be Grant Vogel and Hernan Palermo. Row 4 should be Rob Peelsticker, Niels Museos. And then row 5 should be Gary Glanger and Tyler Fox. That's how they're going to stack up. Let's do a quick call to grid and take our break. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid. Group 7, Formula V, Formula F, Formula 6. Group 7 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. We'll take our break. We'll be right back. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everybody.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
We are back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. You'll see some cars pop into our frame here in just, there they are. Our final qualifying group of the day. It's like magic, Lefty. I don't know how that happened. Magic hands. Anyway, we are starting here.
Cameras.
Our final, that's true. It's completely lost. We are on our final qualifying session of the day, group number 7. These are some of my funnest of call cars. Formula F, which we used to call Formula Ford. We'll explain why in a minute. Formula V and Formula 6, which we used to call Formula 5 and Formula 440. That's actually more obvious why that's changed. But we're here. 20 more minutes, Lefty.
Yeah, this will be a lot of fun. I love these classes. I think with the runoffs, I've been calling these the last couple of years. But looking down this list, the one that pops started out is Jason Martin from the F6 entries, River Grove, Illinois. Jason was part of one of the best races of last year's runoffs there in the F6. Of course, Cal Stewart got the win, but Jason was less than a tenth or about a tenth. Those two were side by side at the finish, and they put on lap after lap after lap, just the best racing in VIR, and I can't wait till these guys stack up again later in this year. But Jason, such an aggressive racer, aggressive in not contact up like that, but he took every corner he needed to take to try and hold off Cal, and Cal would motor by him. It was just, if you get the chance, go back and watch that race. But we're going to see Jason here in this qualifying session, along with a couple of FFs, Keith Hall, Cliff Johnson, Steve Meyer, Nathan Down, and a couple of FVs. Not the biggest field. We had 35 Spec Fords out there a few minutes ago, and now we've got it's only about 8 cars on track this session.
Yeah. Speaking of Calvin Stewart, if you're interested, I had a nice chat with him on the Inside the SCCA podcast a couple weeks ago. He's up from your neck of the woods.
He is, yeah.
And really cool guy. Fun conversation, so check that out as well.
I do have to listen to that. I do love talking to Cal. I go over and I talk to him at the runoffs. He and his wife and his crew chief are the hardest working people you will ever see with a 3-person team. And now he's multi-time national champ, and he's just the sweetest guy who just loves getting out, loves the class, loves his competitors, loves racing. So he's a pretty cool dude.
When I interviewed him at the runoffs last year, I was like, I got to get him on the podcast. Just a really passionate guy.
Yeah.
He has the passion.
Yes.
But good stuff. Good stuff.
And this will be interesting because that F6, FF, at varying tracks, they run similar pace.
Right.
Obviously making speed differently, with the F6 is generally more straight line speed, the FF's more cornering speed. Without a lot of straightaways here, I would think that the FFs could have the advantage, but Jason, being Jason, may say otherwise in his F6 entry.
So we should have 2 decent groups of races in this session when we get to race time. Got a nice 4-car field in Formula F and a 4-car field in Formula V. Another one I'm surprised not here is the I've absolutely 100% lost my train of thought. Stand by. I'll come back with that in a second. Wow, it's getting old stuff, Lefty. It kind of stinks, doesn't it?
Getting old is getting old.
I'm surprised the Whitstons aren't here because they're based out of Texas as well, a couple of them. So I would have thought they might have been here this weekend with their Formula Vs. Interesting the cars that aren't here this weekend.
Yeah, hopefully they decided to join us in the chat at least.
Yeah.
If they're watching it, as we've seen already a couple of races today where the folks that aren't here from those classes tend to join in and listen along, watch along, and that's always cool.
We've got a Graham Smith fan in the chat, S13Z, S130Z. Also, someone American Sim Racing says Sven De Vries, Formula F 600 champ, and him are cooking up a race team. That could be fun.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Sven's a great driver on F6 a couple of times. Most recently at VIR in the rain 2 years ago. He won an Indy the year before in a fantastic race that he was in. He's also from my neck of the woods. In fact, he's from my region, my little tiny 142-member region here in Saginaw Valley region, and spent a part of that. So cool that he'll be getting into doing some more racing. He's a good guy.
All right, so first hot lap starting to come in. Jason Martin just went purple with a 1:23.862. He is in that Nova car, but don't wait too long because Nathan Downs kicked him back a spot with a 1:23.862. Fast lap there.
Yeah, so there's that FF versus F6. Again, I would think advantage might be because of the type of track. Maybe the FF, if they got the right gearing to get out of these digs and things, whereas, Jason has got the straight line speed, but both these drivers are going to be hustling these things around, and right now, very close, just 0.8 between them early on, and there's the trap speed of Jason Martin, 108.9 to the 106.9 of Nathan Down in the FF. So there's that difference, about 2 miles an hour difference between them on the straight line speed.
Also, early on, your Formula V top three, Michael Nitz, Mark Richardson, and Bill Lauer. Again, really early, 3 laps into this session. So I suspect that this will all shake up a little bit between now and when we're all over here.
Yeah. Also, Formula V, Graham Smith is registered. I don't know that he's, again, it could be a transponder issue, or maybe he's not out on track, but we don't have any times yet for Graham.
Well, someone is here rooting for him, so I think they think he's here, other than just being on the list. Maybe they just saw him on the list. But
if he's out there, he'd be in the number 5. Again, we sometimes do have transponder issues, so it's very possible that he's out to turning laps, and we just don't have official times yet on our timing and scoring. Which, if you want to follow along on timing and scoring, go to SCCA.com, click on the link at the top of the main page there, and we'll take you to a live timing and scoring session. And if you want to see the times of the prior sessions, you can click on other sessions. It'll take you to a whole list. You can download any of the results of the 7 or 6 sessions so far, this being the 7th and final one, I think, before lunch.
Yeah, so what you do is you take your tablet or your phone and put timing and scoring in there, and then put us up on the big screen. So
exactly.
Just my tip, my suggestion.
All right, the Swift DB6 and Nathan Down, quickest on the track, 22.6 now. That is moving pretty good. Jason Martin so far to 24.2, but Jason's still working on picking up some speed there in his F6.
Knowing how fast Jason is in that F6 car makes me think that, like you suggested, this is more of a Formula F positive track with the tight corners and no big straightaways for those Formula 6s to stretch their legs.
Yeah, I've seen this at a couple different tracks, like a Road America. The F6 would have the advantage, even a VIR with its digs, F6 would be the advantage. But a place like Sonoma, where it's all twisties and not much straight, FFs seem to be faster there. And I think certainly here we're seeing the same thing.
Well, and you get that get the benefit of the aero on the Formula 600s on the longer straightaways. We talked a lot about that with Cal Stewart, how important that aero is for those cars, and that is a big difference between the newer versions and the older versions of those cars. Not even so much the motor that you put in it, but it's a lot has to do with how slippery the front of those cars is. You take advantage of that on a longer track. Not quite as much of an advantage here on the shorter twisty stuff.
Yeah, to give an idea, the trap speeds here for Jason Martin were about that 108.9 miles an hour. Trap speed at VIR at the runoffs, if I recall, for Cal, who was the quickest, was about 142 miles an hour.
Wow.
And that would have been down Madison Avenue, that back straight. Might have even been a touch quicker going down the front straight. But yeah, that shows you how fast. And Cal's one of those that really focuses on that trap speed. You watch him and he's doing everything he can to streamline that body work. He was testing different air boxes last year at the runoffs to try and get that high trap speed, and it paid off. It might be the reason he got the win. He worked so hard to get the trap speed. So here at a track like this, not really the game. It's a lot more about the balance and the handling.
That's right. And look at Cliff Johnson now, and that Piper DF5 out of Stillwell, Kansas, just kicked down a 1:23.083 lap. That's a big lap here.
Yeah. So he's got best lap overall right now over Nathan. So those 2 FFs now occupying that front row. Jason now bumped down to third as the only F6 in the field. I'm sure he'd like to maybe kind of race with these guys when they get to it in the afternoon.
Right. Just at the halfway mark, let's take our final break of the morning. We don't have to call anybody to grid because lunch is next, but we'll take our final break, and then we will come back and we'll go all the way to the end of the session here. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
7 minutes, 30 seconds approximately to go in our final qualifying session of the morning. Formula F, Formula 6, Formula V here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. The Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Lefty MacLeod, Brian Bielanski here. And we are getting ready to wrap this morning qualifying done, Lefty, and still some fast times out there.
Yeah, there definitely are still with Cliff and Nathan, the top two. Nathan just closed that gap to 11 thousandths between them, and then Nathan just went a little quicker even at 21.5 to Cliff's 21.8. But Jason Martin, just as I'm talking, did a 22.5 in his F6. I noticed he was on a good one, and that was it. One thing I just observed there was, looks like going through, is it turn 9, a little bumpy, and I'd be curious, anybody who's been out on track, if there's a bit of a bump just before apex on that corner there. In an F6, which doesn't have a whole lot of suspension movement, that could really be an effect trying to get that dig to get down that straightaway down to turn 10. That could affect the F6s more than some of the other cars.
Also, let's take a look real quick at our Formula V cars out there. We've got Mark Richardson in the Vortec out of Washington, Illinois. He is your pole sitter in Formula V at the moment. Michael Nitz in a Mysterian M2 out of Menominee Falls, Wisconsin. There's a car dealership there, and they've got the greatest jingle, Main Street in Menominee Falls. Never mind, I just don't know why I remember that. Grew up in Wisconsin. It's old school stuff. Bill Lauer, Protoforum P2 out of Cottonwood Falls, Kansas is your third fastest car in Formula V. And I still don't think Graham Smith is out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he is.
Anyway.
So it's good little close battles there. Mark Richardson and Michael Nitz very, very close there. Just a couple of tenths there separating them in the V's. And then, of course, the close battle at the top there, Nathan Down and Cliff Johnson just now 7 tenths apart as Nathan just clipped another couple of tenths improvements here to a 20.9 for Cliff. Now, these two are just, they must be nose to tail because every time I start talking about one, the other one lays a lap. The two of them now are 20.9, 21.1 between Cliff and Nathan. So if we see them on camera and you see two FFs nose to tail, it's probably Nathan.
Yeah. That
Jay Messenger in the chat saying those guys are going to make it a good race.
Yeah.
Jay knows he's run his share of FF races. Probably run against those guys before.
That car dealership in Wisconsin, the most quintessential Wisconsin name, Ernie von Schledorn. I'm done with my memory lane of Wisconsin for at least today. No, I'm probably not. I'll start talking about bratwurst later.
Suddenly I regret not getting some spotted cow the last time I was up there.
Oh, there we go. Top 5 right now: Cliff Johnson, Nathan Down, Jason Martin, Steve Meyer, and Keith Hall. Here's your top 5 cars. 4 of them Formula Fs, with Jason Martin, the Formula 6 meat in that Formula F sandwich. He's the 3rd place car.
There's Jason there coming into turn 10. Going into the pits behind him. Might be Steve Meyer.
4.5. About 4 minutes ago. Let's tell you what's going to happen this afternoon. Starting at approximately 12:20 Central Time, we'll have our race group number 1 Spec Miatas, and then after that, 6 more races back-to-back, 25-minute races this afternoon. All of the qualifying cars that you saw this morning will be back out this afternoon for their races, and then hopefully you'll join us again tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time for qualifying, and a very similar schedule tomorrow with racing starting up at 12:30 in the afternoon. Those races are going to be 35-minute races or 27 laps. We hope we'll get them all in on laps. It'll be great racing for the next, I guess, what, day and a half? Loving it.
Yeah.
Loving it. In our earlier qualifying sessions, Lefty, we had some cars that would, set down their fast lap and then go in. No, these guys, they're taking every opportunity to go after each other here.
Well, and I think they need to, because Michael Nitz in the FV just now has the fastest V time ahead of Mark Richardson now by about a half a second between them. So 33.1 for Nitz, Richardson a 33.6. They both did their fastest lap most recently, but it's Nitz now with that advantage as one of the Vs pulls off and pulls down pit entry. I'm not sure, that might be Bill Lauer, perhaps.
Well, and with 3 Vs, you don't really have to worry too much about where you qualify. You're all going to be pretty up close and personal there. And they're giving themselves a natural split kind of start, because all of the Formula Fs and Formula 600s are in the top 5, and then all of the Formula Vs, so they'll be able to get nice, clean racing amongst themselves. This group of classes, the Formula F, Formula 6, will be raced together all the time. So they're very familiar with how each other make speed, and when they have these cars together, usually the Formula Vs hang back a little bit at the start, so they have basically their own race for pretty much the first half or so before the Formula Fs catch them somewhere. 2 minutes to go still. Cliff Johnson, Nathan Down, Jason Martin, and Steve Meyer. That would be your provisional front 2 rows at this moment. And in Formula V, your professional starting rows right now in the front row would be Mark Richardson and Michael Nitz, and Bill Lauer would be the 3rd car in Formula V.
And right now, as Richardson's with bragging rights, as he's gone ahead and taken that position back from Nitz. The two of them now are less than a tenth, about 90 foul difference in best lap time between Mark Richardson and Michael Nitz. So I suspect those two are going to have themselves a pretty good race this afternoon. As you said, qualifying position is not going to matter too much, although who's going to start on left versus right. But I think we're going to have a pretty good race between them, just like we're going to have in the FF group there with Cliff Johnson and Nathan Down, just 2 tenths between them.
Yep. Wrapping up our morning coverage here. We've just gotten the official word from Race Control. We will be starting as scheduled at 12:20 Central Time. So go grab yourself a beverage, maybe make yourself breakfast if you're out on the West Coast, lunch if you're on the East Coast. Come back and join us. Hearing less and less fracas from the racetrack, Lefty, which makes me think some of our cars have decided that they've had enough.
There's been got a couple of our yellow FFs still buzzing around out there.
Yeah.
2 of our Vs. I see going by right there. That might be Mark and Michael. The top 2 in those Vs still out turning laps.
Well, and they're local to the Midwest, upper Midwest, with one from Illinois. So they may race together a lot, and that's why they're out there together now.
Yeah. A few races up there Blackhawk Farms and
Sure.
some of the other local tracks there in that area of Illinois and Wisconsin.
All right, we should be getting our checkered flag here any second. As I just got that word from race control, let's go through where we stand now again. This is the provisional starting lineup. Your Formula F and 6 cars up front. Cliff Johnson and Nathan Down, both Formula F cars. They'll be your front row. Second row should be Jason Martin in the Formula 6 and Steve Mayer in the Formula F car next to him. Then the last Formula F car in this group is Keith Hall. Now your 3 Formula Vs, Mark Richardson, Michael Nitz, and Bill Lauer. Any thoughts, Lefty, before we say goodbye for lunch?
No, I think we're in beautiful weather, a great day in Hallett as always, and looking forward to getting this racing going once I grab a bite to eat.
All right, well, that is my plan as well. Everybody will be back here around 12:20 Central Time, probably a little bit earlier before we get going into our coverage. See you all there. Have yourself a great hour of break, and we'll be back in just a bit. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be back in an hour, everybody. Stay with us. Welcome to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, round 11 of the Super Tour, 11 of 20. Getting underway, we've got group number 1, Spec Miata. That's up next, and we have our starting rundown. Mr. Lefty, give it to us.
Alrighty, starting on row 11 should be John Harms on the outside. On the inside should be David Quinn. On row 10, John Valenta. On the inside, Connor Thomas. There we go. On row number 9, on the outside should be Jason Hartwell, lined up alongside Quentin Dorr. On row number 8, yes, Matthew Davis, lined up with Matt Kopchak. On row 7, we should have Chris Schaefer and Hayden Manis. Or, it looks a little better, Miles Hewitt and Hayden Manis. And on row 6, Mark Hurley and Jim Drago. On row 5 should be Joe Federal and Mas Stallone. It is Max Stallone. We'll get our graphics right. On row number 4, Matt Stretch and Matt Reynolds. Row 3, Chris Haldeman and Brett Kowalski. On row 2 should be Logan Stretch and Travis Wiley. As row 1 is Logan Stretch and Travis Wiley. I apologize, I've been off by just a little bit. So Logan Stretch, Travis Wiley on row 1. Logan Stretch, your top qualifier from this morning's session. I'll get it later.
That's okay, we're having fun, and that's all that counts, folks. Getting ready for our first race of the day. This one is going to be 25 minutes. Well, we have a timed race today. We have laps tomorrow. So we will go 25 minutes for each race today. Spec Miata, one of our couple of our spec classes here in the SCCA. So all of these are Miatas, of course. The different year generation of Miatas is the spec is a little bit different to try to equalize the I hate to use the I'm going to say it, the balance of power between the different Mazda classes. I know that's like a 4-letter word. BOP is a 4-letter word. But they do a little bit of that so that the older Miatas can race at the same level as the newer Miatas. And it is one of our most popular classes here in the SCCA. A lot of these cars also double dip into some of the other classes as well. So it's a good group of cars. Always well subscribed, Lefty.
I'll see a few of these running in STL, but yeah, the different generations of Mazdas, different engines, even the NBs might have either the non-BBT or the BBT engine, different weights. Right. None of that matters. These are racers, these are race cars, and they are going to be racing in every position they can get. Good size field here, about 23 cars, I think. Should be a lot of fun.
All right, here they come on to the front straight, coming through the final corner here for the first time. And we've got all the cars lined up pretty well, 2 by 2. We'll see if the starter likes what he sees, and he will pull out the green flag, and it is out. And we are racing here. First race of the day, 25 minutes. Here they all go down, barreling into turn 1. They will all go into turn 1. The question is, will they all come out of turn 1? We will know in just a few seconds here. One car way wide on the right-hand side and then out of our view. Hopefully he stayed off the track as the rest of the cars worked their way through there.
That was a big mid-pack there. Had gone 3 wide. Somebody got into the dirt, got extra wide. And I believe that's Travis Wiley out in the front of the pack. If I got that right, Logan Stretch, I think, slotted into second.
That was the 03 car that went off there, is what I'm hearing, which would be Max Stallone. I also hear that he was able to collect it and get back into the fray, but he will be at the back of all of those cars.
That's good. The way he slid, it started looking like a bit of a gasp moment as the way he was aimed back across track, but glad to see he was able to rejoin at the back without any further incidents. That's a good thing.
All right, we're still side by side, halfway through the lap here. Now everyone is in a nice single file order. They can kind of get their groove on, get a lap or so in, and then I don't imagine that they will be not very racy for very long.
Yeah, just kind of get things sorted out, get down to single file, and then start grouping up a little bit. The front two, maybe for a moment, have visions of trying to break away. They're going to maybe stay together a little bit, maybe even try to push each other, but that 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pack is not far behind, with the likes of Chris Haldeman, Brett Kowalski, Matt Reynolds, and Joe Federal. And Mark Curley, I think, is the other one in that group.
That's right. Across the line the first time, Wiley, Stretch, Halderman, Kowalski, Reynolds. That's your top 5. Then 6 through 10, Federal, Curley, Schaefer, Stretch, and Drago. That's how they set up right here going into lap number 2.
A little bit of a wide run there for Wiley already. Logan maybe an opportunity to duck underneath, but he's just going to slip behind again. He probably doesn't want to leave this any closer than it needs to be. As soon as they go side by side, they're going to slow down, and that pack of 7 will become about a 7 wide.
As you mentioned during qualifying, Lefty, not a ton of passing opportunities, so anytime a driver opens the door just a little tiny bit, they're going to try to stick the nose in and make it happen.
Yeah, chaos happens quickly around this place. This is not a place where you could do long laps of side-by-side for sure. And already the front two, almost looking like they're working together just a little bit as Logan was just right up underneath the tail of Travis. Look at that dirt kicking up there in turn 8 as they crest that apex out down turn 9.
And that third place car, Chris Haldeman, desperately trying to stay on the front bumper of Logan Stretch. If those 2 cars and now maybe 3 cars can start to pull away, it's an opportunity for this very evenly matched class that requires drafting to go fast. It's an opportunity for those 2 or 3 cars to pull away and basically make it their own little game here. And Halderman's really, really trying to stay with them.
Great job by Halderman on that lap to focus in. He probably saw Travis having a bit of trouble coming out of turn 2, and he used that to his advantage to get back up. And you can see the top 3 now sort of pulling away just a couple of extra car lengths from the ones behind. And again, look, defensive line there. In fact, that's a pass. I believe that's Logan Stretch now to the lead ahead of Travis Wiley.
That's right. Stretch takes the lead. And if I am Halderman's crew, I'm saying eyes forward. Don't worry about the cars behind you. You've got 5-6 car lengths. Catch those 2 guys in front and then try to walk away. That's what he's trying to do. But he's not able to get. There's still like 2 or 3 car lengths, and that can be the difference between staying with the draft and not staying with the draft.
Yeah, well, you've got the likes of Brett Kowalski, Matt Reynolds in that group behind. These are veteran drivers. These guys have opportunities. They know how to get themselves back into this. They're going to focus in on the back of the Chris Haldeman car, just like Haldeman was focused in on Wiley and Stretch a moment ago. Now, I would not be surprised if it doesn't take too long for this to become a 6-car train with the speed that we have at the front. Depends on how well the front pack works together in terms of their bump draft. I'm already seeing Wiley now pushing Stretch here on the back straight, heading down to turn 10.
Well, and it's also real important how the group of 3 in the 3rd, 4th, and 4th, 5th, and 6th place work together. Kowalski, Reynolds, Federal, they need to work together, and right now they're not. And if they want to catch that front group, they're going to have to bunch themselves up and start working together. Now it's Kowalski who's desperately trying to go of it by himself to catch the front 3 cars. That would be actually the best news for Halderman, is if Kowalski can get up there and push him up to Stretch and Wiley.
Yeah, for sure. It's Matt Reynolds has me to kind of fade back just a little bit. And look at this. They're all coming together here through turn 2. Kowalski, good job there, but Reynolds able to pull back up. And look at that. Issues there for Kowalski. Reynolds is going to go around him.
Yeah, Kowalski looked like maybe got just a tiny bit loose, and I think 2 cars have actually worked their way around him. It looks like it might be both Federal and Curley who have now moved into the 4th and 5th place positions.
Yeah, that could be.
Maybe he missed a shift there?
It may have been a missed shift, coming out of there. It may have been part of his slowdown. What that really did, though, in the net of all of this is that front 3 now has a bigger gap, because that check up that Kowalski did, allowing Reynolds and Federal to go around, really just slowed them all down. Look at this side-by-side again. Issues for Kowalski. He's off track.
Lockup.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a lockup or there's just dust down the track, but when Stretch came over that corner, he lost a little bit of the compression on the suspension. When it came back down, there was a big, looked like a puff of smoke, but I think that was more dust than anything else.
Kowalski now wondering if he can get back around.
Yeah, that little issue, whether it was a little mistake going wide or a missed shift, that really has broken up that gap. And you hate to say lights out with 18 minutes left in the race, but that has given the front 3 cars a ginormous lead in Spec Miata standards. It's probably 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 car lengths even, all the way back to 3rd place. That without a full course caution could even be insurmountable at this point in time. But we will see what happens. That's why we continue to race for the next 18 minutes, no matter what I say. We got 7-2 silver, John Valenta, who went off near turn 9. They were briefly standing yellow at turn 9, so that car could get going, and it sounds like he's back into the action here. Those front 3 cars, that is Stretch, Logan, I should say Logan Stretch because Matt Stretch is also in this race. Logan Stretch in the 98. I believe the 98 was Bob Stretch's number, so he's carrying Dad's number. And Travis Wiley is in second. Chris Halderman is in third. They're pulling away here from that next group of cars. The gap between third and fourth last time by 2.256 seconds. We'll keep a close eye on that gap to see if it is widening or if they're slowly chipping away at it.
Yeah, Halderman, the fast mover on that lap, taking over that second spot, pushing Wiley back down to third. Let's see if Halderman tries on this time into turn 2 to make a move on Logan Stretch.
Well, and Reynolds and Federal in fourth and fifth are as organized as they have been the entire race. So if they can get together a little bit closer and really start working the draft, I think they're close enough where they might still be able to bridge at 2.4 seconds. So the front group now has been able to gap another 0.2 of a second over the cars behind them.
Oh, and this fighting at the front may help them. Because look at this Haldeman looking like any opportunity he can find to get underneath Logan Stretch is going to take it. If he does, it gets alongside. I would expect Reynolds and Federal to be right there, as that'll be the slowdown those two are waiting for.
Yeah, when you pull out, it's almost like putting a parachute behind these cars. The draft is so important that when you get out of line, it is appreciably slower. You can feel it in the car, and you can absolutely look at it in the data. And that's why they try to stay nose to tail as much as possible.
Yeah, that, and it slows down because of the nature of these turns. A lot of them are relatively tight, but if you only go side by side, neither driver gets a good exit, and then the ones behind are able to catch up with their quality exits. But right now, Reynolds, Federal, about the same gap. Kowalski looks like he's able to get around Curley. He's in that yellow one, trying to work his way back up.
We will check the gap again next time by. It was 2.4 seconds last lap. This time across the line, the gap between third and fourth has gapped another 0.2 of a second to 2.6 seconds, but they're racy up front. At 2.6 seconds, the gap, there is no draft between third and fourth place. So they can play a little bit up front and not worry too much, but so they've lost the draft. That would be Reynolds and Federal have lost the draft of the cars up front. So they do have a little bit of an opportunity to get racy, but not too much.
Well, Reynolds obviously a big name back there, track knowledge around here. He's always a contender, so you don't want to leave him any opportunity. Right now, he's just about that gap, a couple seconds down from that front 3. Not able to do much until they start to fight again. But Haldeman, maybe he's going to be patient now. For a moment there, back there on lap 5, I thought maybe he was going to push. But you see this here, a good run through these corners for Logan Stretch. Haldeman just a little further back this time.
Running through some names deeper in the field, 6th through 10th, you've got Brett Kowalski, Mark Curley, Chris Schaefer, Matt Stretch, and Jim Drago. 11 through 15 right now is Miles Hewitt, Hayden Manis, Matt Kopchak, Matthew Davis, and Vinny Miskalis. 16 through 20, Jason Hartwell, Quentin Dorr, Max Stallone, Connor Thomas, and John Buckner. Max Stallone working his way back up through the field after that first lap moment coming out of turn 2. He's now back up to 18th after dropping all the way back to 23rd on the opening lap. So a good move forward for him, trying to make up for whatever the situation is that caused him to go off on that opening lap.
Yeah, he's running lap times even through traffic or top 10 type of lap times. So let's keep an eye on Max, see if he's got this recovery continuing.
All right, let's take our break here and make a halt to the grid so we can get some cars up there for our next race. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars, big board to the grid. GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, A Sedan, and T1. GT1 cars to the grid for your race. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of the race for you. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everybody.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad with a hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Logan Stretch, Chris Haldeman, and Travis Wiley.
Best fight might be that one right there, the yellow car, Brett Kowalski, and that silver with the blue, Matt Reynolds. Those two just made a pass there coming out of 2 up towards 4. Kowalski now with the 4th place spot. Kowalski's been fast as he had those issues with what may have been a missed shift or maybe something else, but he's able to pick up that pace, and he's got himself right back up in a 4th spot. Now the problem is he's about 4 seconds down from the group in front of him.
That's the problem with a drafting class like we have here. Once you lose the draft, doesn't matter how fast you are, you're going to have a hard time catching up, or you just won't get caught up at all. So,
yeah. Although Travis Wiley, you can see him there in that sort of a purple trimmed and dark colored car in the 3rd spot. He's struggling a little bit with the pace in the front too. Logan Stretch, Chris Haldeman are pulling away. Travis Wiley's kind of stuck in no man's land, and now with Kowalski getting around Reynolds, maybe Kowalski's got the pace. Depends on how much he's got left in his tires here over the next couple of laps, but he may be able to chase down Travis Wiley for 3rd.
Well, and it feels to me like 2 cars draft better here than 3 cars in this class. It doesn't make sense in your mind, but the 2 cars always seem to be a little faster with Spec Miatas than a 3-car pack. Yeah, always hard for that 3rd place car to keep caught up.
Yeah, well, the leaders now are starting to catch the back of the field here, working their way through traffic into turn 1. This might help Travis Wiley just a little bit as he caught the traffic kind of in a better spot maybe than the front 2 did.
Right. The only issue sometimes with that is that the people who are a little slower are ready for the first group to come through, but when 3rd place shows up, they're like, is this one I have to lap by, or I should lap by, or is this one that I should race with?
They all look the same, these Miatas.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not quite like when you're in the small bore class, you're out there in a B-Spec and you see an E-production car coming along. Okay, I know who that is.
There is Stretch and Haldeman coming through turn 9 now. And they have opened up a little bit of a gap over Wiley. It was 1.9 seconds last time by. It doesn't appear like that gap has closed down much. It might have even gotten a little bit wider.
But look at this, watching that brightly yellow Kowalski car working his way through that same traffic now towards the end of the lap here between turns 9 and 10. on that Martin House straight. Now he's down on the front straight, trying to get a draft off the back of the 177. He's just a little bit too far back. He's got one more traffic car between them, I think.
And that gap, 1.9 seconds last lap. This lap, Travis Wiley, 2.5 seconds back.
Yeah. Yeah, the front two are doing a fantastic job of working together.
Yeah, at some point in time, Wiley has to say to himself, okay, I just need to preserve third place now and make sure that by himself, he's kind of in no man's land there. And with the two cars behind him, Kowalski and Reynolds working together, they might be able to catch Wiley here before too long. Except now they're side by side.
Well, looks like Reynolds was able to make that pass. Meanwhile, the front two not stepping out of position. They're just doing their thing and just waiting. Haldeman maybe keeping the car fresh, just kind of waiting for an opportunity late in the race.
Yeah, with 7.5 to go, it appears to me that if Wiley can just keep it going, keep between the white lines, it's going to be still pretty hard for Kowalski and Reynolds to catch back up, even to make it a battle for the third place on the podium. They're back a good bit here.
And they're fighting.
And they're fighting, exactly, which doesn't help at all.
Yeah, there's Reynolds on the inside now going into turn 10. Perhaps they're thinking they're doing a little bit of leapfrog game. It's a tough track to leapfrog around, but they're going to try. There's Reynolds in the silver with the blue, and then, of course, Kowalski in the yellow. He's going to pop out, going down into turn 1. Yeah, this is a great little fight right now for fourth.
That is Kowalski trying to make the move on Reynolds into 1, and it does look like he has completed the pass as we see the exit of 1 here. What a great move there.
And Federal's right there, too. He might be able to get a better run than all of them and see who comes out of turn 2.
Well, it does look like Federal got around, so he'll move into third place, or fifth place now.
I think it's still Reynolds there. I think Federal was on the outside. Reynolds has the silver with the blue.
Yeah.
Just like his old production car.
Some of these cars look very, very alike, and it's hard to pick and choose between the two of them.
It's crazy how Mazda Miatas all look like Mazda Miatas.
Well, let me rephrase that. Some of these cars painted alike. Thank you, Lefty.
The front two is still doing their thing, but Chris Haldeman's right on the tail of Logan Stretch, and I'm wondering at some point, does Chris want to start pushing the issue if he wants to win this race?
Yeah.
That pace, though, they're putting down. They're the only ones running mid-28s. They're doing it lap after lap.
You can always count on me to say something stupid every day, and then you can always count on Larry to remind me about it for the next 10 minutes.
The only reason I'm here.
It's good. All good. Top 10 right now. Logan Stretch, Chris Halderman, Travis Wiley, Matt Reynolds, Brett Kowalski, your top 5. Then you've got Joseph Federal, Mark Hurley, Matt Stretch, Christopher Schaefer, Chris Schaefer, and Jim Drago. That's your top 10 right now with 5 minutes to go in this race. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, A Sedan, and Touring 1. Group 2 cars to the grid. The two best battles right now is this battle for fourth place. That would be the battle with Reynolds, Federal, and Kowalski. And then our battle up front, still strong. That is Logan Stretch and Chris Halderman. These are the two cars you're seeing right here. Our director, Jordan, doing a great job of keeping on top of the action for us. But look at Logan Stretch. He's opening up just a tiny bit of a lead. Chris Halderman's going to have to get his move on if he thinks he's going to be there for a race to the finish here, because he's not going to be too much longer before that draft might be in question as well.
Yeah, Logan Stretch did a great job of seizing an opportunity. Maybe thought that Haldeman was going to try to make a move, and Logan really hit his marks perfectly in this lap to open up. It's what needs. Just a couple of car lengths is enough to hold someone behind you. Right now, Halderman's the one behind chasing Logan Stretch. But watching the Reynolds, Federal, and Kowalski battle, they've been in every order of combination you could think of. Right now, it's Reynolds, and then Federal, then Kowalski, but we've seen them all shuffled. That battle for fourth is probably going to come right down to the last corner of the last lap. Maybe you want to be in second coming off of turn 9 and make that pass. I don't know. It's going to be fun to watch to the end.
Now it looks like Haldeman catches back up. It looks like Haldeman's making his speed in a different place than Logan Stretch, because there are times when it looked like Stretch is pulling away, and then there are times when it looks like Haldeman's right back up there. So
as the battle for fourth, actually the spot for fifth just changed hands. Looks like Kowalski gets around Federal, but then behind them, where you got Curley, Stretch, and Schaefer, they keep jostling positions, so we get to see both of those three-way battles kind of in the same camera shot.
yeah, that yellow car of Kowalski has actually turned our fast lap of the day. So his fast lap is a 1:28.125. He is your fast car for the day. That's about 0.2 of a second faster than our race leader, Logan Stretch, but they're so far back, it's not going to be able, without a full course caution or some other problems, they're not going to be able to catch the leaders at this point in time. Right now, it's a two-person race for the win here. It's probably going to be Logan Stretch or Chris Haldeman. We've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds, so we'll find out how this thing plays out.
At some point here, you're not going to have too many more chances for Chris Haldeman. His best time usually is coming off the second straightaway down to turn 2, which is what we see right here. He's not popping out this time, so if he gets white flag next time by, he's probably going to have to do it there. Otherwise, maybe you could do it coming off a 9, heading down towards 10 if you get a good exit through 9. Tough. Otherwise, could probably take a mistake by Logan Stretch, but so far, I tell you, in the number of laps we get, 15 laps, I have not seen Logan Stretch make a mistake yet.
No, and there's only a lap and a half left for anything to happen here. Official word from race control, white flag will come out next time by, so there's about 18 corners left for them to get this thing done.
Let's see if Haldeman's done his homework and taken his notes in the last 15 laps about where can he make a pass. As you said, he may be faster in a couple spots. But by now he knows the problem is he's faster in the right spots. Specifically that corner we're watching here. Coming in a 9, this is his test run down to the final corner 10. It's a good job there for Logan Stretch. In the next, he needs to do that the next time by, but this might be his other best chance for Chris Haldeman, is coming off of this final corner, getting the run down the first bit of the straightaway through turn 1 and down into 2. If you can't there, it's going to probably take a hero dive somewhere to take the lead.
Well, and it's scary to think, but he needs to be closer to that rear bumper. A whole car length back is scarily too far away to make a move in most cases without a mistake. And that kind of one car length gap is kept almost the whole way, except here is the attempt to go on the outside possibly.
Yeah, it's a defensive line there for Logan Stretch. Good job holding behind, but it does sacrifice a little bit of your exit speed here through 3 and up the hill to 4. But again, he'll go defensive.
Well, and when you go defensive, you're actually breaking the draft a little bit. So it's just a weird situation that allows for a bit of a slipstream possibly. And right there, Haldeman's back on the back bumper.
So now they'll make this run down this Cannonball Baker Straight in a moment here. That'll bring them back up to that turn 8-9 section.
And while we're paying attention to the front, that battle for fourth is heating up as well. Kowalski right on the back bumper of Reynolds. As far apart as they are, we're going to be able to see both of those packs come across the line. So here comes Haldeman pressuring Logan Stretch lap after lap. A few corners to go. Does Haldeman have anything for Stretch at this point in time? Logan Stretch is the white car. The purple-pink car behind it is Chris Haldeman. The final corner here at Hallett, race group number 1. Here they come to the line. Who is it going to be? Logan Stretch or Chris Haldeman? Haldeman tries to make a move. Stretch is going to be right there at the line for the win. Now let's pick up this battle. Up in front is Reynolds and Kowalski. The white car is Reynolds. The yellow car is Kowalski. And Federal right there to be there. Is it going to be a pass for fourth? No. It'll be Reynolds and Kowalski. And the one guy we didn't talk about, your third place finisher on the podium, will be Travis Wiley.
And then that battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th between Mark Curley, Matt Stretch, and Chris Schaefer was easily another close one. All of them within about a 10th of the stripe. Unbelievable. Jim Drago coming in 10th and Hayden Manis in 11th, with Matt Kopchak there in 12th right there with him. So a couple of great battles in that race. They all got separated, but each battle had its own little great characteristics.
Well, and that's why so many people love to do this class, Lefty, because no matter where you are on the racetrack, there's typically someone there to battle with, and that makes it fun, even if you're not racing for the top step on the podium. So here's your top 10 before we head to break. Logan Stretch, Chris Haldeman, Travis Wiley. That's your podium. Then we've got Matt Reynolds, Greg Kowalski, Joseph Federal, Mark Curley, Matt Stretch, Christopher Schaefer, and Jim Drago. That's how they finished here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We're going to do one more call to grid, then take our break before we get to our next race. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2, that is GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, A Sedan, and Touring 1 to the grid. Your race is up next. We'll be right back, everybody.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
right, we are back here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at the Green Country Grand Prix. Last year I called it the Green County. I was wrong. It's Green Country Grand Prix. And it is a good race day here. Beautiful weather. Group 2, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, T1, and A Sedan. And Lefty has our starting lineup.
All right, starting on row number 12 in the Chevy Monte Carlo, it's going to be Boyd Lear on the outside. On the inside of the Mustang, got a GT2, Kevin Rich. On row 11 on the outside in the GT2 Panos, should be Al Lamb lined up alongside Levi Lear in a Chevy Monte Carlo. On row number 10 on the outside, Andy Schneidermeyer in a Camaro out of A Sedan, lined up alongside GT2's Nathan Waldbaum. On row number 9 on the outside, Philip Waters in an A Sedan Camaro alongside another A Sedan Camaro, Sam Daniels. On row number 8 on the outside, in A Sedan and a Mustang, Tim White. Alongside another A Sedan driver, James Stevens in a Camaro. Row 7, it's the All Paul row. On the outside GT2, it's the Panos of Paul Evans. And on the inside, the Pontiac Grand Prix of GT2's Paul Ruth. On row 6, Michael Young in GTX, lined up alongside Michael Pettiford in his Camaro out of T1. On row number 5, on the outside, Michael Staub in the Datsun in the GTX car, lined up alongside the Ford Taurus of Rene Molina in GT2. Row 4, Stephen Burns in the Cayman in the T1 car there. Brian Carrick lined up alongside him in the GT2 Camaro. Row number 3 on the outside, Chris Edens in our only GT3 entry in an MX-5, alongside Lou Gelati in the Corvette at GT2. And then the front 2 rows, all GT2s. Robert Kaprowitz in the Mustang alongside Mike Ginley. They're on row 2. Row 1 on the outside in the Viper. It's Mark Kirby and our pole sitter out of GT2 in a Corvette, Michael Quattlebaum.
All right, just a few corners to go before we get this race underway. 25 minutes of racing action coming your way here. Our big bore cars. The opening lap on this, always awesome to hear these big ground pounders come past the start-finish line. Here they are, mostly lined up, at least the first 4 or 5 or 6 rows are, coming onto the main straight here. If the starter likes what he sees, he'll throw the green flag, and we will see it is out, and we are racing here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Front of the pack look great, back of the pack not so much, but we're racing anyway.
Boy,
3 wide and off on the inside, heading towards, there's a wall in there, I don't know, oh my gosh, he saved it, he's back on the racetrack. Wow. I don't even have any words for how that is even remotely possible, but what a great piece of driving, or a heck of a lot of luck, Lefty.
It definitely is. Kirby's the only one that seemed to get through the unscathed. Look at the gap he's got in that Viper way out in front. It was Gelati and a few others that tried to go 4 wide in turn 1. We saw how that worked, or maybe it didn't work, and we'll get things sorted out here. A bunch of A Sedan battles are going to start developing as well, as we had a lot of those drivers kind of gritted into each other. Let's see how things sort out here in this opening, flying, chaotic lap.
Yeah, I don't know how 4 wide would work in a Formula V, but 4 wide in these big cars is just certainly a recipe for exactly what we saw there. And the big winner in that whole situation is Mark Kirby, who is going to have a good 5 or 6 second lead when he comes to the line at the conclusion of lap number 1. I'm still trying to bring my eyeballs back into my face after seeing all of that happen and then finding out that the guy saved it and moved on.
I'm going to keep an eye on Quattlebaum. He was our pole sitter, but he set his lap a little later in the qualifying section than Kirby did, which tells me maybe his car takes a little longer to warm up. It's a few seconds down here as they cross the stripe for the first time, completing lap number 1. But Quattlebaum is now second. Kirby has that lead of over almost 6 seconds.
All right, so the car that got sideways was Mike McGinley and came back on the track in 2nd place, so big props to him for that. Quattlebaum, Giuliotti, 3rd and 4th here as they come across the line. Also want to keep an eye on, our associate producers in the chat have alerted to us that James Stevens in the number 92 Camaro, he apparently bought this car. It was wrecked in a pretty bad crash, and he built it back up and put it back on the racetrack. He spent all winter building it. So we'll keep an eye on him for putting the effort in to get this car back out here.
Yeah, and right now I think he's leading the A Sedan group.
I believe he is.
Just ahead of Tim White in that Cobra Mustang. So yeah, that's an awesome story there for James to get that car back and running again.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Spec Miata, driver number 74, Matt Reynolds to impound. Please see your class ambassador. Car number 74, Matt Reynolds to impound. Please see your class ambassador. right, we've got car 177 got into it with another car. That's Philip Waters. He now has a flat left rear. He's probably going to have to come in. I think that's the car right there you're going to see going slow.
Yeah, he is. As the leaders are coming up on him right now, going into turn 4. And there may be even some debris.
Well, and I believe that's probably the car that he got into it with. It just pulled in there on the cutout. There is a cutout there to get back into the paddock right behind that turn. So it's the 26 car.
That's
the
GT3 of Chris Edens.
Yes, Chris Edens, thank you.
The only GT3 in the field, and there's the 177 with the down tire coming in behind him.
Well, that turned out better than we could have expected. Still your leader, Mark Kirby, a 7.7 second lead. That, sadly to say, Lefty, I think he's probably needs to keep going, and he's going to be pretty good here.
He may, but it's going to depend on what tires he's on or how long those tires can last, because that's not a small car. The Corvette may possibly have a weight advantage. We'll see, but we'll keep our eyes on Quattlebaum to see if he can make a run at Kirby.
There's another car having a moment.
There's some stuff.
Yeah, there's a little bit of debris there at the outside of that corner, so definitely I think some cars got together there and left some stuff. Hopefully it's not too sharp and it won't be cutting down tires.
Can't quite see it in that shot unless that's it in the middle there as our leader Kirby comes through. It takes a nice tight line, avoiding anything that may be offline.
I will say there's 20 minutes of racing left, but Kirby is still a second a lap faster than the second place car. So that's something to keep an eye on. If that doesn't change, that's good for Kirby, not so good for Quattlebaum and McGinley.
Just watching Quattlebaum's sector times, his sector 1 on this lap he's on was a 10th quicker than Kirby. So we'll see if there's hope there for Quattlebaum. He is pulling away from McGinley and Gelati behind him now.
With 20 minutes left, he's probably needs to pull together a half a second a lap to be there pretty close at the finish. So we'll keep close eyes on that. As you like to say, Sector 2, purple for Quattlebaum at 1:35.2. So this is definitely a flyer.
Yeah, he's moving really quickly right now on this lap. And the dirt coming up with these ground pounders using every inch of pavement, and we'll call it pavement extended.
Taking a look at some of our other classes right now in GT3, your race leader, Chris Edens, he was the one who went off a little bit earlier. I think he pulled in. GTX right now, it's Michael Stabb in first, Michael Young in second. E1, Stephen Burns is your leader, Michael Petterford is in second. A Sedan, a nice group of A Sedan, that brand new built together car, James Stevens, he is your leader right now with a 2-second lead over Tim White. Sam Daniels is third, Andy Schneidenmeyer is in fourth, and Philip Waters is in fifth.
We'll keep our eye on that D1 battle of the Porsche GT4 Club Sport of Stephen Burns and Mike Petterford in that his traditionally yellow Z06 Corvette. Just maybe about a second between them, maybe 7/10 between them. That could be a good little battle of T1 within the other battles of A Sedan behind them and GT2 out in front of them. As they just went by right there through turn 4. And that's the battle for third between McGinley and Gelati. We just saw working themselves right there on that, coming down the Martin House Straight.
And even with that hot lap that Quattlebaum put down, he still didn't make up any time on Kirby.
Yeah, Kirby I think is making the digs very well here. He's both turn 9 and turn 10, maybe his strengths. He turned about almost 2 seconds quicker than Quattlebaum on that lap, just in that sector. So Kirby very quick right now. Quattlebaum's still behind a little bit. He's starting to get on pace, but he's 10 seconds a long round to catch up.
It is. It is.
Sedan battle between Stevens and White is still heating up a little bit. Tim White's a little quicker here and there. They're kind of trading sectors and all, but not far between them, as I think they're now just about 8/10 between that Camaro and that Mustang.
Yeah. Hearing from our corner workers that the 117 car of Andy Schneidermeyer might have a rear loose wheel, so they're going to keep an eye on that. Hopefully that wheel does not exit the car. That is a Camaro, one of our Camaros out there.
I'm sure he feels that. It's
One
something a
would
driver
think.
often tell.
Yeah, one would think that, especially a drive wheel, that should be fairly obvious. Kirby, Quattlebaum, McGinley, Giuliotti, Kasperwitz. That's your top 5 right now. All GT2 cars. Renee Molina is in 6th. Brian Carrick 7th. 8th is Michael Stab. Then you've got Stephen Burns and Michael Pettiford. That is your top 10. Let's do a call to grid and take our break here. Attention to paddock, attention to paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3, Touring 2, Touring 3, STU, and SMX. Group 3 cars to the grid. We'll take our break. We'll be right back. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everybody.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Hoosier Racing Tire at SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, left MacLeod here, and we are picking up the action here, looking at the battle for third place here. Mike McGinley and Lou Gelati right here. This blue car followed by the yellow and black car. Kind of one of our better battles on the racetrack at this time. McGinley out of Overland Park, Texas. Gelati out of Princeton, Texas. I'm sorry, Overland Park, Kansas, and Princeton, Texas. And they're the two cars closest on the track at this moment, Lefty.
Yes, they are. They are a couple of veterans out here. Obviously, some folks might know the name Gelati in his years running in lots of Pro Series and been around forever. But McGinley as well has got his share of experience, including a couple of podium finishes at the runoffs years back. So this guy's been doing it for quite a while, and he's been around racing for a while. At some point, even may have had a dealership partnership with Rick Hendrick. So this guy's been a while. So he's now got that famous yellow with the black trim there behind him in Gelati. A good little battle between these veterans.
He's also part of a new motorsports ranch kind of situation, G2 Motorsports Park, is what he's been working on the last couple of years. So, but right now he's working on Mike McGinley, trying to make a move here, or at least get close enough to make a move here with 12.5 minutes to go, right about halfway. And then we see this car, this blue car right here. I'm seeing a puff of smoke out of it every once in a while.
That's Gelati off.
That's Gelati off. Yep.
Yeah, coming out of turn 6.
What the heck happened there?
Like he got loose on exit and shot across the track to the driver's left, and he recovered, got back going. That's going to separate that battle a little bit now.
Right.
I think that's the Aston Martin in between them now, and Michael Young.
Well, and the good news for him is that there's a lot of room to roam out there.
Yeah.
But
yep, and he's going to have to get back around that Aston Martin, and there he goes. Got a bit of a straight line speed advantage between the GT2 car and the GTX or GT4 Aston Martin.
That Aston Martin, though, has a lot of aero, which certainly would be helpful in this situation, but not enough to make a big enough difference here.
Yeah. Doesn't have the power of a T2 Corvette.
No. Now Gelati's going to try to get around this A sedan Camaro. If he hits the right spot, that should be easy, and it was. And now he sets his sights back on the third place car of Mike McGinley. Your leader up front still Mark Kirby. Michael Quattlebaum second. 11.3 seconds separates those two cars with 10 seconds to go. Quattlebaum not going in the right direction, Lefty.
No, not quite what he needs to do, but I'm watching the battle at T1. It's where they're right in that pack. I think that yellow Corvette is Michael Pettiford, and then right in his mix there is going to be a Club Sport Porsche of Stephen Burns. Those guys, it was Burns leading Pettiford. Now I believe Pettiford has gotten around him, but there's a lot of traffic between them. Those cars coming off of 6, the tail end sliding around.
Yeah, there were some reports of some oil that was let down, and 6 is a corner where you get loose kind of as a regular matter, of course, but when you add a little bit of grease to the track, that just makes it all the more difficult.
Yeah. All right, well, there's the Porsche Club Sport trying to get around one of our Monte Carlos. And, of course, there goes Pettiford in that yellow Corvette. That Monte Carlo, it's fast in a straight line, which makes it really tough if you're Burns trying to get around him in a T1 car.
And the T1 car finally makes his way around. Our corner stations are calling 045 Nathan Waldbaum being a little bit slow on the racetrack. And that car has entered the pit, so it knew there was an issue. Now it's out of the way.
Now also watching Pettiford in that yellow Z06 trying to catch up to the GTX car that's leading GTX in the Audi R8, Michael Staub. Different cars you can see. There's the Corvette. There's in the third of this 4-car train is that Audi R8. There he goes, the blue trim on it.
Yeah, and there are
GT2s.
Some spectacular speed differentials in this group between the GT2 car, which is hitting the trap speed at 116 miles per hour, and then you go down to the A sedan cars who are hitting that trap speed at 76 miles per hour. So that is that's a bit of a difference here.
Just a little bit.
Attention to paddock, Group 3 cars to the grid. T2, T3, STU, SMX. Group 3 cars to the grid. Oh, that was a little close there.
Yeah, just a little bit. As again, the multi-class racing, you got to get by the cars that maybe aren't your battle.
And sometimes you got to do it in a spot that you really don't want to do it in. But if you don't, the car in front of you is going to pull away, or the car behind you is going to catch you.
Yeah, some of the A sedan cars trying to stay offline as the GT2 cars and GTX cars coming through.
Yeah, the good news is that, everyone in the game is pretty respectful, or tries to be, as much as possible. The slower cars know kind of their lot in life here, and the faster cars know that they have to be a little careful around those slower cars, because sometimes they just don't see you coming.
Yeah, the A sedan cars know their battle. They know who their competition is right now. Obviously, James Stevens and his Camaro leading that way. But the other thing is, right now, there's not a lot of battles between each of those. Schneidermeyer in his A sedan cars a couple seconds back from Stevens. So as they see the faster cars coming up, they can yield and let the by. But if they were in a battle together, not so much yielding going on.
And our overall race leader in the Viper is Mark Kirby. He's opening up the gap even a little bit more. Now it's a little more than 12 seconds over the Corvette of Michael Quattlebaum. That's why we're focusing. There is your race leader in the Viper. That's why we're kind of focusing a little further back in the field and showing some of these other battles.
Oh, and one of those is off. A little racing in cars.
Right in front of our race leader. That's kind of like a little bit of a character building moment when you see the car in front of you go off and hope it either stays off or it doesn't come back on in front of you.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if maybe that was Schneidermeyer in the 117.
It was the 117 car, absolutely.
Yeah, he's currently second in a sedan, but off like that, he might risk losing that. Tim White is a little bit down from him. Maybe Tim's thinking he's got a chance to get back in this.
Well, and there's only just under 6 minutes to go here. So they just need to keep it between the white lines as much as possible, although I don't know if there's this defined white lines, but keep it off the grass.
Yeah. I actually think Tim White may have pulled in. He's a couple of laps down further than the rest of the A sedan cars. He was running up in the front too for a while, but doesn't appear to be on track anymore.
Yeah, the good news for our leader, Mark Kirby, is that with as big a lead as he has, he is in no rush to get around these back markers. He can really pick the safest spots to do it, not worry about getting into any kind of a mess. And you can tell he's kind of tiptoeing a bit because the gap to first to second is lowered just a little bit to only 11.8 seconds. So just picking the spots nicely. Right there, he could have tried to stick his nose in there, but didn't.
Yeah. If he were getting run down by somebody in his class really close behind, he might have taken that chance and ducked inside earlier. But at this point, yeah, he can corner to corner, pick one spot and continue on, not worry about it too much. And knowing that Quattlebaum probably has to do the same thing when he gets there in a couple seconds.
And that is the luxury of an 11.2 second lead. So, especially with only 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Let's take a look at the rundowns in the other classes real quick. A sedan, James Stevens with that newly rebuilt car, doing a great job out there. He's got a 22nd lead over that 117 car, who's had a couple of adventurous moments. Andy Schneidermeyer in second. Then Tim White is in third. Looking at GT2, we've been talking about it all day here. These are our leaders, Mark Kirby, Michael Quattlebaum, and Mike McGinley. GT3, the only car is, there's a car with a lot of smoke there. He's got his hand in the air. Definitely, that car has had a rapid unintended disassembly.
I think that's Paul Evans in the panos. The only
that car is on
you can
fire.
See it's got some heat.
So he is going to pull out and hopefully, unfortunately, not too close to a corner station. It would have been helpful to get as close as possible because that's where the fire bottles are. But they're going to go and try to get some help to that car.
If he could have only stayed track right and gone to the flagger who's got the fire bottle right next to him, but
unfortunately that fire bottle is on the wrong side of the racetrack.
Yeah. But he's gotten himself out.
All right, you can see that car off there in the distance. Here we go, picking up our race action in other parts of the racetrack here.
Well, Gelati's caught back up a little bit to McGinley. A lap or so ago, he was on his tail. McGinley now, and the blue Corvette's pulled away just a little bit, but you can see there's our leader, Kirby, in one of our A sedan cars. But in the background shot here to second, we should see the blue Corvette and the yellow-nosed black Corvette. That looks like the blue one. That looks like the black and yellow.
Gelati's catching up just a little bit with 2.5 minutes to go and a portion of the racetrack under yellow for that vehicle there.
Should be this portion right here, in fact, right here at 9.
And They've put the checkered flag out early here to allow the rescue workers to get to that car that was on fire.
Yeah.
So that is unfortunate that we had to end it early, but you want to get that car put out as quickly as you possibly can here. So we'll let these cars cycle around here for a second, Lefty, and we'll get the final running order here before we finish up. While we're waiting for that to happen, let me make a call to grid. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Groups Group 3, T2, T3, STU, and SMX to the grid. Group 3 to the grid.
Yeah, good call there to early checker.
Yeah.
Giving the chance for the flaggers and the quota workers to attend to that car as they had to run across the track to do it. So much safer at the end of this race to just go ahead and check her early. And for Michael Quattlebaum, might have actually been a good thing. He was fading quickly, and McGinley and Gelati were actually catching him. So if we look at these standings, that might have been a little bit of a help for Quattlebaum to see that early checker.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Mark Kirby, your race winner. Quattlebaum, then McGinley. Let's go through the other classes. Your podium in A sedan, James Stephen, Andy Schneidermeyer, and Tim White. Your podium in GT3, well, there's only one car, Chris Edens. That is your car in GT3. GTX, Michael Staub was your race winner. Michael Young in second. And then in T1, we've got the Michael Petterford and Stephen Burns. And did I say AC? No, I think that's everybody. GT2, we had Quattlebaum, McGinley, Kirby, Quattlebaum, and McGinley. And the car that I think ended up on fire was the R. Paul Evans car. The GT2 Panos was the car that was on fire there. He got out safe. Car might have a little hard time getting back out tomorrow. All right, that's going to do it for race number 2. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everybody.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
We are back here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. A little bit of a delay here to get the car that was on fire in the last session cleaned up and whatever oil it let down before the fire started. We are back here racing, and it is time for our third race of the day. Yes,
yep.
Group 3, Touring 2, Touring 3, STU, and SMX, and we have our starting lineups, and for that, we go to Lefty.
All right, we've got a split grid today, or a split start, so we're going to have the SMXs getting their own start. On row number 6 is Will Lucas. When we get to row 5, we've got on the outside Justin Mason lined up alongside Brian Heitman. On row number 4, it's going to be Cams and Cams. Cam Eben on the outside, Camden Gruber on the inside. On the next row, you've got, it's now row 3, Ethan Jacobs will be lined up alongside Camden Hibbett. On row 2, it's going to be Elio Meza lined up with Corbin Collins. And on the front row, on the outside, Jack Murchison. And on the inside, our pole sitter for SMX, Justin Adonicus. All right, on our other start in our split start, it's got STU T3s and T2s on STU, and starting on row 5 in the Super Impreza, Patrick Lipsinek. Row number 4, on the outside in a Pontiac Solstice, Kun Sheng Yi, lined up alongside the Neon of Alan Orban. On row number 3, an STU on the outside, a Toyota Supra, Peter Federline. On the inside, it'll be a T3 Mazda Miata, Camden Jones. Row number 2, on the outside, Michael Pettiford in his T3 Pontiac Solstice. And on the inside, Porsche Cayman of Scott Sewell, out of T2. On row number 1, on the outside, it's going to be the STU Ford Mustang of David Fiorelli, our fastest STU driver in the field. But on the pole for this race from T2, the BMW M2 of Charlie Peter.
All right. We are getting ready to get this race underway. Got our 2 pace cars out there. Well, our pace car and our pace truck.
It's been a pretty good race. Obviously, SMX is always a great race. Right. It has been every round so far. But the other group as well, between the mixed groups of STU, T2, T3, there's some really fast drivers, some really fast cars. So it's not the biggest field, but I think it's going to be a pretty exciting race in both of these groups.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on this first lap to see if there are any of the residual damage, or not damage, but stuff on the racetrack from the car fire. It might be a little slippery out here for the first lap, but everybody will hopefully figure it out without any issues. Here comes our first group on to the front straight, making that final corner, turn 10. They will come onto the front straight. Charlie Peter will lead them down to what we hope to be a green flag, looking for the starter. And the green flag is in the air. Group 1 is coming, which means Group 2 will get a green flag. They kind of have to as we get racing here. Here comes our cars into that first corner with so far no big problems, and they all look like they were able to negotiate it through safety. Next cars, the SMX cars, onto the front straight now for their start. Here they come side by side all the way back through. What a beautifully lined up group for this group as they come down for the green flag.
Great jump on the outside row of Murchison getting the jump on Atacanis. It looks like Murchison going to take the point into turn 1, just barely, but I suspect it'll be a battle in the braking zone all the way down to 2.
Side by side, one car about 4 rows back puts a wheel off. It looks like they're able to keep the foot in it. And here they come over the hill down towards turn 2. 3 cars side by side. My breath is being held, and I can now exhale.
Well, they've got control. They can manage that 3 wide. Not a problem for any of these guys.
Bunch of crew members in the paddock doing the exact same thing. Inhale, exhale.
Well, yeah, so far, the one car I'm watching here in the other half of the field has been the Super Impreza. Patrick Lipsinek didn't get a lap turn in qualifying, so started at the back of the field. I believe that's him, I think, in the 4th position already in this overall field.
Yeah, good move up for him early on, and we will know for certain when they cross the line. As they come across this time, it's going to be Peter, Sewell, Fiorelli, Pettiford.
Lipsinek now in 4th.
Correct. Yep. I spoketh too sooneth. Stand by. I have to call a driver to the grid here. Hold on a second. Lou Gelati, car number 26, GT2. Please see the race director in impound. Lou Gelati, car number 26, GT2. Please see the race director in impound.
All right, so it looks like a bit of a breakaway already in our SMX class. The front of that group, Murchison, Atticanis, and Corbin Collins breaking away just a little bit of dirt kicked up at the exit of 1 as usual. They're already going to be catching the back of the first group. Kunsheng Yi in the Solstice at a T2. Far in front of this whole pack of Spec MX-5s.
Yeah, this is the problem with the split start when there is so many different race cars with different speeds here. The front cars in that first group definitely fast enough to stay away from the Spec MX-5 cars. The slower cars in the first group, maybe not so much. So the Spec MX-5 cars will come up there a little faster than they probably would like to. Side-by-side action there. Ooh, that might have been a little contact there going into turn 9.
Yeah, well, that's getting aggressive to get around that one car. And they're actually giving the blue flag, I think, to the T2 car. And Yi, knowing that this group of Spec MXs are coming along very quickly, and you can see the Solstice there kind of yielding to the field, saying, no, you guys let him by. Your race is pretty tight.
And there is your Spec MX-5 field. Now strung out a little bit as they start to push into the, I guess, end of the first third of the race.
Somewhere in that chaos, Atticanis was close and was able to get around Murchison for the top spot again. Every time they go by the exit of 1, there's another big cloud of dirt that gets kicked up.
Up front, it's Peter, Fiorelli, Lipsinick, and Sewell. In SMX, it's Atticanis, Murchison, Collins, and Meza, your top 4 in SMX.
Yeah,
and the
BMW.
I think the top 3 cars in SMX starting to make a little gap on 4th place.
Just a little bit, but they fought a couple times. It keeps allowing the 4th to come back in it. That right there is a battle for 2nd overall. It's David Fiorelli and Patrick Lipsinick, the Mustang, and then the Subaru that started at the back of this opening field. And look at the pressure Lipsinick's already putting on Fiorelli, pushing him down to the apex there on turn in. See if he can get a run and chase the Mustang down before they get to turn 2.
You got to love this group, Lefty. Top 5 cars: BMW, Ford Mustang, Subaru Impreza, Porsche Cayman, Pontiac Solstice, Mazda Miata, Toyota Supra. That's that's parity, my friends.
That is awesome stuff.
That is so cool. Oh, and a Dodge Neon in 8th place for good measure.
Yep.
Wow. So much fun. And these guys are having a blast as well. So I will say, though, that T2 car of Peter has checked out. 13-second lead.
Oh, he's turning laps that are about 4 seconds faster than anybody else on the track right now. Charlie really motoring in that M2 BMW.
Yeah. That car is a pretty race car, too, if you ever get a chance to get up close and look at it. It is just a gorgeous race car.
Spec MXs are now catching their next victim in their sight, Alan Orban in the Neon. Is running 4th in STU, but he's got a pack of these hungry Spec MXs coming up behind them very quickly, so they'll come around turn 6 onto that the Cannonball Baker Straight. Yep, and he's already in the middle of the pack as the first 2 have gone by. There goes the rest, and some dirt picked up at the exit of 6.
Whenever there's dirt in a pack of cars, my heart skips a beat because you just don't know how that's going to end. The only saving grace in that situation is I've seen dirt out of the exit of that corner almost every lap of the last 5 hours we've been here.
Well, looks like the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th place Spec MX cars now are making dive moves around the Neon to get on by. The Neon's just holding form, but not blocking them, just making sure that he keeps his line, lets the others go around. You can see him on the inside there as they come off of turn 10.
And this is good training for some of these young Spec MX-5 drivers who often get their own race because there's so many of them. You know, if they have aspirations to go beyond what we do here in the SCCA and they go into IMSA or whatever, they're going to do a lot of multi-class racing, and this is a skill that you have to learn. So they're learning it. They're learning it here real time.
Yes, they are. As this pack in particular comes off of turn 1 and goes down the next short chute to turn 2. There was a piece of bodywork that looks like it came off as one of the cars had dragged the traditional dirt pickup there at the exit of 1. There was definitely a piece of plastic that popped up in the air when they did.
18 minutes to go here. Let's take our first break here, or our break, and do our first call to the grid.
Attention the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, P1, and P2. Group 4 cars to the grid. We'll take our break. When we come back, the rest of this action will be right back with you. Stay with us, everybody.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoff Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Here at Super Tour, Hoosier Racing. We came back and I was in the middle of a thought and it caught me way off guard here. We are back at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the Green Country Grand Prix here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. And we were talking about, while we were in the break, and this is what caught me off guard, Jack Murchison, who was right up there with the front two cars for most of this race. He's in SMX car number 158. Has dropped back, waiting for them to cross the line this time, 1.2 seconds from the first two cars. Maybe a traffic issue is our guess. Right, Lefty?
He may have, yeah. His last lap time they just finished, he actually was quicker than the front two. So he's getting back on pace. Ataconis and Collins has started to pull away. Murchison had faded, but he's starting to come back right into it. Then you've got this break to the Ethan Jacobs, Camden Gruber battle going on behind them. But the front three, you can see there, the front three are kind of their own thing. And then this pack of five, like I mentioned, that would be Jacobs, Gruber, Meza, Even, and Hibbett in that pack. In any order you name by the next corner, it's probably going to change.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, that's our Supra. Oh. That's Peter Federlin.
And that is not in a good spot. No. So if that car does not get moving, they're going to have to do something to get that car moved. I don't know if they'll be able to do it under a local caution or they'll have to slow us down to make that happen. We will keep a close eye on that.
Yeah, you see that train of five cars come through, and you know that they're looking into the windshields as much as they can of the car in front of them, but let's just hope they're peeking around the side to see that Supra parked there. Good job here for Murchison to get back into it. He's right back on the tail of Corbin Collins for second place in Spec MX. In fact, he's got a really good run going. It's going to be one of the quicker laps of anybody in the field.
I'm listening to the emergency services crews trying to decide how they're going to deal with that Subaru there. Is it the Supra or the Subaru? I think it's the
Supra.
Yeah, okay. I believe the two cars are the same color, that dark blue. Comes our Spec MX-5 cars. I believe that's our lead pack. Yep, yes it is.
Good couple of packs. You got the top front three, you got the next five, and there's another group beyond them even that's all starting to bunch up a little bit there with Justin Mason, Will Lucas. Kind of come together there, and they're just battling it out for their position.
Those first three cars are Atticanas, Collins, and Murchison. Murchison has caught back up pretty much to the back of those two cars. Here they come through turn 8 and 9. Everyone's kind of staying in single file as much as possible. Of course, as we've talked about before, draft an important part of these cars.
Mm-hmm. Something that we had talked earlier about Patrick Lepsinick, who started from the back of the field of the front race there in that Subaru. He was pressuring the Mustang of Fiorelli for second place for a while. Well, something's happened. He's faded. He's now turning laps about 12 seconds slower than anybody else. So I'm worried that car may have, whatever issue he had in qualifying may not be totally fixed. But also, as he was battling with Fiorelli for second and Sewell was back and forth, Sewell has now in the Cayman taken over second place. Still second in T2, but now second overall in the race.
Yeah, that second group, Mazda, is really kind of forming up together here. And they're far enough back where 4 seconds. They're still working to get a car to that location. Now, by this point in time, everybody's seen the car there, so that's the positive part there. Nobody should have any surprises anymore. There's a car just went off way wide there at the exit of 6.
Yeah, there's at least a local yellow there, guys.
Yeah. So.
And I think our race leader is going to be coming up in the back of these packs, if I saw that right. As he is so far ahead of this whole field now, working his way to lapping them. Yeah, right at the back of that group. And there you can see that BMW M2 of Charlie Peter.
And this is a similar situation to the last race. He's got a big enough lead where he can just take his time, find the right spots to get around, no real worry or urgency make these passes.
Right.
Might not be the most fun way to go racing, but that's the joy of having a 36-second lead.
Yeah. I think he's coming up on that Subaru of Patrick Lepsinick now. Lapping him, but look at this group still. That front three. Atticanas, Murchison, and Collins. Still in their own little fight before you get to the Cam McGruber, Ethan Jacobs battle behind them.
Attention in the paddock. Group 4 cars. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, P1, and P2. Group 4 cars to the grid.
And there's the recovery equipment at the Supra. They're coming in at turn 7.
Looking at our chat, our associate producers, big thank you to all of you for being here in the chat. Corbin has got some fans in the chat with the number 20 car. Corbin Collins, lots of, this might be the Corbin Collins fan club in the chat. Nicole Cooper, Mark Cephalo's wife, she's in here cheering for Camden. Lots of people interested in this Spec MX-5 class, so good to see all of that here. And big on props to Mazda. They are promoting the dickens out of this Spec MX-5 class, really putting some effort into both this and their Spec Miata cars. And they are one of the big supporters here of the Sports Car Club of America, and they're really out here in full force every Super Tour weekend. Big thank you to all of their efforts here from all of us here at the SCCA. 8 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Your top 5 right now is, as I pull up my timing screen, Charlie Peter, Scott Sewell, David Fiorelli, and Michael Petterford. That's 2 T2 cars. Fiorelli's in an STU car, and Pettiford is your first place car in T3. Fifth place is Camden Jones. He is your first place car in second place car in Touring 3. Then we look at SMX, your top 5 there: Justin Adiconis, Jack Murkison, Corbin Collins, Camden Gruber, and Ethan Jacobs. That's how they stand right now, with 7 minutes and 30 seconds or so to go. Paige Silberman in the chat is rooting for Justin Adiconis.
He's doing quite well so far.
Yeah.
I mean, still leading the way there, but that battle behind them of Murchison and Collins, they've swapped positions a couple of times. Murchison was able to get back up into the second spot. He's in that green painted one there in the second place there. Collins, though, right behind him in those front 3. They've really separated themselves from the rest of the pack, but Adiconis is doing a great job of keeping that battle behind him.
Yeah, Cage, you might want to go put the champagne in the fridge, but don't pop the cork yet. There's a lot of racing to go.
Yes, there is.
Justin Adiconis is your first place car. He could end up 6th before this whole thing is said and done. So
I'm always cautious about using the champagne reference with a class like this, because a lot of
that's
young
true.
drivers.
You might want to put the sparkling grape juice in the fridge.
I don't know the age of everyone, but better chances that there's some young ones in this group
Good point.
that maybe can't appreciate a good champagne.
Good point. I can't appreciate a good champagne, and I'm 53, so I'm more of a bourbon kind of guy. But they can't do that either. So 6:25 to go. I'm looking for Scott Sewell. 47 seconds back now from Charlie Peter. So that BMW is absolutely hooked up this weekend. Peter is from a place in Kansas that I would butcher the name, so the Kansas driver in the BMW M2.
Yeah, we messed that one up earlier.
I know, that's why I'm not going to say it this time.
The beautiful state of Kansas.
The beautiful state of Kansas. 5 minutes, 52 seconds to go. Adiconis Murchison now worked his way up to second place again. He's gotten around Corbin Collins. Murchison got his eyes squarely set on Justin Adiconis. He wants to spoil the party here.
With having a few extra car lengths behind him to Corbin Collins, Murchison's got maybe a chance to be aggressive on these closing laps. But Collins doing a pretty good job of staying with him and maybe keeping Murchison honest at least for a couple laps.
Those top 3 SMX cars, Adiconis, Murchison, Collins, all teammates. Are they still teammates, Lefty? I don't know. With 5 minutes to go in this race, I'm not quite sure anybody's got a teammate at the moment.
They might be teammates, but I'm not sure I'm seeing any team orders going on around
Correct.
there.
Correct.
The Charlie Peter, the overall leader in the race, you can see him there. He's passing Camden Jones, who's 5th overall in the race. So he's now lapped all but the next 3. It's just the pace that Peter has. It's just extraordinary.
Exactly. Cam Eben dropping down a position now. Camden Hibbett takes over the 7th place. Hold on, let me count here. 8th place, it looks like, in SMX. Will Lucas also moving up. Will Lucas in the 134 came up to say hi to us this morning. Had a nice chat with him. Young driver, learning his craft here in SMX.
All the way from, and I'm gonna really screw this one up, but Dahlonega, Georgia.
Oh, did you just do that on purpose? Did you do it on purpose, Lefty?
Did I get it right?
No. Oh, it's Dahlonega.
Dahlonega?
We've been joking about that for 4 or 5 weekends because 5G would call it Dahlonega, and I'm like, no, it's nowhere near Talladega. It's Dahlonega, Georgia, up in the North Georgia mountains.
There you go, playing the part of Greg Ginsburg this weekend is Lefty.
That's so good. So good. Greg vindicated. Still keeping a close eye. That battle for the top 3 positions completely up in the air in SMX. Adiconis, Murchison, Collins. No way to guess where that's going to end up just yet. And the BMW, he just passed all of the SMX leaders?
Yes, yeah, he's passed them. He's passed Camden Jones.
Yeah.
His next one in his sights might be Pettiford in the Solstice, who's currently the leader of T3. So we'll see if the T2 car can lap T3. And there he is.
Yep.
I think he has already passed Bedford. He might be hitting his sights now on lapping David Fiorelli in the Mustang in STU.
All right, so those 3 cars, not the first one, but the group of 3, that's your leaders in SMX, Justin, Atacanis, Murchison, and Collins.
Oh, this looks like a strong run on this lap here for Murchison. Try and get a dive in on Atacanis. See what they look like coming into 2. Not yet.
Well, and the interesting part is a couple laps ago, we were saying, where's Murchison? Well, he didn't take long to get caught back up. Atacanis really is putting on a really strong run, though. I have not seen him put a wheel wrong the whole time. So if Murchison or Collins is going to win this race, they're going to have to earn it.
Yeah, you can tell Atacanis is really trying to nail those corner exits, making sure that he doesn't leave any opportunity down the subsequent straight. And I think that's really important as a leader. Sometimes you can break at the right point as long as no one's made the dive bomb. You can actually be just a hair conservative on entry as long as you nail that exit. He's doing a very good job to protect this lead.
Well, and you can start to do some things like trying to do a defensive line here or there and protect here and there. And sometimes that sounds really smart until you realize that just hitting your marks the right way every single lap is really the fastest way around the racetrack.
Yeah. Let's see how many more laps we're going to get here.
I'm pretty certain we're going to see the...
Not yet.
No, 1 more lap. No, 2 more laps.
2 more laps. At least.
2 more laps.
I figured 2 as we're counting down to a minute and a half. Kind of all depends on where Charlie Peter is, and at this point he's running so fast we have to go out and find him. He's
right.
He's flying out there.
Well, regardless of when not regardless, but looking at where Peter is, it'll be 2 more laps for the SMX cars. He should get the white flag this time by. He of course has I might even be more than a minute lead at this point.
I would suspect it's at least that.
There is our Spec MX-5 leaders, those 3 cars, the green and white car, then the greenish black car, and then the white car a little further back. That is Atacanis, Murchison, and Collins. White flag will be in the air in just a moment for Charlie Peter.
Murchison just not able to stay close on those quarter exits. Atacanis doing a fantastic job. Even when he had a bit of a stumble coming off of 2, he was able to get the power down cleanly and get up the hill through 4 and kind of wipe away any chance Murchison might have had. But they come around here to the second last time around turn 10 to see the white flag. These other drivers know this is their only chance now. One more time around the 1.8 mile circuit.
That's right. Here they come. You'll see the white flag. There is your top 3 in Spec MX-5. 1.8 miles. We'll figure out who's going to win this one here. Some slower cars there. Hopefully they don't get in the way of this battle. Doing a very nice job of staying out of the way, whoever that car is in the blue, white and darker blue car. Thank you so much for staying out of the way. Here comes our leaders again, coming over the hill. There is that neon. It's hopefully going to stay out of the way. Oh no! The neon tries to slows down and pulls in right. There really was no other place for that car to go, honestly.
No, that's a bit of a pinch point there. Luckily, our Spec MX-5s all sort of stayed in line. There may have actually been a slight touch there at the neon with our leader, Atacanis and Spec MX, but so far, everything seems to have been straightened out. They're still moving. There's the race leader now, about to lap 3rd place, David Fiorelli, your leader of STU. Amazing run for Charlie Peter.
All right, it looks like, well, the first 2 cars were able to get through just fine.
That's
the
the
third car
one there.
had a little harder time getting around that neon, but right there you've got Atacanis and Murchison. They should be coming around here for the final time here. Here they come into turn 10.
This time, finally, Atacanis goes a little bit defensive, but I don't know that he needs to. He's got 1 car slower in front of him. That's Lipsinick.
And here they come to the line for the final time. It is going to be Justin Atacanis with the win and Jack Murchison in 2nd place. Whew, that was an unfortunate situation, but when you have mixed class racing and right there at the end, sometimes that happens. So our leaders here, let's go through the different classes. Let's start with our T2. Let me pull that up real fast. Charlie Peter, Scott Sewell, and Kun Sheng Ye was your top 3 in D2. In STU, your top 3, David Fiorelli, Patrick Lipsinick, and Alan Orban. Then you've got T3, Michael Pettiford and Camden Jones. And now for SMX, your winner, Justin Atticanis, Jack Murchison in second, and Corbin Collins in third. We're going to make a final call to grid for the next race, and then we'll take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, P1, and P2. Group 4 cars to the grid. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Green Country Grand Prix from the Arkansas Valley region of SCCA and SCCA National. We are in, also the Northeast Oklahoma, and Wichita regions. It is a collaborative group effort here, Lefty, for the, what is this, round 11 of the Super Tour. Wings and Things are up next, and Lefty, you've got our starting lineups.
I do. All right, so starting on row 11, familiar names, got championships. That's Hans Peter in his Swift. It's an FA car. We'll see if he can move through the field. On row 10 on the outside, it's going to be Michael Lauer in a Formula Mazda classed in FX, alongside an FC car of Robert Henson. On row number 9 on the outside, it's Shannon Edwards in a Formula Mazda, also an FX, alongside an FA car, Paul Crabtree. Row 8 is going to be a P2 entry of Jack Donnellan, alongside an FX driver, Mark McGahee. Row 7, one of our FC entries there, Eric Presby, alongside Brad Yake in one of our FX entries. Row 6, on the outside, Jonathan Weisheidt alongside Garrett Vilvin. On row number 5, it's going to be Roy Hillenberg in an FE2 alongside the FA of Scott Crouch. Row 4, one of our Pro Mazdas on the outside, classified in FA, it's Jared Voorhees alongside FE2's Whitney Strickland. Row number 3, Justin Upchurch in one of the FE2s alongside FX Brock Evans. Row 2, FE2, the fastest of them, Kenny Russo on the outside alongside the fastest FA, Paul Riveras. And our front row, both from FC, Bill Johnson on the outside, Daryl Wills, your pole sitter, on the inside.
25 laps of racing coming our way any moment here. This is arguably my favorite class of cars. I've always been into the open wheel cars of various sorts and styles. This is our first of 2 open wheel races this weekend. This is our winged open wheel cars, and our non-winged open wheel cars will be in our final race of the day, Group 7. So stick around for those. Not a ton of those cars, but they always put on a pretty good show.
This should be very interesting to see how they, with the different cars all sort of intermixed at the front between the FCs, the FAs, the FE2s. See how that goes, because they all make speed in different ways.
They absolutely do. So, pace car is on pit lane. Our pole sitter will have control of the field now. That's Daryl Wills. Apologize. I was referring to Daryl Willis earlier. Put the right glasses on for the afternoon, so I got it now. Here they come onto the front straight. First 6 or 7 rows lined up really nice. Green flag is in the air. They head down to turn 1 for the first time. 2 wide, 3 wide almost. They usually do a pretty good job. Oh, a big lock up there. Hopefully there wasn't a nose to tail. It looks like everybody sees. Oh, and there's one car going sideways. A purple and white Formula Mazda car, old Formula Mazda car that falls into FX here.
That's Garrett Vilvin in that original Formula Mazda that got turned around a little bit, we'll say. Got to see a full 360 view of turn 1. Out the front, though, I think it's Bill Johnson that got the jump on Daryl Wills. That's the 2 of them there, the blue now leading the red.
So we've got the old school Formula Mazdas, which run in FX here, and then the old Pro Formula Mazdas. Those are the ones that ended up in the Formula Atlantic class here. Everyone's seeming to get it together pretty well here. Now our single file cars starting to make their way down towards turn 7 for the first time.
I want to say that's probably Paul Riveras up in that mix of the front 3 as well before you start getting to our FE2s, the slightly narrower, a little smaller spec FEs.
And I'm trying to hear if that 13 car is able to get going again, and it sounds like they might still be there. So there'll be a standing yellow here in turn 1 when they get there. Your leader on the first lap, Daryl Wills, followed by Paul Riveras, Bill Johnson, and Brock Evans. The next camera will see that car still there, it looks like. And there are flaggers there with it, so that they're going to try to see what the situation is. Side-by-side action going into turn 2. I believe that's Riveras on the inside making the pass for the lead. Riveras would be in that Pro Formula Mazda car. Daryl Willis is in an FE2 car. In theory, the Formula Atlantic car should be faster than the FE2 car.
It should. I wouldn't say necessarily that the Pro Formula Mazda is the fastest of the Formula Atlantic formulas.
Could be true.
But his pace may be a little bit closer to FE2, but the FE2s, what Wills is doing is very, very fast out here, mixing it up with the FCs and the FAs.
Yeah, Darrell Wills has been strong all weekend. Good qualifying session, obviously, and he's running right up front here. And then right behind him is that beautiful Van Diemen RF012 Formula Continental car of Bill Johnson. Maybe one of my favorite SCCA cars of all time.
Yeah, you actually right now 4 different cars running in the top 4. You got the FE2, which is that Spec FE car. You got an Atlantic, which is actually a Pro Formula Mazda. You got an FC car, which is at this point probably powered by the Cosworth. And then you got the original Formula Mazda, the original Pro Mazda back there, Brock Evans, in the white one. And I'm watching for Kenny Russo, currently 5th. Remember, he started on the outside of row 2. Let's see if he can pick up the pace a little bit and catch up to that front group.
Yeah, we've got those 3 cars up front, all fairly close to each other in the order. None of them racing each other for a class win. FA, FE2, FC, FX, all in the top 4 there. So the smartest thing they can do is try to pull away from the rest of the pack and don't worry about racing each other, because they're not racing each other.
We got a couple of the races where that's happening as well. See Brad Yake in one of our Formula X, Formula Mazdas, racing out there with Roy Hillenberg, who's in an FE2 car, and then the FA of Scott Fausch. So again, you've got 3 different classes mixing, and that's down for that 9th, 10th, 11th battle overall in the field.
And you've got another gaggle here of cars.
Mixed up, I see an FC in there. I see a couple of the old Formula Mazdas in there, and then a couple of FEs all mixed together as well. I think that might be our pack of that maybe 9, 10, 11, 12, and down all run together.
Brad Yates,
oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Brad Yates' end plate on one of his, I'm guessing it's the front wing, is not attached to the car anymore. I don't know what corner it's sitting at, but I know it's sitting somewhere on the racetrack.
Interesting, because I know that we had that opening lap contact with Garrett Vilbin, who ended up spun and off onto track left. He's no longer in that position, I don't think, but I do wonder if maybe some of that contact could have caused that loose wing end plate there. But looking at our leaders with Riveras in Formula Mazda FA, and he's being chased down by Darrell Wills, who was our bolster at FE2. This may be a challenge for Wills, because I suspect that the Mazda may have a little bit more power. Of course, the FE2 is also powered by Mazda, but I think Riveras' car may be a little bit stronger in the straightaways. But let's just see what their speed traps look like. Wills may find it difficult to make a pass unless he can really get up underneath and use some of that strong draft.
Yeah, looking at the speed trap between the Formula Atlantic and the FE2 car, well, the one lap they were really close, but this time Paul Riveras in that Pro Formula Mazda had a 2-mile-an-hour advantage in the speed trap. So
the other thing I don't know is what tires the FA car would be on. If they're allowed open tire, obviously in FE2, they're on a bit of a spec tire, and that spec tire typically takes a couple laps to really get up to full temp. So that may be an advantage for Wills as this race progresses. Look at that, a little bit loose for that Atlantic car coming off down there at turn 2.
Well, and a lot of times those spec tires are chosen not just to be fast for one race, but to be fast for multiple sessions, which is also why they take a little longer to come up to speed. They're just constructed a little differently, and that's all great because they're all in the same tire in the class. When you've got the multi-classes, then you've got other cars and tires that will come to speed faster. So,
yeah. So in the end, these two are racing each other because they want to win the race, but obviously they're in different classes. But sometimes if you realize you and another car have the same pace, even if you're different letters on the side of the car, who cares? You just go and race.
Exactly. 18 minutes to go in the session. Let's take our break, make a call to grid, and then we'll get back to our racing action. Stand by for that. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group 5, E production, F production, H production, GT Lights, B-Spec, STL, and T4. Group 5 to the grid. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of this race. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everyone.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Roadhouse Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. While we were in break, car number 14, Robert Henson, in a FC Van Diemen, went off in turn 5, collected himself back together and went back on the racetrack. So a little moment there, but otherwise, no big changes up front. Lefty, Riveras, Wills, and Johnson are top 3.
Well, there was just a pass. I think as we were coming back on air, Darrell Wills in the blue FE2 has just, timing is scoring to show it, taken the lead. There you can see him over Paul Riveras. There it is. May have happened down there somewhere in sector 2, but he's got the overall race lead now. The FE2 driver Darrell Wills, Paul Riveras to second, still leading FA. Bill Johnson still leading FC. He's third overall. Kenny Russo remains second in FE2. Actually just passed the Brock Evans now to run 4th now for Kenny Russo. And that might be the FE2 tires finally coming into their own for both Wills and for Russo.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid, Group 5 cars to the grid. E production, F production, H production, GT lights, B-Spec, STL, T4. Group 5 cars to the grid. There's about 40 of you. Help our grid workers out and get there early, folks, so we can keep going on schedule. Group 5 to the grid. Great problem to have. 40 cars in the next race group.
But this is interesting here. So Wills sat behind Riveras for a number of laps there, about 6-7 laps, finally able to get around him. Look what he's done now that he has. And that's why I think those tires are just in their groove. He's just gone personal best, race best, sector 1, sector 2, and probably about to do it here in sector 3. Wills just checking out now from the field behind him. Riveras will be the next one. I'm curious to see if he also gets comfortable and if he can now make a run. Russo is making that run, getting around Riveras. Riveras may have slowed down. Russo now catching up to Bill Johnson in the FC car. A lot of movement up in front of the field.
And I was listening to the flag net when Johnson made that move into second place. So, and Paul Riveras, as you said, dropping back a little bit. He was running up front the whole time. Now he's back to 4th.
Yeah, definitely fading just a little bit there in his Pro Mazda. Gonna see his next competition in class is Jarrett Voorhees in a very similar car. So we'll see if Voorhees, currently running 6th, about 4 seconds back when they cross the stripe from Rivera's. We'll see if Voorhees can make a challenge for the lead in FA. If not, Scott Fouch is about 10 seconds back from there.
Oh.
Who's that?
So that's the 14 car, Robert Henson. That's the car that had a problem during the break. Clearly, it's got some sort of a mechanical issue going on. My guess is that it will make its way towards the pit lane as quick as it can here, or find a cutout.
Or continue
well,
around
there it is
again,
there.
as it appears to be.
Apparently, they're not listening to me and my advice.
What's behind door number 3?
And now it pulls off. So, well, he pulled right past pit lane. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on Mr. Henson there. So what I was going to say, Lefty, is that what's a little unusual about this race today is a lot of times the FE2 cars find a way to bunch themselves together. But here we've got gaps between almost all of the FE2 cars, especially the top 3. Then the only group of FE2 cars together right now, you got to go down to 4th place with Weishite, Strickland, and Hillenberg. But even those 3 cars have Eric Presbury with the Formula Continental in the middle of that little pack of cars. So a little unusual how the FE2 race has played out so far today.
Yep, and I think that might be them, and that might be the spin
spinner
that just happened. Yeah, coming out of
Is
turn
that Paul
2.
Riveras?
I don't think it was. And I was wondering, is it the Weishite Strickland battle?
Oh, yeah. That might be the car, the 14 car that was smoking early
up
on.
Against the tire barrier that we could barely see, but there's evidence of smoke, and it looks like the red car is high-centered on the curbing as well. We'll get some car numbers in a second here.
Yeah, that red car's in a rough spot. Let me see if I can hear some car numbers here.
I'm guessing it's Weishite and Strickland since they haven't finished Sector 2 and everybody else has. Just a speculation. We'll get the official thing here in a second. Strickland and we'll see.
Okay, so the car high-sided is the 18 car. That 18 car is
it the 181 of Whitney Strickland?
Maybe it's the 181 car.
Yeah.
Of Whitley Strickland, and the smoking car. Yeah, it's 181. Is the car high-sided? The 14 car is the car off there smoking. So that was the one that we've been watching for the last couple laps.
That's that Van Diemen FC car, Robert Henson, that we can't quite see in the shop, but we can see evidence of.
Yeah, and I wonder if he was putting down maybe a little bit of oil, and the 181 car spun in that oil, trying to go into braking into turn 2 there.
That's tough for Strickland because he was having a really good fight with Jonathan Weishite there for that 4th spot in FE2, and that now ends that little battle. And for Strickland, he can end his race because he's just high-centered out there, can't really get anywhere.
Up at the front of the field, Willis, Johnson, Riveras, and Evans, FE2, FC, FA, FX. Those are your top 4 cars right now. 4 cars up front, 4 different classes represented. Now we're gonna corner work and see if they can push that car, because if it's just high-sided and it's still running, they might be able to put a little weight on the back of that car and give it enough gription to pull out of there. The problem is it's a tough spot to pull out because you might be pulling right out into traffic.
Yeah, they've got to watch that because it's that downhill braking. You probably can't see it until you're already on the brakes. Up in the front will be interesting. Riveras, who led the early stage of this race, has dropped to 3rd, and he's still getting caught by Brock Evans behind him, who's in a Formula Mazda FX car. So I still wonder if the Pro Mazda Riveras is having some issues.
Yeah, that is quite possible. And Wills, who is our pole sitter, back now out front, really taking over this race. Coming up on 8 minutes to go here. Let me make another call to grid here real quick. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. There is a call to grid for group number 5. This is your production cars, GT Lights, B-Spec, STL, and T4. Group 5 cars to the grid. Looks like we may have to go to a full course yellow here to take care of this car.
Yeah,
just waiting for final word, yeah.
That's a precarious position stuck there. They really can't do much with it. I think yellow's still on the site there.
Now, one of our associate producers in the chat asking why the driver hasn't gotten out of the car. We're instructed as drivers to stay in the car. It's the safest place. Oh, speaking of trouble, there's another car. Just went off there. I'm trying to pick up a car number.
One of the FE2
5,
cars.
maybe? That is Paul Riveris.
Okay.
If it is car number 5, that is Paul Riveris. It's a red car. That makes sense. And he is not moving. Maybe stalled the car.
Perhaps.
And I will tell you, with 6 minutes to go, there's a good chance this race is over, Lefty.
Yeah, well, it's not a good day if you're driving a open-wheeled red car between
that is
what's
true.
going on with these two incidents, these two stopped cars.
Yeah. There's another series that sometimes has some issues with the open-wheel red cars as well.
I'm not sure which one you mean.
I don't know.
I'll look into it. I'm checking.
As a card-carrying member of the Tifosi, I cry on a lot of Sundays. Let's just say that, okay? 6.5 minutes to go. Let's look at the rundown right now. Darrell Willis is your race leader. Bill Johnson is in second in an FC car. Third place is FX car Brock Evans with Riveris spinning. That's going to move Kenny Russo up to fourth place. That's your second car in FE2. And then the next car in Formula Atlantic would be your Formula Atlantic race leader. In fifth place is Jarrett Voorhees, followed by Justin Upchurch, Scotty Fouch, Roy Hillenberg, Brad Yake, and Jonathan Weisheidt now in fifth place. So that's how they stand right now.
They were trying to move the stranded car down there in 2 of what we believe is Strickland. And you can see they've got a couple of marshals there trying to do anything they can to get him off of that high center curbing, but apparently 1,000 pounds of race car is not easy to push around.
No, it's not.
And that looks like the engine's turning in that.
Okay, well, he got it back going. Not quite sure why that didn't happen sooner. Because I don't think that, well, whatever the case may be, 5 minutes to go here.
Well,
now they
if
might
we can go back to green, it'll be an interesting restart with our race leader. Darrell Wills had a pretty good lead, and that is no longer with Bill Johnson, Brock Evans, Kenny Russo are now going to be right on his tail. And then you'll have a Paul Riveris, who's quick, in the middle of the whole pack. So this could be an interesting restart if we get one.
So, hold on a second, I'm hearing an update here. Hold on. All right, so with half a lap to go here, or they might be able to get this car off the high side in, hopefully back moving under its own power once the whole pack drives by. So they're going to wait for the pack to drive by. They're going to try to pull it back off the curb there. And once that happens, if they can get it started, it can get away fast, or they can pull it to safety. We might be able to go green for 2 more laps before this thing's over, Lefty.
Let's hope we can. That's always good to finish on a green if we can. Working quick to get to it. 2 cars down there to take care of.
Okay, so the 14 car, which we saw get going. Oh no, I'm sorry.
That's
car.
The 181.
Right. I'm trying to find.
If the 14's still there, it was on just the other side of that wall.
Yeah, no, 14 is safe. I was trying to figure out what happened with the 5 car, but I believe that's the 5 car right there.
Yep, he's running at the back of the opening pack.
And the formula car is gone, and we've put a lot of diesel on the racetrack there. That is.
I want to check the tune on our tow truck.
I believe they need some more. They need some more decks in that car. All right, what a fantastic job by the track to get that car freed from its surly bonds quickly. And now hopefully we can get the pace car in on this lap. That track truck should be able to duck into one of the cutouts. And that might be 2 laps.
Ah, lights are out.
Good job, everybody.
All right, so 2 laps. Does anybody have a challenge for Darrell Wills, or is there going to be fights behind him? And what can Paul Rivera's do? I think he ended up a lap down, but he's going to be in the middle of a giant pack back there.
All right, here comes our pack onto the front straight. Yellow flag is in the air. Double yellow is down. We're going racing for probably 2 more laps here at Hallett. Who's going to win? It's up for grabs. Look at all those cars 3 wide going into turn 1. And I can breathe now. They got through just fine. Heading now to turn 2.
Who was able to keep heating their tires during that full course yellow? Apparently everybody thinks they did.
Official word from race control, this is going to be a green-white checker. Next time by, we're going to have a white flag. And Mr. Wills just pulling away.
Yeah, fantastic job on that restart to make sure that he was the only one by himself. No one else around. Leave the fight behind.
He's like, I want none of this craziness.
Yep. Yeah,
and he has got a, what is that, a 25 car length lead?
Yeah, that was quick.
That is fantastic for him.
And his nearest class rivals, Kenny Russo, currently running 3rd. Kenny just trying to get around Bill Johnson if he can, but Johnson in the FC car doing a good job in this lap. But look at the side-by-side behind there. In fact, I'm wondering if that was the 5 of Rivera's just working his way through some traffic.
Well, and the good news for Russo is there's a couple of cars between him and 3rd place in FE2, Justin Upchurch. Here they come for the white flag, and on that 1 lap, Wills has been able to open up a 2.3-second lead. All he has to do is not brake and not go off the racetrack, and he is going to be our race winner here.
The daring commentator who says those things. We'll see if it pays off.
Haven't had an announcer's curse yet today. It'll come eventually. I thought there were going to be people in the chat asking me to stop announcing last weekend because I put the curse on apparently on 2 different drivers. Oh, and look at him get squirrely.
A little loose.
Oh. Here he comes. Just a couple more corners to go. Darrell Wills.
He would it be? You want to blame him?
Leader's coming up towards turn 6 or 7. Yep, here he comes. All by himself. That's Wills right there. The next car in line is Bill Johnson. The car after that is Kenny Russo. That's your top 3 right now.
The challenge there, it looks like Brock Evans in the white Formula Pro, the old Formula Mazda, looks like maybe trying to get up in behind the Pro Mazda of Voorhees, but it may be tough. I think Voorhees has a little more straight line speed.
Right. Here comes the checker. It's in the air. Darrell Wills is going to be your FE2 race winner. And Bill Johnson will be your Formula Continental race winner. Your FE2 second place is going to be Kenny Russo. Your Formula X race winner is going to be Brock Evans. Formula Atlantic race winner will be Jared Voorhees. And that is how they finish up here in this race. We'll let a few more cross the line to see if there are any shakeups after this bunch up. And then I'll go through the top 3 in each class.
Evans, yeah, good job there in the last lap to get around Voorhees.
Yeah.
In the older Formula Mazda, get around that Pro Mazda of Voorhees. So good job there on that last lap.
All right, let's go through our top 3 in each class. In Formula Atlantic, Jared Voorhees is your winner. Scott Fouch second, Paul Crabtree third. Formula Continental, Bill Johnson, then Eric Presbury and Robert Henson. And it looks like at 9 laps, Henson just got in enough laps to be considered a finisher. I believe that's how that will work out there. FE2, Darrell Willis, Kenny Russo, and Roy Hillenberg, your top 3 there. In FX, Brock Evans, Brad Yake, and Shannon Edwards. And your only P2 car was Jack Donnellan. He will be considered a winner here. That's going to finish us up here. Let me do a call to grid, and we'll take our break. Stand by, everybody. Group 5 cars to the grid. EFH Production, GT Lights, B-Spec, STL, T4. Group 5 cars to the grid. All right, we'll take our break. The Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everybody.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're getting ready to get back to action. We had a bit of a cleanup to deal with here between races, so apologize for the delay. But you know what? The racing is going to come back right now, so buckle up, folks. Here we go. This is our production cars, B-Spec, GT Lights, STL, and T4. And Lefty has our starting lineup.
We're going to have 40 cars on track. Let me run you through a couple of grids here in the upper halves of them with split starts. We'll have the B-Specs get their own start. In row 5, it's going to be Gary Phillips by himself there. In row 4, on the inside, it's going to be Chuck Davis in a Honda Fit. The outside, Joe Gersh in a Toyota Yaris. Row 3, on the outside, Andrew Jansen. On the inside, Joe McLugan. On row 2, it's John Phillips in a Yaris, and on the inside, Stephanie Anderson in a Mazda 2. And on the front row of B-Spec, Kent Carter in a Honda Fit, alongside your pole sitter in B-Spec, Chris Taylor in a Mazda 2. Let's jump to the front 10 rows then in the other half of this field. And this is going to be on the outside, GT Light, Roy Lopshire in a Tercel, alongside Randy Wagner from E-Production in a Mazda Miata. On row 9, out of STL, Scott Bedinger in a Mazda Miata, alongside T4's Chris Haldeman in another Miata. On row 8 on the outside, in a Pontiac Solstice from T4, Garrett Mays, alongside, you may know him, Eric Prill, driving this weekend a T4 Mazda Miata. On row 7, Harry Simons in a Mazda Miata out of F Production, alongside T4's Ethan Barker. On row 6, another familiar name, this time at H Production, Jesse Prather in a Mazda 2. He's been quick. He'll be alongside Steven Simons in an F Production Mazda Miata. Row 5 on the outside, E Production, Camden Jones in a Miata. And on the inside, F Production, I think the fastest, not quite the fastest, Ken Kennard in an Integra. Row 4 on the outside, STL, Jake Anton, alongside T4's Mark Cephalo. Row 3, there's your fastest F Production. That's Cliff Ira in a Honda Civic, alongside Ben Jacobs in an E Production Mazda. On row 2 on the outside, E-Production, Brian Heitman in a Mazda, alongside STL fastest William Knight in another Mazda. In the front row, it's all E-Production on the outside, Bill Miller in a BMW 328. And on the inside, your pole sitter E-Prod in a BMW Z3, Tyler Ladd.
Lights are out on the pace car, I'm told. I have it. Yep, I can confirm that now.
A lot of names to get in a 1.8 mile track.
Yeah, Zippy. I'm going to start to change your name from Lefty to Zippy.
Where's my 4 mile Road America when you need it?
Exactly. Exactly. All right, we'll hopefully get these cars to line up nice and straight here. Pace car is on pit lane. And here they come around turn 10. We'll see if our starter likes what he sees. I hope that he does. A lot of strung out cars here, though. My gosh, that is not going to be the prettiest of lineups that we've ever seen. But good enough for the green flag, and here we go, racing at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Group 5 is underway.
Great start for Ladd, able to jump and get that position, but looking right behind him. I want to see, is that the EP of Heitman now ducking to the inside?
Looks like that front pack of cars making it through nice and clean. Very well done, folks. And Tyler Ladd doing a nice job pulling away.
Yeah, Ira right already up in there in the Del Sol. That's the windshield list Del Sol. Big smoke in the background. One of the H-Prod cars, one of our Volkswagens.
A lot of tire lockup there.
Which one that might have been? Might have been Ralph Lindo in the blue out of Bellevue, Nebraska Volkswagen Golf.
Somewhere here we should be seeing our B-Spec cars, right?
They're out there.
Well, they definitely held back a ways.
And there they are.
There they are, coming through turn 2 and 3 for the first time. And up the hill, that is Chris Taylor up front. I think right behind him should be Kent Carter there.
Trying to see if that's Carter or if that's Phillips.
That might be Phillips who's jumped in there in the yard. It's hard to tell from that shot.
Yeah. We know that is overall race leader there for sure. Tyler Ladd in that Z3.
Already for the first time opened up a 3.8 second lead over the second place car of Brian Heitman. No issues for Tyler Ladd on the first lap. Heitman's in second. William Knight is in third. That's an STL car. Then you've got your first place F production car of Cliff Ira. That is that open windshield, as you said, Honda Del Sol.
Got a quick glance at the B-Spec field. It did look like Kent Carter was still in second. John Phillips in that white and blue Yaris was still in third. And we'll see how the rest of the field stacks up when they cross the stripe here in a second.
All right, here they come across the line. You were 100% correct. Chris Taylor, Kent Carter, John Phillips. We've got one car off on the left there. That is one of the Hondas.
Actually, I think that's a Miata.
Or I'm sorry, one of the Miatas. You're absolutely correct. I don't know why I said
Sure,
that.
it's just past start finish, so I don't know what that is. Well, good shot of the B-Specs there. Obviously, still Taylor and Carter. The Mazda 2 and the Honda Fit up front. Phillips just a couple car lengths back, and then you get the battle of the Mazda 2. Stephanie Anderson and Joe McClugan, both right now running in 4th and 5th. Nobody running away with anything yet.
I think that car that pulled off there might be the 64 car of Perry Simons.
It's possible.
Doesn't look like he's made a lap, so that car may have pulled off there right at the start of the race. We just noticed it.
Yeah, perhaps made it a pit out, never quite took the green.
Right. Here comes our field. Look at that pack of cars coming through turn 2 there.
Trying to get an eyeball on who all of that traffic is.
Taking a peek left, or a peek here at the T4 race. Mark Cephalo, your race leader. 1.1 seconds back is Eric Prill, another MX-5, and then another Miata of Chris Haldeman. That's your top 4 in T4.
So this group here, I think, is the overall in the race, starting right there with that Mazda 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and just keep counting all the way on back, which puts it from Jake Anton, Camden Jones, Jesse Prather in the middle of all that, Steven Simons, Mark Cephalo, Eric Prill also in that train, Chris Haldeman. There's some dirt in the background there coming out of 9.
Yeah, they are all definitely working it hard to keep in front here.
And Prather is that Mazda 2. You'd say, well, isn't that a B-Spec car? No, that's an H-Prod prepped, very fast H-Prod prepped Mazda 2 that Prather's put together for this season. Right in the middle of this, look at that. We've already got a recovery vehicle out there grabbing that Miata.
Yeah, they're going to try to tug that to a bit of a safer position there. They got to make sure they don't put that car into that drainage grate there, though, because that could swallow that car up really fast.
So while things start to get sorted out in terms of running order, still a lot of jockeying going on. B-Spec lead, still Chris Taylor, Kent Carter. E-Production, obviously Tyler Ladd leading the entire race over Brian Heitman. Ben Jacobs currently in 3rd. Cliff Ira in the Del Sol, leading Steven Simons and Wade McBride in F-Production. GT Light, 2 drivers, Roy Lopshire in the Toyota and Peter Zeckert in the Datsun B210. H-Prod, as you saw Jesse Prather right now, opening it up. Ralph Lindo in his Volkswagen in 2nd, Chris Albin in 3rd. STL, it's William Knight, who's running 3rd overall, leading STL by a couple seconds over Jake Anton and Corbin Collins. And then T4, Mark Cephalo's got the lead there by about a second and a half or so over the Solstice of Garrett Mays and then Chris Haldeman. So we've got some passing going on in B-Spec, it looks like. Anderson now to 5th, McClugan now to 4th in their Mazda 2s. Those 2 2s are swapping their positions.
All right, they've been able to get that car into a safer spot, so we're now free of the yellow flag on the front straight. As we can see, there is the car being towed to a safer spot. Well done, everybody. Thank you so much. Eric Prill in the T4 car is dropping back through the order here. He is now down to 23rd overall and still dropping. It does not appear that that car is still moving.
Yeah, I wonder if he pulled into the pits. Looks like they have a spot on him in the pits.
Yeah, it looks like that's what's happened.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Well,
I
the good
thought
news...
that car getting towed, was that the 145 of Stephen Powers that was actually the one?
Didn't look at the number because I thought I knew who it was.
We thought maybe it was Perry Simons, but as it turned, I thought it might have been the 145. Either way, neither of those two in F production are showing anything on timing so far.
Also looks like Ken Kennard in the 57 Acura has had some issues as well. He is our reigning national champion. He's in 37th spot. Doesn't look like he completed the first race lap.
No, that's not good for that defending champ and his Integra.
17 minutes, 17:30 to go, so let's take a quick second here to call our next group to grid. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Spec Racer Fords to the grid. Spec Racer Fords to the grid, group number 6. Your race is next. Spec Racer Fords to the grid. Let's also take our break. When we come back, hopefully we'll be green all the way to the finish. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the Green Country Grand Prix. We're at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
And we're back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Beautiful Jennings, Oklahoma. Really a little slice of heaven on earth here. Beautiful lush green grasses, the trees with leaves on them. You can tell I come from California, don't you? We're rather green right now, but usually it's very brown.
Yeah, here Death Valley is no longer death.
There you go, yeah.
That's how green it is.
Fledgling valley.
All right, but here there's plenty of green things here around central Oklahoma, and right now it's a whole lot of speed. I think one of the green things might be a green H-Prod car leading B-Spec car leading B-Spec, and but the overall lead of the race still Tyler Ladd, who continues to deck out in a massive way. Fastest lap of the race again for Tyler in that BMW out of B-Prod, just flying.
Well, there looks like a pass potentially for second place in B-Spec. That was John Phillips trying to get around Kent Taylor side by side through one. Let's see who's going to have it at the line. That looks like it's going to be John Phillips.
Yep, Phillips with a good run to be able to get that outside line and use that now all the way down. Let's see if Carter can draft him up all the way down into two and maybe make a return pass. They've kind of lost sight a little bit of the Mazda 2 of Chris Taylor, the overall B-Spec leader, who's now about 4 or 5 seconds in front of them. And there he is in that little green Mazda 2.
Yeah. That's Chris Taylor. That car painted up like the mellow yellow car from Days of Thunder. Yeah. Very cool. And there is Phillips and Carter having a good battle there for second place on the podium. And not too far back, Joe McLugan. If those two cars get together, McLugan is right there ready to pounce. Looking to try to get into one of those podium spots here. Right ahead of that battle. That's the Mazda, the Datsun B210 actually, of Peter Zeckert. He's out of Maryland Hills, Missouri.
Peter's driven a variety of things in his days, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
A few of those Datsuns, but different varieties and a few other things as well. He's been around a long time. He's an interesting guy. If you find him in a paddock, go strike up a conversation. He is not shy.
No. And that is the case for a lot of our drivers.
Yes.
If you get a chance to pull him aside and get him talking, plan to be there for a while.
With Peter, it doesn't take much to get him talking. You just got to walk up. He'll talk to you. I've had my share of conversations. A lot of fun. It's just all kinds of humor comes out of it. Everything he does seems to have some sort of a dark humor sometimes, but he's got a lot of fun out there. But he's been really good for the sport, good for the CTL class as well.
Up front, a 14-second lead now. Tyler Ladd in his BMW M3, or Z3, I should say, over Brian Heitman in second place. And then Ben Jacobs, your third place car in E-Production. He is in fifth place overall. Your leader in STL is William Knight. Behind him is Jake Anton and Corbin Collins. Your leader in F Production, Cliff Ira, has a 12 seconds lead over Steven Simons. And Wade McBride is in third. Looking more at GT Light. That Zeckert car is actually in second place in GT Light. Roy Lopshire is in first place. And T4, Mark Cephalo is leading right now by 0.6 of a second over Garrett Mays. Chris Halderman is in third. Have I missed anyone? B-Spec, I guess. Chris Taylor, John Phillips, Kent Carter, Joe McLugan. And I think I got everybody.
I think so. Stephanie Anderson's falling back.
Sorry.
Yeah, Stephanie Anderson started this race fourth, I believe it was, in the B-Spec ranks. She's now about 5 seconds back from McLugan, who passed her a couple laps ago, so not sure if maybe the car's pace has kind of fallen off a little bit, or some traffic has put some gap between her and McLugan.
H Production is the one I missed. Jesse Prather is in the lead there with a 13-second lead over Ralph Lindo and Chris Albin, both in Volkswagens. That's how they stand right now with 10 minutes and 15 seconds left to go here. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 6 to the grid. Group 6, Spec Racer Ford 3, Group 6 cars to the grid. Look at that, just traffic jam. Ed Carter's got a lot of cars that want to get around him there.
Trying to figure out who that whole pack is. It looks like one of them is
I think that's Mark
Phillips.
Cephalo in the blue and yellow car.
Yeah.
Getting around there. I believe that's your T4 leader.
Right there on the inside of Zeckert coming down through turn 7. And there's your B-Spec leader.
Yeah.
Second place in B-Spec, I think, is this twosome that are stacked together here. You got the two, followed by actually second place there would be the Yaris and Phillips. I don't think he's actually in a fight with the two in front of him. So that Mazda and the Fit that are now side by side, I think they may actually be a lap down. I'm trying to see who those two are.
No, I think that's Carter and McLugan. That's the battle for third place now.
Did Phillips get behind them? Isn't that Phillips there? Let's see what time he says.
Yeah, we'll wait for them to go. Oh, no.
He did. Yes.
And McLugan got around. Yeah, Phillips has dropped back 3 spots.
Yeah, something happened to Phillips on that lap. He was starting to pull away from them a little bit. Now he's behind. So good little battle here for second, third, and fourth in B-Spec with Carter, Phillips, and McLugan leading the threes.
Looking across and up and down, the timing well, and there is Phillips trying to fight back on Kent Carter side by side into 2. nice and clean, completes the pass. So that is a move for a podium position. John Phillips in the 43 car now in third place. Kent Carter in the 91 car drops back to fourth. Look, I love that little right rear wheel up off the ground there. Love that. Love that.
It's just along for the ride. Those are these new, they're in good years this year, right? So
yes, brand
grip
new spec tire. Lots of grip, and most importantly, the grip holds on for quite a number of sessions, so they're able to get a lot of sessions out of these tires.
A good thing. Makes B-Spec a inviting class for those who want to do really good racing, but do it on some level of a budget, to not have to be buying new tires every session. B-Spec's certainly on the affordable ranks.
And we're not going to, knock on wood, get any precipitation this weekend, but apparently the rain tire is just like off the hook awesome.
Oh, good.
Because just love the rain tire.
Which means it'll never rain in a B-Spec race.
Well, we had rain a couple races early in the season, so.
Yeah.
But, it was, they do like that tire as well, so.
Folks at Goodyear have really come through.
Well, they have, and they're supporting the series with every Super Tour. They've got a technical engineering support on site. Guys can walk up, guys and gals walk up to them, ask questions. So,
yeah.
Appreciate the stuff that Goodyear does here. 6 minutes 40. Oh, look at that traffic.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's every piece of every class all sort of together in one corner. In fact, I think I see in that group somewhere Bill Miller in a BMW. I think it's one of the BMWs. If it is Miller, he started on the front row, but he's been fading a little bit.
All right, so we just got word that the Eric Prill car, the T4 car, broke a transmission, and that is why it pulled into pit lane. Trying to remember from the Jesse Prather YouTube this week if they had a second transmission with them, just in case on that car. For some reason, I remember saying that one of the cars that he brought to the racetrack has a second transmission ready. Not quite sure if it's that one. We'll find out tomorrow, won't we?
Yes, we will definitely find out. I'm sure if there's one within a few hundred miles of Jennings, Oklahoma, Jesse will find it.
That's true. That's true. Mark Cephalo in T4 is your leader right now. Garrett Mays is in second. He is 7/10 of a second lap. So if we could find that battle, that's probably one of our better ones here on the racetrack. But there's... So Cephalo will be the blue and yellow-ish Mazda. And then the Solstice.
Right
and there's the Solstice right behind it.
Guys.
Good job, Jordan, our director. Appreciate you catching that up fast for us.
A needle in an Oklahoma haystack that he just found there. So
there you go.
Well done.
So that is Cephalo up front, Garrett Mays right behind him.
And
Here
different pace in different corners between these guys, different sections of the track. It looks like at least this lap, Cephalo a little faster trap speed than the Solstice and Mays.
And I'm going to guess there's a weight differential. I believe that Solstice is a tank compared to the Miata.
Yeah, but Mays in the sector 2, about a half a second, a couple tenths faster than Cephalo's also. So they're kind of trading sectors between them, but it's a great race right now. With what, maybe 3 laps to go-ish? We'll wait for the signal here, but a couple laps
I've not heard anything official here. Let's do another call to grid here, and then we'll take us all the way to the finish line. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 6 cars, Spec Racer Fords to the grid. Group 6 cars, Spec Racer Fords to the grid. Already got people lining up in the chat for the Spec Racer Ford race.
Much watched television, I'm telling you.
That's right, must-see TV.
But those who are showing up late for this are just missing just great classic SCCA type of racing, interclass production cars, B-Specs with the Tourings. We get all of it sort of thrown into one giant field, and it's been pretty good up and down.
Right, and just like that, Mark Cephalo starts to pull away from Garrett Mays. I think we're going to have about a 2-second lead here when they come to the line this time by.
Something happened to Mays. His trap speed on this lap, about 30 miles an hour off the pace. So I don't know what happened to Mays.
Okay, way wide in turn 1. That would make sense.
Yeah.
And even looking at the looking at the B-Spec rundown now. It looks like McLugan's been able to pull away a little bit from John Phillips. Phillips and Kent Carter are a little closer, so there's a battle for third place there in B-Spec. There's Chris Taylor coming through our screen right now. He is your B-Spec leader. About 12 seconds back, we'll see McLugan come by.
A great race so far for Chris Taylor.
There's McLugan right there. And then there is the battle for third place. That red, white, and blue car is John Phillips. Kent Carter, well, I wouldn't say right behind him, but behind him.
Couple car lengths there.
Yeah.
I want to say that Stephanie Anderson then, who's back on pace, just again for a couple of car lead, about 2 seconds behind Carter. She's in the white Mazda with a bit of red trim around it, just letting, I think that's Mark Webber. Just
yeah, it is Mark Webber, right?
Display on by.
Right in front, that open-topped Mazda is Mark Webber. We talked about him during qualifying. He's had 60-some starts at the runoffs. He's an SCCA Hall of Famer out here. 50 years of racing. And I guess maybe this might be 51 now. He says he wants to race when he's in 2031. And I was afraid to ask him how old he would be in 2031. Figured maybe that's not a question for this podcast.
Ask him in 2032.
There you go.
Phillips letting the faster cars get ducked underneath. It looks like he's got a reasonable advantage on Kent Carter right now.
Yeah.
Look at the pace of Chris Taylor out in front.
Just got the word from race control. Next time Tyler Ladd crosses the start-finish line will be his second to last time. He has a 21-second lead over the second-place car in E-Production, Brian Heitman. So lap and a half to go here. We haven't talked much about Brian Ladd because he's basically walked away and hasn't done anything wrong. So
yeah, he's probably got to put it into cruise control a little bit here. His lap times now are right in line with Heitman, who's second in EP, second overall, and William Knight, who's in the STL Mazda, sitting third overall. They're all running the same lap times. I think Tyler just kind of settled it back in. He's done 2 seconds faster right this stage of the race. No need to. Just bring it home.
all right, white flag is in the air. Your leader's got a little less than 1.8 miles and a 21-second lead, so good on him for that. There is, I think that's the, I think I've lost my leader. There's that Mark Webber Mazda coming through here. Really cool cars out on our racetrack in this group. Lots of different makes and models here.
And we haven't even talked about our GTL cars. You know, the rear drive Toyota Tercel of Roy Lopshire and those things. If you're not familiar with GTL cars, yeah, get up close and look, and you go, wait a minute, there's a drive axle back there.
Why is that way?
Yeah,
something here does not match.
Cool technology, cool old technology,
yeah.
But cool. Well, it's more of a craftsmanship thing on those cars. They're pretty
yes. All right, we should be seeing the checkered flag go in the air here. There is your race leader, the white and blue BMW. Going to come across the line here for the final time. The checkered flag is going to go in the air. There it is. Barely got it because there were too many cars behind him that still needed to do one lap. So in case you're wondering, Tyler, you are the race winner, and the race has ended. Waiting now for Brian Heitman to come across the line. A bunch of B-Spec cars there. That was your second and third place cars. And that car that just came across, I think, was Heitman. Yep. 19.5 seconds was the race, Lynn. All right, yes. Let's go through the field here real quick. This is, of course, provisional. B-Spec is your race winner, Chris Taylor, followed by Joe McLugan and John Phillips. In E-Production, Tyler Ladd, Brian Heitman, and Ben Jacobs, your top three there. F-Production, Cliff Ira, Steven Simons, and Wade McBride. GT Lights, you've got Roy Lopshire and Peter Zeckert. H-Production, Jesse Prather takes the win with that Mazda 2. Ralph Lindau in second, and Chris Albert in third. STL is William Knight, your winner, followed by Jake Anton and Corbin Collins. And in T4, Mark Cephalo takes the win, Garrett Mays and Chris Haldeman. That's how they line up here for Group 5. We're going to take ourselves a quick break, and when we come back, Group 6, Spec Racer Ford is next. Buckle up your seatbelt, folks. That one's going to be a good one.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
All right, welcome back to the Hoosier Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We are about to start Group 6, our Spec 4 Gen 3s. That's all that's going to be out there. A good group, 35 of those cars. Let's run through the grid. Top 30 cars here I'll call through, but we'll get the rest of them out there. We'll get through the grid here as we go along. So on row 15 on the outside, it's Kurt Collier. On the inside, it's going to be Aaron Klopp. On row 14, on the outside, Russell Oakes. On the inside, Ben Pigeon. Row 13, it's going to be Ray Miller lined up with Ashley Oakes. On row 12, Brent Stewart with Craig Jansen. Row 11, Charlie Pigeon with Kelly Toombs. Row 10, Matt Strathman and John Vogel. Row 9 on the outside, Robin Kirkland with Corey Ruth on the inside. Row 8, Joshua Justice and Chris Funk. Row 7 is going to be Scott Monroe and Carl Hayward. Row 6, Joe Maley and Sal Weber. Row 5, Tyler Fox lined up with Gary Glanger. Row 4 on the outside, Nils Macias and Rob Peelsticker. Row 3 on the outside, Hernan Palermo. On the inside, Grant Vogel. Top 2 rows on the outside of second row, Peyton Long. On the inside, Rich Stevens. And your front row on the outside, Liam Flanagan and Tyler Stevens with Rich behind him to start the race. This is going to be exciting.
It will be exciting.
Lots of families out here in Spec Ford.
Since we still have a little bit of time on this, I'm going to make a quick announcement here. Stand by. Attention to paddock, attention to paddock. Car number 05 STU, Alan Orbson, please report to the tech trailer. 05 STU, Alan Orbson, please report to the tech trailer. All right, our starting
tire
grid.
working. A lot of work in the tires, trying to heat them with this overcast, guys. Nobody wants to be cold tires first time through turn 1, so as they start to pair up, hopefully you've got enough heat in them. This could be an interesting start. Like I mentioned, when you've got 2 family members starting nose to tail on the outside, or sorry, on the inside, Tyler Stevens might be able to get a little bit of a push from Father Rich going into turn 1.
We'll see if that works out. Nice 2x2. Now, this is the way we're all supposed to line up before the race. Beautiful job, Spec Racer Ford guys and gals. Here we go. Down for the green flag for the first time. 30-some cars all heading down to the first corner. 3 wide in second place. This will not end up well. Let's see what happens. And they all sorted it out well, almost all of them. Outside front row, I believe that was Peyton Long.
Liam Flanagan. Yep.
In the yellow car.
But look at the Stevens on the inside, both of them doing a good job sticking together.
Lots of lockup, maybe even, there's one car going off, and we've got some debris who's fallen off driver's left there, but it's off the track, so no big issues there. But that car is smoking.
Yeah, I wonder if that's tire smoke. The body may be rubbing a little bit. Maybe a part of the panel came off and some of it's still there.
Definitely could be tire smoke. There's a little bit of a rub strip on the sides of the cars that can get bent up and pushed back that way. But definitely a big amount of smoke there. I don't know if he even knows it's happening.
I think that might be Flanagan as well. That he sat on the front row on the outside in that yellow one. I think that's who that is.
It does look like that.
Not slowing them down.
Not slowing them down yet.
Self-clearancing.
We will see if it doesn't rub too much tire to let that tire go down. But
well, I saw the car that may have donated the pieces off to the side of the track.
I see it there too.
3. Yeah, running back at about 6th or 7th. I'm not sure who that was.
So it looks like the smoke's coming off the left rear of that car.
That's Palermo. Looks
and
like is the white car missing the bodywork, and that's Flanagan, the 44, now slowing.
Definitely, that tire's now gone down, and he is going to pull off here between 2 and 3, 1 and 2 actually. So I'm going to guess that tire is completely flat now.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. That's unfortunate because he was certainly right at the front row, one of the fastest we saw qualifying. Was set up to maybe trying to break up the Stevens stranglehold, but not to happen so far. It's going to have to fall on the shoulders of maybe Long or Vogel to break up the Stevens.
All right, at the line, first time by, Tyler Stevens, the son, Richard Stevens, the father, 1 and 2. And then Liam Flanagan, 2 seconds back, but he was falling back at the time. So it's Peyton Long probably in second place now, but that's going to be a ways back.
Yeah, pretty big gap right now, as you can see, even between the two Stevens.
Yeah.
Significant gap, almost too far to even draft. We'll see if Rich can get on pace. He's certainly one of the faster drivers around, and Tyler is apparently a little quicker. We'll see if Rich can catch up to the two of them, can sort of check out, or if Peyton Long can stay close enough to make a run for this. But a lot of space right now between a lot of these. You see a little bit of a chance for a pass right there with Palermo maybe behind him. I don't know if that's Granger or if that's Bill Sticker.
And if Richard Stevens loses contact with Tyler, there is the opportunity for him to make it very difficult for the cars behind him to get around him and let Tyler open up an even bigger lead. That's certainly not your instinct.
Just protect. Yeah.
Yeah, but you come to a point in time where if that's what's going to happen, you take care of your teammate, whether it's your teammate just because you're your teammate or because it's a father-son duo.
Yeah. We'll let things kind of sort out. You can see still a couple of close battles down there, down the order a little bit for more of that 7th, 8th, 9th grouping. Fuel Sticker, Fox, Maley, Macias.
Russ Turner in the chat. Come on, Richard, make that kid work for it. Love that.
Yeah, these guys all clearly know each other, certainly.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Russ knows the Stevens family, I'm sure, pretty well.
And suggestion in the chat that it was probably that Palermo car with the front end damage that might have gotten into the back end of the Liam. I said Liam Neeson.
Flanagan.
Wrong Liam Flanagan car.
Yeah.
So
very possible we've got a couple of matching dents there.
This time by an 0.8 of a second lead, Tyler Stevens over Richard. Peyton Long 2 seconds back. It doesn't look like those, well, yeah, I guess a second to each one of them. That makes sense when I look at the difference here.
Yeah, look at that spacing. It's almost like what you'd see in time trial. It's just everybody's just kind of out there. No one's really pushing each other until you get to the battle for 5th there.
Right.
You see the 18 car of Granger just getting around Palermo, who's got that front end bodywork damage, which might lead him victim to Fuel Sticker, Maley, Macias, Fox coming up behind him with a pretty big train.
And the big train is what we're used to seeing in Spec Racer 4-3. That is a very common occurrence here.
Yeah, often you'll see trains of 10, 11 cars. And when we say trains, it's full nose to tail, like 6 cars within a second or half a second of each other.
Well, and on a hot day, that train can be really problematic. You have to pull out, give yourself a little bit of air to not let that car overheat. That's not going to be an issue today. And this train really isn't close enough to be an issue with that either. But just that little 2.5, 3 inch inlet there at the front to get air to the radiator in these cars. And that's a soft aluminum, so if you hit anything, you close that up a little bit. Or if you do a little agricultural racing, you can throw a bunch of grass up in there. And when we were running those cars, you could see, you could get 15, 20, even 50 degrees of temperature change just by getting some grass up in there.
Yeah, you quickly overheat a car if you go off somewhere, even on a cool day like this. You catch any grass up in there.
Yeah.
Looks like Peyton Long is starting to pressure Richard Stevens just a little bit. Starting to get closer. Make it interesting at least.
Well, and if they can hook up and work together, if Richard Stevens chooses to do that, they can then make up some time on that Tyler Stevens car out there without a drafting partner.
Yeah, I don't know how the father-son dynamics of Richard and Tyler work out, but if it were myself and my kid, I would work with somebody else to get up to catch and pass my kid.
Yeah, you never want your kid to win, right?
I mean, you want him to win, but you want the kid to earn it, right?
Right, exactly. Exactly. So.
Right now, he's earning it. He's fastest lap, turning fastest sectors. Tyler right now has got some pretty good pace. And it may help that this isn't the strongest draft track because there aren't any extremely long straightaways. This doesn't have, the Road Atlanta long straight, nothing like that. So this is kind of track where if you just knowledge and outdrive somebody, you could pull away.
Yep. And if anybody knows about racing against their kid, it's you, Lefty.
My kid and I we've gone head to head a few times.
Yeah. And they're humble, but you and your kid are often the fastest 2 cars at most solos. So, it is, they run the little carts, and you guys are awesome with that.
We certainly push each other to keep going faster every time we sit out.
That's right. Tyler Stevens last time by 1.6 seconds ahead of Richard. That looks like it's opening up even more now.
He's motoring right now. Tyler's just on a pace that no one else can touch.
Coming up on the 17:30 mark, let's do a call to grid and take our break. Stand by for that. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid. Group 7 cars, our final race of the week, or of the day. Actually, not the weekend. We're back tomorrow. Group 7 cars to the grid. F6, FF, FV. Group 7 cars to the grid. And we're going to take our break. When we come back, hopefully, green flag all the way to the end. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Ooh, big off back there, but hopefully they'll continue. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Hallett. Stay with us, everybody.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Hallett Motor Speedway. Got some friends in the chat. Russ Turner suggests that Richard in second place should hit the radio to son Tyler in first place and say, hey, remember who paid for those tires? Good call. I love that. I love that. And Russ Turner, actually Steve S. said the kid's about to win his own tires, so that's a contingency award here. The Hoosier Racing Super Tour. Hoosier tires on these sports Spec Racer Fords. So, but yeah, only 2 tires for a win, but that's halfway to a full set. So
means he's got to do it again tomorrow.
That's true. Or give today's tires to Dad for tomorrow.
You know, I would almost. They're all pretty close buddies between Rich and Russ and Denny and Ogburn, who's probably at a track somewhere. I don't think he's ever too far from a track.
13 and a half minutes here to go. Let's go through the top 10 here. Tyler Stevens, Richard Stevens, Peyton Long. That's your podium at the moment. And then you've got 4th through 6th. We've got Grant Vogel, Gary Glanger, and Rob Peelsticker. Then you've got Nils Macius, Hernan Palermo, Tyler Fox, Joseph Malley. That's your top 10. Let's go 10 through 20 because we can. Scott Monroe is 11th, Joshua Justice 12th, 13th is Carl Hayward, Sal Weber 14th, John Vogel is 15th. Then we've got Corey Ruth, Robin Kirkland, Chris Funk, Kelly Toombs, and Matt Stratman. He rounds out your top 20. Russ Turner says Richard is in his old car. That would be Russ's old car.
Okay.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Everyone seems to be kind of just doing their thing at the moment. 12 and a half minutes to go here. Coming to the halfway point.
Wait, we've been talking about Richard and Steven, the father-son duo, but I think we got a couple other families out there. Well, if I got this right, I think John Vogel and Grant Vogel are also a father-son.
Okay.
I have that right. And then I see a couple of pigeons in this race, and I don't mean the birds, I mean Charlie Pigeon and where did the other go? Ben Pigeon.
Ben, yep.
I don't know the relationship, but I'm guessing they may also be somewhat related. So kind of a family affair. It's kind of turning into like the V's. I hate to say it, but the V's always have families, and here we are in Spec Fords with a lot of these families doing it as well.
Well, and that is kind of the SCCA. We are a family sport, and there's lots of second, third, fourth generation drivers. That was my situation with my dad as well. You and your son. So I mean, it's a very common thread throughout the club. Being a father-son first and second though in a Super Tour is pretty darn cool.
It's not done yet. Rich has got some work to do. It's Peyton Long is sort of starting to catch him, and there you can see. And right now, it might be the opportunity to defend if you're Rich Stevens. Peyton's on the inside, going in a 10.
Well, he can defend, or he could just let Peyton by for the moment and let him lead him up to the back of his son, and then they got a 3-car battle for the win, possibly. But being side-by-side is great news for Tyler, and not so good. Look at that, side-by-side battle all the way down the front straight, side-by-side going through 2. Will they stay side-by-side when we get to 3? We'll find out in just a second. That was 1, actually, side-by-side into turn 2 here. Looks to be still side-by-side here. Wow, this is awesome racing action. Peyton Long on the inside. That is Richard Stevens on the outside. And there we go.
Rich.
Finally, Richard Stevens stays out front, and Peyton Long pulls in next to them. Now, I want to see, Lefty, what that does for the lead, all that side-by-side racing. When we get to the line, I want to see what the gap is with Tyler Stevens. He had 2.3 seconds last time by. Looks bigger to me now.
Well, yeah, I can already see by Sector 1 was quite a bit slower there, about 8/10 slower for Long and Stevens than for Tyler Stevens, and then like another half a second or so slower for Peyton Long and Richard Stevens compared to Tyler in the second sector. So yeah, they're going to fall to the second and a half further back down. But the racing's spectacular.
Absolutely.
I don't know how Rich Stevens held him off by being on the outside in 2 and somehow breaking late enough to keep just a nose ahead. And you saw the car kick. He was able to catch it and get the better run up the hill to 4. But we're not done yet. We still only 10 minutes to go in this thing, and these two are just now getting together to start to battle. This could be pretty good for the second 2 steps on the podium.
Well, and they were side by side for 5-6 corners with no contact at all. Now that's what happens with 9 minutes and 45 seconds left, Lefty. Let's see if that happens again with 2 minutes left in the race. I'm not exactly sure it'll be so friendly, but you just don't know.
I haven't seen full elbows yet, so we'll have to give it time.
Those were elbows flexed, but not quite elbows out.
Yeah. Just flashing them, not actually raising them.
That's right. That's right. So your top 5 still Stevens, Long, Grant Vogel, and Gary Glanger. That's the way they stand right now with 9 minutes left to go here. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group number 7, F6, FF, and FV to the grid. Group 7 cars to the grid. Okay,
Denny Strickland confirming the family relationships going on out there. That yes, John and Grant Vogel are father-son. Grant's the father, John's the son, and then the pigeons, Charlie's the father, Ben's the son. So we got 3 different father-sons out here in the same race.
That's very, very cool.
That's all the feels right here.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely. We've got a waving yellow somewhere. Stand by.
Oh, there it is.
Oh. So our cameras confirm what the flaggers just said. 990 is Joshua Justice. Spun, and he's now continuing.
He's right there at the entry to 9, so maybe caught a little bit too much there coming across the crest at 8. He's continuing.
All right, so you've spent a lot of time in these cars on the sim.
Yeah.
I have as well. If you are Peyton Long, you've now seen what Richard Stevens has. You've seen that whole thing play out now, 5-6 corners next to each other. When do you try to make the next move?
Given how hard this place is to pass, I'd probably do it as soon as I can, but I've got to look for the right opportunity, getting the run off of, and remember, he even set that all up to being alongside Richard going into 2, all the way back coming out of 9.
Right.
So here they are again, here coming out of 9. Same thing they were a couple laps ago. Let's see if again Peyton Long can get up alongside Richard, or if Richard stays defensive. Looks like he might. But if I'm Peyton Long, I'm looking for any opportunity. But if I can be side by side with Rich Stevens again, I'll take it, knowing how late Stevens tried to brake going into 2. Maybe you can bait him into braking too deep if you have the inside. Stevens, remember, was the outside last time. If they stay in those positions, I like the odds of being on the inside, but you got to brake late enough to protect it. And look at this here already. Peyton with a pretty good run with the draft. Can he get to that inside this time by?
The big debate in the track and in the chat, and these are some of our best Spec Racer Ford racers, is whether or not Richard is trying to hold off Peyton to help Tyler get the win. And while I'm sure it's not what he wants to do, the consensus is it might be what's happening, because I think the consensus is that Peyton's probably faster than Richard right now, and Richard's just trying to hold on as much as he can. At 3.5 now, 4.5 seconds. I think he's probably realized that with 6 minutes left in this race, catching first place probably not going to happen. So helping first place might be the best thing to do right now.
Honestly, Richard right now is thinking, Tyler who? Because he's got so much of his attention being paid to Peyton Long behind him. I don't think the two of them are even thinking about the win of this thing. They're conceding. Rich and Peyton are just having a heck of a battle. Peyton is just trying to find a way alongside, but Richard is doing a good job of the right defensive lines around the very difficult track to pass. And you can see, even getting the better run off of 10 into 1, the better run off of 1 down to 2, he still can't quite get alongside him. He's going to have to go back to what he had done and try and move Richard around a little bit, maybe all the way back to coming into 7-8 complex to try and make him take a compromised line somewhere. Or, as you can see, use some traffic. There's a lot of it right now they're coming up on. Maybe he can use someone as a pick.
Well, and I've got to say, being from Bixby, Oklahoma, my guess is that Richard Stevens has passed and been passed in every possible way at Hallett and knows kind of all the tricks of where to get it done. And that's situational, that experience, that knowledge of this racetrack could be really, really important as we get into the final 5 minutes of this race.
Local track knowledge is everything, especially in a battle like this. If you know exactly where you're vulnerable, because you know your own strengths, now you know how the track plays into them, he can try to defend. But Peyton is quick, and Peyton is showing to be quick. He just needs to find the right combination of corners to be able to make the pass that he needs. This is far from over now, with still 5 minutes to go. There's a lot of racing, and Rich Stevens my guess is he's working pretty darn hard at every single corner to do anything he can to put this car on that edge and keep Peyton behind him.
Chase Bedell says Richard is scrappy and hard to pass. He's proving that to be true right now.
We have evidence in front of us, yes.
Yes.
Can confirm.
Four and a half minutes to go here. Let's do one final call to grid. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V to the grid. Group number 7 cars to the grid for our final race of the day. Group 7 to the grid. Well, this is setting up to be pretty exciting here.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder now if Peyton's just sort of taking that breath before his last charge. He's not really making any aggressive moves right now, cooling himself, maybe trying to just give the tires a chance, maybe looking for some opportunity with some of this traffic, but he's not being aggressive yet. As you can see right now, they're coming up in the back of the shot there, getting through some traffic.
All right, so let's reset this with 4 to go so everyone knows what's going on. 4 minutes to go in the race. Tyler Stevens is your leader right now. He's 4.5 seconds ahead of second place, which is why we're focusing here on second place, our best battle on the racetrack. This is the battle for the second step on the podium. Richard Stevens is in that blue car. The maroonish car behind him, that is Peyton Long. They are battling for the second spot on the podium. And then Grant Vogel and Gary Glanger right there. About 10 seconds back, so if those two cars get into it and for some reason don't make it to the checkered flag, Grant Vogel and Gary Glanger waiting and ready, if needed, to take over there.
Yeah, real quick also, Tyler Fox must have had an off and on somewhere because dropped about like 8 spots or so the last time by, now down to 15th. Back running, it appears, based on timing and scoring, but there might have been something on this lap or the previous lap that cost Tyler some position.
Yeah, and Tyler Stevens not resting on his laurels for even a second right now. He just went purple with a 121.634 deep in this race on hot and probably slightly tired tires. Oh, there's a car off on the outside of turn 8-9.
Who that is with this. Now this is going to be a waving yellow there, which means when Long and Stevens, Richard Stevens, get there won't be any opportunity to get alongside. They just are about to get there though, because that's them coming up against this traffic, coming around, and that's them coming into 9 right now. That's a tough spot.
I think that might be Charles Pigeon. That car is dropping through the field really fast right now. There are your leaders now coming through. I think for the second to last time here. Or that's your second place group, I'm sorry. It should be 1 to go next time by here.
Yep, they're about 4 seconds back from Tyler Stevens. He's got a pretty good stranglehold right now, but Rich Stevens beating Long right in the middle of this traffic. And that sometimes plays to the advantage of the trailing car, but Rich is doing a great job of making sure he's either defensive or using the lapped car as sort of a blocker.
And big props to the 53 car there. That is Robbie Clark moving over and letting that metal go through unabated. No real change at all between those two cars, thanks to those cars getting out of the way and letting those that battle for second and third come through without any problems.
Let's see if this time through, if Peyton Long's got anything coming around 6 here, 5 into 6. Nose to tail. Now I think they're still going to come up. I think, is that car still stranded at 9? So he won't be able to make any pass there, but he can certainly try and set up a good exit. Yep, there it is.
Yep. I don't think he would have been close enough to make a pass there anyway, but
they should see white flag this next time by. Peyton knows it.
That is true. Now let's see if Peyton tries to make a move. Not close enough this time. He's going to have a couple of more opportunities, but time is running out for Peyton Manning to get Peyton Long. Freudian
Is there anything
slip.
he can't do?
That's good stuff. Peyton Long trying to find a way to get around Richard Stevens here to take the second spot on the podium. Here he comes one more time, looking for any which way but loose to get through. Nothing at this moment as they come through 2 and 3 for the second to last time. 4 seconds ahead of this group is your race leader, Tyler Stevens. We're going to stick here for just a bit with these two cars, and then we'll catch Tyler Stevens as he comes around to take the checkered. But here is the battle for second place through turn 4. Nose to tail, Richard Stevens, the father of your race leader, in second place. Peyton Long in third. Here they come. Those are those two cars off in the distance there. Peyton Long trying every chance he can all over the rearview mirrors. Richard Stevens holding on for dear life as they come here. One car out front, which might be difficult. Tyler Stevens should be heading pretty close here to the front straight here.
This is it. Can he pop and get any kind of run?
Here we go. Peyton Long tries, but defensive move there by Stevens. Here comes your race leader. There he is. Tyler Stevens taking the checkered. Who's going to finish second? It's going to be Richard Stevens and then Peyton Long. What a fantastic effort by both of those drivers, and what a great race here in Spec Racer Ford 3.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome race there. Richard Stevens doing everything he can to hold that position. Peyton appeared to be faster in places, not fast enough to get around Rich Stevens. Well driven, great racing for both of them. Beautiful, respectful stuff.
Absolutely. Russ Turner and Denny Stripling in the chat are not going to let me live down the Peyton Manning comment. Deservedly so, by the way. All right. Congratulations to father and son, or son and father. Tyler Stevens, his son, takes the win. Richard Stevens, they're going to be... Papa's going to be proud on that podium. I guarantee you that. And then Peyton Long in third place. Let's run through the rest of the top 10. Grant Vogel in fourth. Gary Glanger, Nils Macios in sixth. Rob Peelsticker 7th. Hernan Palermo is in 8th. Scott Monroe 9th. And John Vogel finishes 10th. All right, that's going to do it here for race group number 6. Race number 7, our final race of the day, coming up next. F6, FF, and FV. Stay with us, everybody.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
We are back for our final race of the day, but don't fret, people. We'll be back at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to do it all over again. But let's get to this one. This is Formula F, Formula 6, Formula V, and for our starting grid, we have Lefty.
All right, let's get to our things without wings. In this case, we've got 11 cars out there, or 9 cars. I can't count. 9 cars. We're going to have a couple of Formula Vs, and we'll start on row 5. It's going to be Graham Smith and his Formula V, his Lynx. Row 4, a couple of more Formula Vs on the outside. In the Protoform is Bill Lauer. On the inside, Michael Nitz in the Mysterian. On row 3, it's the fastest of our Vs on the outside, Mark Richardson in the Vortec. And then we get into our FFs. It's going to be Keith Hall on the inside of row 3 and a Piper. Row 2 on the outside, an FF, it's Meyer and a Swift DB6 alongside one of our Novacar F6s, the only one in the field today, Jason Martin, is second at the runoffs, and he is fast to contend with. He's in a Novacar. On row 1, it's all Formula F. On the outside, in another Swift DB6, it's Nathan Down, and on the inside, in the Piper DF5, Cliff Johnson.
All right, we have what appears to be possibly 2 cars that didn't make it for qualifying who might be starting at the back. I believe Timothy Friest and Rich Richardson are both at the back of this field. One is in a Formula 6, that's Timothy Friest, in a KBS MK, what's that, 567? Roman numerals always get me. He's at Leavenworth, Kansas.
It's a KBS.
And Rich Richardson, I believe, is going to be the last place car in that, in a Laser 1. He's on a, is it Pekin, Illinois? Pekin? Anyway, Pekin or
Pekin? Go with Pekin until we're corrected by our producer.
Exactly. Somebody in the chat fix me. Brian Straczynski, our FV expert, he is an FV racer. He is in our chat today. So,
and I do see them at the back of the field there. Both Friest and Richardson appear to be at the tail end of the group. So that's good. Another F6 in the field as well as another FV.
Yeah, so what will be interesting is if that's a fast F6, he will work his way through all these Formula Vs pretty quickly and see if he can get to close enough to the front to make a race out of this thing with Jason Martin.
I think it's a 2-stroke. Martin in the 4-stroke bike motor. This will be fun to watch.
Yep. Here they come down for the green flag, our last green flag of the day. And there, that Formula 6 already coming up from the back. He's moved up 2 rows already, all the way past almost, I believe he's passed all of the Formula Vs already in that first, before we got to turn 1.
Yeah, the kick that you get, the 2-strokes, the advantage you have with the clutching is it's always on power.
Yeah.
So coming off a corner like that, and the Vs, well, they don't quite have the power. So let's see if he can stick with the FFs and with Jason Martin, the other F6 in the field. And yes, the smoke out of the back of the car is
yes, hashtag done and dusted for the Formula Vs. He's already made that move. Now he's trying to get around the Formula F. So one he really needs to get to, he's got to get around 2 cars to be right behind the class car that he's racing against, Jason Martin. So there's 2 Fords, Mayer and Hall, I believe, between Richardson and Martin. So that's his bogey right now, getting around those first 4 or those first 2 FFs to get caught up with Jason Martin.
And you can just see, though, although they make similar speeds, the difference in styles of cars of the FF versus the F6. It's pretty cool to see, like, on track. I love looking at that.
Right. I don't think Richardson, or I don't think Friest feels it's really cool at the moment because he's fallen back a little bit, but I get it. Absolutely.
And you can see the different bodywork just looking at the Friest car versus the Jason Martin car, and the arrow work in that front end nose piece that's on Jason Martin's red F6, really meant for some high trap speeds. The more traditional with just a center nose that's on the Friest car, not quite as aerodynamically efficient, but that car, like I said, it's got a lot of kickoff in some of these corners, and the way this track's got a couple of digs, that actually could be an advantage if dialed in right.
All right, properly corrected is Pekin. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. Just outside of Peoria.
Did someone just say heaven is Peoria? Good, I was wondering what was in Peoria.
I wonder if our producers ever actually been. I shouldn't say anything bad about Peoria.
We really shouldn't.
Probably somebody in our chat. Somebody is from Peoria.
Sure, all right, so with all the FVs now a nose to tail, it's Mark Richardson at the head of that group there with Michael Nitz and Rich Richardson behind them.
Jason Martin now moved into second place in F6, so he's trying to track down the first place car there in Formula F and the first place car overall. This is kind of the same battle we talked about all through qualifying, where
Yeah.
Nathan down just a little bit faster for the entire time. He is in one of those Swift DB6s. I wonder what CA stands for. Not sure exactly. So we call it Formula F now, Lefty. For years and years and years, it was Formula Ford with the Kent Formula 1600 motor in it. As parts became slightly difficult to find, there was an opportunity to make it a Formula F, and those who aren't using Fords are using a Honda Fit motor. And there's not a ton of the Honda Fits out there, and they found a way to make them pretty competitive amongst each other.
Yeah.
But that is an option now.
Yeah, and between the Fords and Hondas, they're close enough that actually our reigning national champion from VIR last year was actually driving a Ford.
Correct.
And so, yes, the Fords can be. Yeah, they can definitely be competitive with the Hondas. The Hondas, I would say, if there's a difference between them, it's the easy button, only because they're fuel injected.
Right.
The Kent motors are still carbureted. You still have to come to that tuning. If you're switching from, let's say, running at, South Florida versus running up here in the upper Midwest where it's 1,200 feet above sea level, you have to make the changes. The Fit, it does it for you.
And am I right when I say that the Fits are a bit detuned to match themselves up with the 1600s, and that gives the Fords, and that basically makes it a motor that you could put in there and run for a long time before you have to refresh?
That's what I'm told as well. They are pretty reliable long term.
Yeah.
So it does make it kind of, again, back to the easy button. So if you're looking to pick one of these up to start running some club races, but you can only find Ford ones, run the Ford. It's fine. But if you can find one that's the Honda powered, a lot of times the newer chassis are going to be probably already fitted with the Fit. But they're both pretty competitive, certainly regionally on both sides. At the national level, in the Pro Series, often they're running the newest chassis with the newest motors because, well, that's what pros do. Doesn't always mean they're fast. It just means they make them fast. Nathan Down, though, in the lead in that Swift, really starting to pull away from Jason Martin, and Nathan doing what he did in qualifying, starting to lay down the quick laps as he gets 3-4 under his tires. Jason's still leading in F6, but it's kind of losing sight a bit of Nathan Down.
Right there, it looks like Timothy Friest in that Formula 600 is lost power in that car, whether it's completely dead stick or just slow. But he is now pulling off well left of the track there.
Hopefully he gets to the track exit there and gets straight back to that because there's a bit of a activity. There he goes, right past the worker station.
Thank you, Mr. Friest, for getting to a spot where they can push him behind the fence there and nice and safe.
A good look at some of the older, that KBS chassis, Red Devil, basically, those things, the two-stroke in the back. Don't know which version. There's a variety.
If we can get another shot of that real quick, Jordan, if he's still there.
Yeah.
Oh, can you? Our little map is in the way. So that's one of those cars, Lefty, that doesn't have all the aero up front.
Right. Yeah, those older Red Devil KBS chassis, they wouldn't have had any of that. The Nova car, obviously some guy named Novak who has some success in this in these ranks, had developed his own chassis, but there's a few others as well that had gone full body work around the front of the cars that older chassis wouldn't have it. So they're a little lighter, but a little bit more slender, but certainly top speed aero comes into play with people like what Jason Martin's driving.
And Cal Stewart was telling us on the podcast that some people have made the full front aero to add on to those cars. So that's always an option too. But so that car was at a little bit of a disadvantage right from the start because it doesn't have that aero.
Yeah, just a little bit. But I got to say, the word cheap gets thrown around sometimes. If you want to run and go road racing in a Formula car, getting an older, like a chassis like that, what Tim Friest has, super inexpensive way to get into this. You have a lot of fun regional racing. You can come to Super Tours and things as well. And it can be driven well. May not have the trap speeds of someone like what Jason Martin's going to have, but those are still great cars. And don't look them up. A couple of grand will get you one and get you out there racing really quickly.
Right. As I like to tell people, there is no cheap racing, but there is cheaper racing versus other stuff, and this is definitely one of those ways to do it. I need to make a quick announcement here. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Roy Lopshire, GTL number 98. See the race director in impound. Roy Lopshire, GTL number 98. See the race director in impound. Let's do this also, Larry, while we're here. We don't have to make any calls of the grid because this is our final race, but let's take our last break, and then we hopefully will be green flag all the way to the finish. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everybody. We will be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 named brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
And we are back. 14 minutes of racing left to go. 14:40. I'm not going to cut it short here. 14:40 left to go in our racing action here at Hallett. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central Time with qualifying to do it again. And just after 12:30, we'll come back to do more racing tomorrow. But let's not talk about tomorrow yet. We have today to go here. Taking a look at our Formula V race, Mark Richardson is your race leader. His brother, Rich, had caught up to him a few laps ago. Oh, there's a pass for something. That's not a pass for the lead, is it? No, that's a Formula F car coming past the Formula V leader right there.
Yep.
So I think that is Nathan Down passing Mark Richardson. Anyway, Rich Richardson, Mark's brother, had caught him a lap or two ago and then had two spins on the same lap and dropped back a few seconds here. So that all happened just as we were going to break here. So, and we will see Mark Richardson come into our view here in just a second. So there's your race leader, Nathan Downs. The next Formula V car we see will be the race leader in Formula V. Right there, that's that red car. And then right behind him is Michael Nitz. Oh no, Michael Nitz is a little further back. It's so confusing sometimes.
Well, Nitz and Rich Richardson should be about 2 seconds apart on track and maybe closing, as Rich had a much faster Sector 1. So we might actually have a battle developing among those two cars, and that might be them there.
I think that is.
That's a couple of V's right there with Nathan. Well, that could be Nitz and Richardson there, just getting past. Want to note also, Cliff Johnson was our pole sitter for this race, real fast in qualifying. In fact, he and Nathan Down were, it was about a tenth or so apart in qualifying. Did not take the green flag in this race, so not sure what happened to Cliff, but hopefully he'll be back for tomorrow's race.
All right, we're at the halfway point. Let's run through the full field here. In Formula F, your race leader is Nathan Down. as I hit the button here. In Formula, second place is Steve Meyer. Third place is Keith Hall. Looking at Formula 6, Jason Martin is your race leader right now. Timothy Freist, who started, did not make it past lap number 3. He had to pull in, but he would be second right now. But he will not be considered a finisher because he won't make it to halfway. Looking now at Formula V, Mark Richardson is in first place. Rich Richardson has now gotten back into second place, but he is 18 seconds back from his brother. So that's Rich Richardson in second. Michael Nitz just dropped back a little bit. He is now in third, about 2 seconds back from Rich Richardson. Fourth place is Bill Lauer. That's the way they line up right now in Formula V, with 11 coming up on 11 and a half minutes to go here.
Well, yeah, with it, Rich Richardson had the issues. He caught him, spun, fell back. He was behind Nitz. He just got in front of him on the last lap. We'll see if Rich can get his move back on and try to catch Mark up in front of him, although there's a couple of seconds in between them, so I don't know if that's going to be possible. We'll see. Or can Michael Nitz make a bit of a recovery here as well, get his speed back on and get around Rich for second spot?
Right, there's
just a couple of seconds between them.
18 or so seconds between first and second, and they're running pretty much identical lap times.
Yeah.
At least the last lap was. And Michael Nitz, his last lap was 4 seconds slower than Rich Richardson. So Richardson probably got mad at himself for making those 2 spins and is now on the move trying to catch his brother again. Because, you know, the only person who wants to beat their family member better than a father wanting to beat the son is a brother wanting to beat the brother.
Yes, brotherly rivalries go pretty deep.
Yes, and much less incentive to help your brother than it would be for a father to help his son.
For sure. Well, Jason Martin just turned his fastest lap of the race at 23.9. Fastest lap of the race belongs to Nathan Down at that 21.4, but Jason's 23.9, the second quickest lap of anybody not named Nathan Down.
Yeah. And you can tell looking at the trap speeds between these cars. Nathan Down's got the Jason Martin's got the fast lap, or the fast speed through the trap with 108 mile an hour trap speed. Then you've got the fast car for Formula F through the I can't even speak. It's been a long day, folks. Nathan Down, fastest Formula F car through the trap at 107 miles per hour. Now you look at the Formula Vs, and the fastest trap speed for Formula Vs was 86 or so. Yeah, 86 miles per hour. So big speed differential here.
Yeah. Well, Nathan is not exactly putting it in cruise control, even though he's leading the race and leading FF. He just set fastest sector of the race, sectors 1, sector 2, sector 3, and his personal best trap speed on the same lap to reset fastest lap of the race at a 21.2. Nathan is just mirrors down and going to lay laps down until they show him a checker. I love that.
Just went purple again. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. He is flying.
Now, the times today are combined with all of the, I believe, all the qualifying times and the race times for the first 2 qualifying sessions and the race today will be what they use to pick the driver for the pole position for tomorrow's races. So it'll be, yes, today's qualifying, tomorrow's qualifying, and today's race times. I will verify that for the morning, but I believe that's what's going to happen to set the pole for tomorrow afternoon's races.
So tomorrow morning is more like a Q3, if you look at it that way. Sort of like we're going to take it in a session of qualifying, and whenever you did your best lap, Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, or Sunday morning, will then count toward the grid order for tomorrow afternoon's feature races.
And while these cars race a little later in the day, temperature is not as big of a deal, but the qualifying, the fast laps for some of the other cars who were out at 8 o'clock this morning will probably come from the races today, not either of the qualifying sessions, just because of track temperature.
Could be.
Take a moment here while we've got a little bit of time here in our last race of the day to thank all of the course workers out here, whether they're flaggers on the corners or people on grid or tech, our timing and scoring folks, our stewards. I always miss somebody when I do this, Lefty, but a whole bunch of people are here working to make this race go on. All of them are volunteers, and they do such a fantastic job. Weather's great today, so that's a good news for everyone sitting outside, but we thank all of them. And if you want to come out here and be a volunteer, it is awesome. It is fun. I was a flagger for many, many years. All you got to do is go to SCCA.com, find your local region. They will hook you up. and they will welcome you with open arms. I can guarantee it. Oh, I forgot the grid workers.
You do not have to go to Jennings, Oklahoma if you want to volunteer, unless you live in Jennings, Oklahoma. Then I'm sure the folks at the local region there would welcome you, but you can go to any track anywhere in the country and volunteer, whether it's here for any of the local races there, local clubs, whatever it takes, get involved, because it is, we've said all along, you've done it. Flagging at a corner is just a great way to spend the weekend with people who just are passionate about supporting races.
Brian Straczynski talking about Mark Richardson, who is winning right now in FV, talking about him. He's been in the class for 40 plus years, spent a lot of time helping other drivers in Formula V in recent years. He's got top 5 runoffs finishes. He was also in the Pro V series back in the 90s, so an ambassador for this class, definitely running well up front today.
Yeah, to make a name in this class saying something. There's a lot of history. There's a lot of people that have made names and done a lot of things.
Just a few.
But Mark to be one of them says a lot about the effort he's put in and the contribution he's made to the longevity of Formula V. It's really, if you ever get the chance to go to an event anywhere, just hang out with the V folks. If you can get to a Super Tour, great. If you can get to the runoffs up at Road America coming in October, end of September, talk to the V folks. They are some of the most hardcore racers and enthusiasts you'll ever meet. And they're in it for life, and it's a ton of fun to hang with them.
Yeah, and we have a very loyal, people who go into V typically stay a long time. Yeah. This year in Atlanta, I believe, at one point in time, we had more than 150 years of Formula V experience in one race. Yeah. And I believe that was just the top 3 drivers.
It could be.
It was pretty impressive. So,
well, what I love now is if you look at the national level of these V races, yes, you've got people like Mark Richardson with all that experience and putting it into a good race weekend here at Hallett. But if you look at what we expect to see at the runoffs, is that front 5 or 6, they're all like 35 and under. Oh yeah, they're all a younger generation that are all hungry for the stuff, and it's amazing to watch them.
And a lot of them are named Witston.
several of them are, but there's a few other families thrown in there as well that have been at this a while, where fathers have passed on to sons, and they all come out, and it just makes for an exciting time when they all get to know each other, but they're all just part of this youth, and almost all of them likely grew up at a racetrack with a parent or uncle or cousin, or in the case of this, it's all of the above. So yeah, the V group is great. Go crack a beer with them, hang out there, tons of fun, as is just about every class here at the runoffs or any of these races, but the V's in particular, it's such a family.
No question. Nathan Down, our race leader right now, with a 29-second lead over Jason Martin in second place. Third place, Steve Meyer. Fourth place is Keith Hall. Now we look at our Formula V race at the moment. Mark Richardson's in first. Rich Richardson is in second. And Richards is not really making up any time on his brother there, so they're going to probably end up in that order, at least as far as Mark being in front, unless, of course, something happens in the final few minutes. Yep. Then we've got Michael Nitz, Bill Lauer in third and fourth place right now.
So Brian Straczynski, listing all the names of all the families that obviously we talked about the Whitstons, but of course the Farnhams, the Abbotts, the Scalers, all second-gen FD drivers, so they've been around a while. And then Patrick Lipsivic saying, hey, he grew up watching the Nobles in FE races, and again, there's some history there with the Noble contributions to the ranks of FEs. Very, very cool. Also, there's a question in the chat here about whether they still run counterclockwise and clockwise here at Hallett. I believe they do. If you go to the website, they'll talk about that. Actually, I think somewhere there's a video clip of running the opposite direction. I think it'd be kind of cool to run clockwise on Saturday and counterclockwise on Sunday for a Super Tour or something, but what do I know?
I believe they run one counterclockwise race at the end of the year, and they call it back arsewards. So I'm semi-cleaning that up. But anyway, that's their fall race here is run counterclockwise. Yeah, you can't talk about this area of the country, by the way, in Formula V and not mention the Nobles. Bill and Lisa, there was a time when almost all of the fast cars, or many of the fast cars, were running a motor with a car with a Noble engine in it, up and down the field. And good group of people, great group of people. Lisa Noble was the chair of our, was she president of the chair?
SCCA,
yeah, president of SCCA for a while. Not a more passionate SCCA family out there than Bill and Lisa. We lost Bill a while back, but Lisa is still out. We see her every once in a while. Yep. Is part of what we do, still out here today. So you can't talk FV without talking the Nobles.
Well, just watching this group here as Mark Richardson continues to lead the FEs. Rich Richardson still about 18 seconds back, but that slightly coming down because he just turned his personal best lap, and I believe the fastest lap of any of the V drivers. Rich Richardson did 32.7. So a little bit of bragging rights there against Mark, even though Mark right now has the overall lead of the race for the Vs.
Well, if they can get close together tomorrow, we could have a pretty good battle here because they're really matching each other lap for lap for the most part. So,
yeah.
Could also be that with 2.5 minutes to go, Mark Richardson is saying, I don't have to really go so hard these last couple laps. That's what he's going to say anyway.
Well,
he's never going to admit that he was letting that the brother was faster. He's going to say, I was slowing down a little bit.
Oh, there's a big off.
Wow.
Well, for the yellow driver in the FF. I don't know if that was Keith or which driver that was.
I hope that wasn't our race leader.
Well,
whatever.
So. Oh, you know what? Actually,
yes,
it
was.
Been with a trap speed of 75 instead of 108. Yes, that was Nathan Down, your race leader, who just had a bit of a maybe I shouldn't do that moment.
Yeah.
Yes, he set the 20.6 best lap of the race, and on the next corner, puts it into the dirt and probably said, I'm about to see a white flag. Maybe I don't need to do this anymore.
Yes, he should absolutely get the white flag this time by.
Hopefully Jim Llewellyn asks him a question about that on the podium later. Assuming he gets around the next 2 miles. Say, hey, how was that second to last lap?
Brian Straczynski reminds us that Lisa Noble originated our Fun with Cars phrase, or at least stole it from Hayward and made it popular. Lisa Noble also honored as part of the Women in Motorsport.
Don't give Hayward that much credit, please don't.
Honored as part of Women in Motorsport by the VSCDA. That's the Vintage Sports Car Drivers Association, I believe. And then honored again in 2023 for her accomplishments with Formula V. So, yeah, no more passionate person than Lisa. That's a person who I would love to have a beer with. Stories she could tell.
Yes,
I think she needs to be on a podcast. Anyway.
If only I knew somebody that hosted an SCCA-related podcast.
Yeah.
All right, so
that
is Jason Martin coming down the stretch here, maybe to see a white flag this time by. He's in second, which means Nathan Down, our race leader. There's the white going to Jason, which means Nathan, the race leader, already got it.
Oh, yeah. The checkered flag's going to be out here in just a hot second here. Here he comes to the line.
That's the other.
That's the other yellow car. There should not be 2 yellow cars. Really messing up my brain.
I think that's the Piper of Keith Hall. I think Nathan's the Swift.
It's messing my brain.
That should be your race leader.
There you
that
go.
Looks like a Swift to me. That's Nathan Down. I love Swifts.
Yeah. All those Formula V cars or Formula F cars are pretty cool, especially the older ones.
Yeah, we've got a guy autocross this one here locally. It's a DB1, one of the originals, and it's just
all right, Nathan Down, final corner, heading down to the checkered flag for our final race of today. Checkered flag is in the air for your race winner, Nathan Down. I would say uneventful, but he had an event. In the
he
last
made it
couple
eventful
laps.
there. You know what? He was basically qualifying laps up until that point, including actually setting his fastest lap on the third to last lap of the race.
Well, that may have been what he was trying. Yes, that may have been what he was trying to do there at the end, is put down that fast lap so that he can have that for tomorrow. So, all right, let's go through our provisional finishing order before we wrap it up for the day. Nathan Down, your race winner, and your FF winner. Jason Martin in second place, and your F6 winner. Then you've got Steve Mayer and Keith Hall. They will round out the Formula F podium. And then in Formula V, Mark Richardson will be our race winner, followed by Rich Richardson and Michael Nitz. That's your podium in Formula V. Bill Lauer was the 4th place car in Formula V. And Timothy Freist started the race, had some mechanical problems, didn't make it to past lap 3, so he will not be considered a finisher, but hopefully he can get that taken care of and be back in the mix tomorrow. Let's see, any final thoughts, Lefty, before we head out?
Beautiful day for motorsports. This track just seems like a ton of fun. I do say we ought to run this one backwards tomorrow, but they probably won't.
Wouldn't that be cool?
It would be very cool. But no, this should be a good time tomorrow. We'll be back in the air first thing in the morning. Can't wait to do more calls here from Hallett.
That's right. 8 a.m. is our time back on tomorrow for qualifying. 15-minute qualifying sessions tomorrow. And then we have the races are a little bit longer. They start around 12:30 Central Time. Of course, all these times in Central Time. Our first race of the day, oh, I lied. Our first race of the day is just before lunch. That'll be at 10:55 a.m., Group 1, Spec Miata. Then we'll have our lunch break and come back for the rest of our racing action right around 12:30. For our crew at DriversEye Live and Larry Lefty MacLeod, I'm Brian Bielanski. That's going to do it from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be back tomorrow, everybody, for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour round number 12. Be there or be square. See you tomorrow, everybody.